Arrow is not late. How dare you? I simply struggle with YouTube streams because I'm dumb. Arrow lives. Oh, I forgot to post something. Oh my gosh. Ignore me. Ignore my lies. I forgot I had to post an announcement. I was ready so early today. I was so ahead of schedule. And it didn't even matter. How clickbaity do I make this on the Discord? Oops. I guess I'm graduating or something. Whoopsie. Whoopsie daisy. What if I just fully lean into it? And I'm just like, yeah, I'm gone forever. This is my last... welcome to my last stream of July. Of July. I'll be back soon, you goons. Sorry, I'm just currently making an announcement on Discord because I realized I forgot to do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm fully like clickbaiting this, but only on the Discord because I would feel bad if I clickbaited on YouTube. Hello, everyone. Hello, Wumpus and Hydra and Snurgle and Twin Steel. And everyone who's currently watching and everyone who's currently watching the VOD or lurking. Yes. I'm not coming back with the Mulk. I'm not coming back with the Mulk. I won't be coming back with milk whatsoever because I personally am not a fan of milk. But the protein shakes I've been drinking are actually milk-based because... The protein shakes I've been drinking are actually milk-based because that has like additional protein to it and it makes it go down easier or something. I don't know. Basically, hi. I'm not going to go get milk. I am just busy for the next like couple weeks. So I would be like completely indisposed from streaming. Basically, long and short, just getting out of the way right now. I am going to have to, despite the fact I'm loath to take a break, step back from streaming for like a couple weeks because I'm going to be super busy. This is not a graduation. It's not a hiatus. This is not me stopping video production. It's literally just I'm going to be busy for a couple weeks. So I need to not stream and lower my video upload. I'll make a post about this. I'll probably make a little short about this. That's just a clip from this stream. But long and short, I'm clickbaiting this for the meme. I'm not actually going anywhere. Well, that's a lie. I am going somewhere. I'm moving. That's why I'm busy. I'm currently in the process of moving, and I've been in the process of moving for a while. But obviously, I want to keep it under wraps until I get to the point where, like, it's finalized, and it is not finalized, which is why I'm a little nervous about it. But yeah, like right around the corner is moving. So I'm not going to be able to stream for a bit. I'm going to have to lower my video output as I get settled in, but I'll be back soon. I'll survive. I can say that I'm going to war. Listen, what I want personally, and I'm going to make a post about this probably later today, given that I already just announced right now. I'm going to talk about like, hey, don't ask, but like, I'm going to need to step back from streaming for a bit. And I want every comment to just be like, it's so sad we'll never see you again after the war. Like, man, I can't believe Arrow was drafted to go off to like the Middle East. Like, oh my gosh, I miss Arrow so much. I miss my mob boss Oshi, who would tell us to go fight in their stead, but actually they got abducted by the US government and have to go fight on the front lines. Like, just make up wild nonsense. I'm getting silenced for the war crimes. Exactly. I'm getting sentenced for the war crimes by committing more war crimes. That's what they want from me. But hello, Guile, and background character, and Herblorg, and Dreek, and Quarry, and Jeffrey. Listen, when I step up to someone, I go to war. How many of you saw or were present for the Armored Core short that went up yesterday? Like, I'm telling you, I go to war when I step to someone. I don't like pussyfoot around and like tiptoe, kind of like get my jabs in when I can. Nah, it is all or nothing. I am either going to be Yamcha posing in the ground, or you are going to look like Mark from Invincible. And there is like no in between there. Hello, Kaza. Listen, if I became a paramilitary like PMC, where all of you were my soldiers under me with like logistics and organization and military hierarchy, I think we would not succeed on a single contract. Respectfully, I do not feel confident in selling the services of my community as a security firm or as a security firm, you know? If we were your army, you're screwed. That was so stupid. Can we do it again soon? I really want to. I'm not gonna lie, like, Armored Core has kind of been on my brain, mostly because now I'm watching Armored Core content. I finally feel confident watching Armored Core content. And like, Bricky, the guy who I watch content of variously, but specifically who I was watching a playthrough of as I played. And then I paused when I got to the point where I wasn't where he was. I watched his like review of it. He 100%ed the game. He talked more about it. I watched some like other videos of other people talking about it. Apparently, like other VTubers have been playing this game or like played it like a year ago. I saw a couple people playing it, but now I have more playthroughs to watch. And funny Iguana Man, why is he so important to the third ending? I'm not going to spoil it because in case you weren't there. Hey Logan, hey DP. Was it something you did? It was something you did. You specifically. I was gonna stick around and then you made me want to leave. You didn't just encourage this decision or like galvanize it. You planted the seeds, then proceeded to pack in with nutrients and fertilizer and then water over many months the idea of me leaving. It is your fault. And I am taking your mother with me. Like, it's not that, oh no, I'm in a fight with your mother and like I'm leaving, but I still love you. No, you're the issue. You are the problem, and we are abandoning you. Iguazu is unironically one of my favorite Armored Core characters. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Out of all of the characters for Armored Core 6, Iguazu is one of my favorite. Not because I like him, but because I think he fulfills a role very interestingly, right? Like, Rusty, I like. Air, I like. Carla, I like. Snail, I love to hate him. Iguazu, I love to hate him. Honestly, I kind of like Michigan. Like, Michigan doesn't really do anything wrong outside of just be abrasive, and that's just his personality. Spent years genetically engineering that seed to grow as well as possible. Exactly. You were out here setting up the plan of me to leave for like 2 to 3 weeks at no streams and reduced video flow. Years before I even started making content. That's how in-depth my despising of you in this community is. I hate you. Really. Just my entire community. Like, oh, what if I go on a tirade right now and I just talk about how much I hate my viewers, and then I make a short where I'm just like, after recent comments that were made out of context, I believe I owe it to my community to step back from content creation. Got that Lex Luthor hit. Okay, but Rat, like, Are we talking Lex Luthor from the comics? Are we talking Lex Luthor from like the new Superman movie? Or are we talking Lex Luthor like Lex Luthor has 8 cakes, he stole 8 more, that's 16 cakes. Lex Luthor is evil. Like, what are we feeling? Woke to my last stream for a bit, yeah. Hey, Akuro. Realistically, the best character goes unacknowledged so often. The hapless pilot in the test AC. No, literally. I watched a video by Vati Vidya. If you don't know Vati Vidya, you probably haven't played many FromSoft games, but Vati Vidya is a lore hound. Is someone who loves FromSoft, loves Dark Souls, loves Bloodborne, Elden Ring, all of those sort of games from FromSoft, and will dive deep into the obscure and weird storytelling and the lore and the characters of it and do deep dives. And in Armored Core, I was watching 50 things you missed in this game. He points out that the music track that plays when you fight the random AC pilot in Chapter 1 is called Fight or Flight. And brings up the very valid argument that this is like a kid, this is like a test pilot, this is someone who isn't trained as a proper AC pilot. I believe they're also unaugmented. They decide to fight you with their new experimental prototype AC that they don't actually have comfort with. Which is honestly pretty baller. I'm not gonna lie. I'm assuming this is some 19-year-old fresh out of the academy who wants to get his death bark is that he wants to get a call sign of his own, presumably very fresh-faced. But still, when confronted with opposition, he says, no, I'm going to fight this. I'm going to honor Balaam and the Red Guns and defend what needs defending, even though I don't feel capable. And of course, failure. But Shinji moment. Hey, Flameborn. Rory, you can't just say that there's going to be another one on Saturday. Wait, Setir Ara? Ora. We're talking about getting radiation poisoning from kryptonite and then blaming Superman. Okay, yeah, that's pretty par for the course for Lex Luthor. I'm not that much of a hater, though. I don't hold that much hate in my heart because my heart is so empty that there isn't much hate left in it. You know, it's just kind of like a cold, barren, Antarctic void. Which is why all of you are voids, because you touch my heart regularly. And also you hold it up as a sign of love and affection. Because apparently in this analogy, my heart is yellow and that it is the emote. What if I had a realistic heart? What if y'all, the emote I had to demonstrate affection, love, whatever, it was holding up an actual realistic heart that was still colored yellow, so it was still with my color scheme, but it's just hey, want to be horrifying? You gotta be a Doom level hater, Kendrick Lamar hater. I personally think that there's a more simple explanation for why he thought he knew he couldn't run. You catch him off guard. See, that's the thing. Fight or flight reaction is not really something that you can control. I'm curious, for all of you in chat, are you a fight? Are you a fight, flight, or fright? Fight, flight, or freeze, so to speak. What do you do when confronted with circumstances that upset and scare you? Are you someone that fights back? Are you someone that tries to remove yourself from the situation? Do you just kind of freeze and let it pass you over? And as you do that, I say, this is it. The last one in July. And I'm starting a Q&A. So as always, in YouTube chats, I have a question and answer section, a Q&A section. You can ask me about myself, VTubing, TTRPGs, Blades in the Dark, Vampire the Masquerade. Really anything is fair game. It's just there for if something gets lost in chat, or if basically chat slows down, this is just a fully yapping stream. You can throw any questions you have over there, and then I'll get back to them. So we have freeze, flight, fright are both options. Yes, Dylan, both are options. Flight or fright from Flameborn. avoid everything ever, freeze. See, that's the thing. I don't know about y'all. Oh, I want a chant going. I want to chant in chat. Because y'all know what time it is. As soon as I said like, oh, and I'm swapping over to the main screen. I want y'all saying what you want. What you really, really want. I wanna fight or flight or freeze. I don't know about y'all. I am someone who very much so... Question, what do you think my reaction to most circumstances is? I'm kind of curious. So you run and you assess whether or not you should fight while flying. See, that's the thing. I'm not saying like, what is your ideal? I'm saying, what is your gut instinct reaction? Because like, when you see something that is scary, your default reaction, split second, is either to like lock up or run away or punch. Broadly speaking, in a generalization. Flight, freeze or fawn. I don't want to say. Y'all are so rude. My default reaction is actually fight. Funny enough. However, that comes with the caveat of there are two circumstances I have where when I was younger, I had a freeze reaction where like if I was scared, I would just kind of like lock up and be unable to move. But like more recently, and also this is for times where I'm not scared, but it is a crisis situation. If something bad is happening, my first instinct is insert myself into the situation. For instance, I was back in uni, two guys were like arguing. I knew both of them, but not well. And then they started like throwing punches at each other. Really, they were just kind of flailing, but they were like actually properly punching each other. My first instinct, step between them, push them apart. Right? When I'm scared, and this is really only when I was younger, when I had, because fun fact, when I was younger, like little, I was scared of the dark, as I'm sure many of you were. And it was to the extent where like we had a basement in my house. In my house, we had like a furnished basement. And our basement had like carpet. It had like all of our game systems were down there. That's where we spent most of our time. That was like our media room, so to speak, or like a game room. That's where I spent most of my time as a child, right? In the basement. However, it's a basement, so there's no natural light down there. And I would look down there and it would be this like, so it'd be like the stairs, and the stairs are like here, and then they're going down and down and down into like this just black abyss of scariness and terror. And there were times where like literally I would be standing at the top of the stairs and just kind of staring down into the darkness and not moving because I wanted to go play a video game, but it was dark down there and I was scared. Like, I was scared of the dark as a kid. I'm not shy to admit it. I have since not been scared of the dark, though I'm not going to pretend like a pitch black room doesn't make me uneasy. Hit your opponent in the liver as reaction. That is one of the best places to punch someone if you want to incapacitate them. It's called a liver shot. I didn't want to say then because it sounded like you were asking for what we think you'd do. Oh, got it. I'm so scared. I'm going to scare Arrow so they can fight me. Listen. No, literally, it was like as the monster's like reaching its like inky tendrils out, I'm just like, "Ugh." Like that was just my reaction as a kid. But now I'm very much like, if I'm confronted with something that is bad and or stressful and or crisis, I'm just going to confront it head on. Even in situations where I probably shouldn't, I am just kind of inclined to like, I'm going to deal with this directly. And that works out like 7 out of 10 times. 3 out of 10 times, it is not the right call. It is not the right call, my friend. If you wear a ring, you might find the 4 kings there. if I don't wear a ring, I'll still find the 4 kings. I'll just die before I reach them. Okay, I have another confession. This is completely unrelated to like my childhood or fear or whatever. When I played Dark Souls 1, I always brought summons with me. Not because I wasn't able to beat them on my own, but because to me, involving summons was like extra content that I would have missed had I not involved them. And I've heard the take that summons are basically like an optional like easy mode. But to me, I never thought of it like, oh, I'm struggling, so I'm going to grab a summon. I thought of it as this is content that I would be missing out on if I don't use it. Right? That's not a confession. That's a game mechanic. It's a confession that I use the game mechanic. If you're in the Deep South, I feel like drunk guys with guns should be more pressing concern at night than cryptids. Well, maybe I was scared of drunk guys with guns in my dark basement. That sounds like a not very good time. I do mixed martial arts. I would rather get hit in the balls and knocked out than get hit with a solid in the liver. Okay, last stream. Yeah, this is my last one. I'm never streaming again in July. You won't ever see me again for the next like 24 hours. Yes, just as a reminder for anyone who came in after I said this in the beginning, this is not a graduation. This is not me going on hiatus. This is not me like stepping back or anything. I am literally moving. So I need time to move. This has been in the works for like many months at this point, but it's like finally coming to a head in the next like week or two. So I'm going to be super busy in the next like 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. My goal is I get settled within the next like week and a half and then I'm good to go. But that's never how this works. So I'm planning for like 2-3 weeks of probably I'll get out my Lancer videos and my Making a Mega Dungeon series videos. And then maybe like one other. And then I think that might be it. Like no stream, no clips because there won't be streams to clip. Yeah, I'm graduating from civilian to drafted soldier. You hate graduation so much you didn't even graduate from elementary school? I graduated so much. I've told this story, right? How I graduated from therapy. I might not have talked about this because, like, obviously with moving, like I wanted to keep that on the down low until I knew I was going to move. And now I'm at the point where I'm moving. We'll see how well it works out. But so with therapy, I was going to a therapist for like a while and I'm moving. So I tell this to my therapist and I'm like, yeah, at this time, like I'll no longer be able to see you. And they're like, oh, don't worry about it. Like all is well. I'm not like at risk or anything. So we're pogging. And then like my next session with them, my therapist just like, hey, I am leaving this practice. So I'm going to not be able to see you again after like 2 more sessions. And then I'm like, oh, well, that lines up conveniently with the fact that I'm currently moving. And then she's like, yeah, like I didn't think that this would be a big issue with you. Some of my other clients would have issue, but you're already leaving. So it just kind of works out. So before I even left, my therapist broke up with me first and that I solved therapy and that my mental health is officially the best in the world because I graduated from therapy. Give me applause now. I should have added applause to my soundboard. I can do that right now. Can I? Can I do that right now? I mean, I can. Am I smart enough to? I don't think I'm smart enough to. I'm going to wait on that. I'm not going to worry about that right now. My brain is one track. However, it just so happens that the tracks all like loop back on themselves and it looks as though I'm going many different directions, but in reality, it is simply a single track mind. This is my brain. Oh my gosh, it's even brain shaped. Wait, it's even brain shaped. I'm so smart. And then obviously like this is the antenna that everyone has, right? Oh my gosh, I'm so pogging. You never graduated high school straight into USMC? Wow. Will you let us know you're okay in the Discord? Yeah, I'll still probably like... My issue with producing content over the next like couple weeks is that my computer access is going to be spotty. So I'm not going to be able to stream or edit effectively, which is the main reason I am stepping back from like video production and streaming for the next couple weeks. Because you already know, I loathe to take breaks. I am the sort of person who like, I had a broken, like my computer bricked itself, and I had other stuff going on in my life at that same time, and I was still streaming and making content. I just did it without a model because my backup old, like many years out of date laptop was the only thing I had access to. And that didn't have my model. I had to upload a new editing software to that, which it could not run effectively. So like, even in situations where realistically I should just be like, hey, I'm so sorry. Like I won't be able to make content for the next like week or so. I'm so sorry. This is like physically, I'm being held back. I will not have access to my computer. They give the brain a dong. No, that was my antenna. A CBRN Marine. You guys are rare. No, that's the tapeworm. You know, normally I get told when people stop moving. See, that's the thing. My plan was to just not mention this. I figure as much as I value my privacy, which is why I've kept it so like under wraps up until this point, I feel as though letting my audience know that I'm stepping away from content creation for a couple weeks, not because anything bad is happening, but literally just because I physically don't have access to what I need to content create, is probably the right move. As funny as it is, I do want this, by the way. When I post the inevitable, just like, hey, I'm going to take a step back or whatever, like, I want a bunch of comments talking about how I went off to war. That would be so funny. But like, as funny as that is, I don't want legitimate rumors spreading. I want there to legitimately be, from my mouth before I leave, like evidence of like, I'm fine, I will be back, all is well. Do antennas point upwards? Not mine. My antenna are like organic antenna. What are those called? Not whiskers. What are the things that like ants have? Antenna? Yeah, like antenna. Like they go like, so you have like the ant mouth, and it's like these things, right? That's an antenna, right? Or am I completely misremembering? Because like I know an antenna is also like a TV antenna, like a radio antenna. Like, this is my rendition of a radio, because like this is the speaker. How do you like my radio? Would you listen to my radio? And it's like dick-shaped buttons. Just getting some cigarettes and milk. See, that's the thing. What am I leaving to go get? Because like I don't smoke. And I don't really drink milk either. So it doesn't make sense that I'd leave to get either of them. Like, I could be leaving to go get dice. I could be leaving to go get bullets. I could... Oh, no. Well, you know what? I'm leaving to go get my manuscript published. Wink. Wink. Oh, don't worry. I'm just meeting with my editor. Wink. Wink. I'm getting minifigs. To find a new therapist, yes. Listen, just because some of you drink milk does not mean that my bones are of inferior quality to you. I'd be so good at Pictionary. I would suck at Pictionary, I must say. Like, okay. I'm going to play Pictionary with you right now. I don't remember how Pictionary works, so I'm just going to draw something, and I want everyone to guess what it is I'm drawing until you get it right. So like, ignore what noises I'm making. Okay, Dreek got it. It's chicken. Like, this is like the little like rooster thing, and then I was going to go like, you know? I don't know how to draw a chicken. Look at all those chickens. See, that's the thing. I knew people were going to guess like bird, duck, whatever. So now let me try a different one. I'm gonna try a different one, all right? I don't know what noises I'm making. I'm sorry. Is this vocal stimming or is this just kind of like ASMR? Okay, nut. Oh, Dreek, you got it right. I was gonna say it's Oklahoma, but I'm just doing it upside down. Although I think I inversed it. Dreek, how did you get that right? Like, at first I was gonna draw a car, but then I was like, well, no, everyone's gonna guess a car instantly. So what can I do that's the same shape? Okay, one more. Final challenge. Okay. I will say, some of you should know this from stream. Now, let's... I don't want to write any words because I feel like if I write my words, then it will spoiler. So I feel like... Okay, I'll write a single word. No, it's not 6-2. Why is this 6-2-1? I drew a spiky hair guy and an annoyed guy. No. It's hardcore. No, why is it BDSM? No, this is Egghead from Disco Elysium. See, Connor gets it. It's a rave. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. See, Maddie gets it. Like, this is the lungs on his belt. You don't know Egghead? Obviously, you never watched my short where I met Egghead. And he invented Skibbity Riz. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, Egghead. Oh, I have. I forgot I can pop open questions independently. Oh. Let me grab Disco Elysium Egghead. Skibbity, Skibbidanger. I am the rearranger. Egghead, where are you? Egghead. This is Egghead. Here's our boy. I thought those were tubes connecting 621 to something. Why put an electrical socket on his screen? No, this is Egghead. He's got like lines behind him. He's got like the happy face. He's like super upbeat and it's like, yeah! Okay, all of you are uncultured. None of you have played Disco Elysium. Even those of you who have played haven't. Because you didn't play how I played. How I played is that I played as an apocalypse cop who is also a superstar and who dabbled in being an ultra liberal. but who, very importantly, was in fact a member of the homosexual underground and attempted to connect with, so to speak, Kim. And Kim was like, what are you doing? Why are you like this? You played it? You don't remember him? No, I started in an optic dance club where I shut down a drug ring, but let them heal the world via the power of dance. I turned him into a communist. Hardcore comrade. See, that's the thing. I spoke with him and I had the option to turn him into a commie. And I had the option to turn him into a moralist, I think. And he was like, yeah, we will reach the kingdom of consciousness one generation at a time. Yeah. And then everyone's like, no, don't turn Egghead into a moralist. And then he's like, yeah, seize the means of production from the dirty bourgeoisie, hardcore proletariat. Yeah. And then they're like, no, don't turn Egghead into a commie. Incremental change. He's so silly. Although, okay, so I just had the thought, and I don't know how this would manifest, but imagine playing Disco Elysium, but you are as under the influence as Detective Dubois. Like, imagine that. Imagine. You just subject your body and your mind to terrible, like, substances as you play through a game about being afflicted by terrible substances. Do you think you'd be more or less inclined to indulge in such substances? Like, do you think electrochemistry would pick up on that fact? You would not remember a single thing from your playthrough. Maddie, I don't remember a single thing from my playthrough, and I was stone cold sober both in and out of universe. Your liver would never leave your body physically. See, that's the thing. We talked about punching someone's liver. However, you can also just hit them in the liver with drinks. Which, speaking of, what is everyone's favorite drink? That's a very good question. Similarly, in a fight, One-Piss asked me, is it fight, flight, freeze, or fawn? I didn't include fawn because sometimes people do that, sometimes don't. I feel as though fight, flight, or freeze is a better kind of general, but I think in response to specific individuals, in response to other people, fight, flight, freeze, or fawn is a good, like, delineation. All right, so Jeffrey just started chanting Cain. What do I see in the dark? This is not the ogre's domain. How dare you? Oh, maybe I was just like, maybe I was scared of an ogre as a child. Because like ogres are like creatures of darkness. At least in Cain, they have the ability to be completely invisible in the dark and make you see illusions based off your fears in the dark. You like iced milk? Iced milk? Interesting. Tea, any kind? On the Disco Elysium subreddit, I saw someone posting that they were literally playing the game on the Switch while in the hospital for alcohol poisoning. I don't think they were lying. I think they were probably telling the truth, unfortunately. Favorite drink is chalky milk? Okay. Okay. I never got the chalky milk meme. Is it just saying chocolate milk, but calling it chalky milk? Because, like, I've seen, like, 30-year-olds, like, RT Game, like, Daniel RT Game himself, make, like, chalky milk jokes. And I'm just like, I never understood this. Is that the entire joke? Is just mispronouncing chocolate milk, but, like, calling it something, like, cute, like chalky milk? Like, I like chocolate milk. I've talked about this before. When I turned 18, I had this, like, minor realization that, like, wait, I'm an adult now. I can just do things. And I just decided to start having chocolate milk regularly. And then I did. And then I did that for a couple weeks and I was like, wow, this is incredible. And then I stopped having chocolate milk because I didn't actually want chocolate milk. I just liked the idea of being able to do that on my own terms. milk comes from brown. No. So milk. Listen. Everyone says there's a common belief that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. However, that would then mean that milk comes from white cows. Which, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know, but cows are not just white. They are also black. So, what we can surmise is that this would not be an instance where this would be a white cow with brown spots. Rather, it would be a brown cow with black spots. Much like how a normal milk cow is a white cow with black spots. The black spots are the perennial, not the white undertone. And that's what people get wrong. They assume they get their chocolate milk from white cows with brown spots. And I say nay. Much like a horse. Strawberry milk comes from pink cows, yes, but in the same vein, it is pink with black spots. It is not white with pink spots. So many people are led astray by this, and honestly, the American education system has failed them. Critical thinking, my guy. They separate the black milk. The government doesn't want you to have it. Listen, anytime anyone says anything, you can just say, that's what they want you to think. And then when they inquire more, just be like, I don't know, government. Because want to know what? Probably you're not entirely wrong. You're probably like 80% wrong. But for the wildest of conspiracy theories, you're probably like at least 10 to 20% right. Which is kind of scary to think about. Like, there's a meme that I was recently thinking about where it's Big Parma cheese meme. This is a meme I really enjoy where it's Parmigiano Reggiano makers are putting edible microchips the size of a grain of sand into their 90-pound cheese wheels to combat counterfeits. This person responds, Big Parma is putting microchips in people. The lunatics were this close to being exactly right. Like 1 H away. A single character away from being exactly right. Because Big Parma is putting microchips in people. Did you know this? That's what they're trying to hide from you. Do you know about the cheese lobby? I do know about the cheese lobby. However, the cheese lobby, as far as I'm aware, which is, I'm thinking of the cheese vault, where the U.S. government has a or the U.S. cheese reserve is what I'm thinking of, where the U.S. has a reserve of cheese that it uses both to, I believe, like keep the cultures of like how you make cheese alive, but also so that if there's ever a shortage of cheese, they can roll out cheese and ensure that there is not a shortage of cheese. So like, Big Milk does kind of exist. It's not the government, it's they. Listen, when I talk about them and their plans and what they don't want you to know, I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about all my other non-binary streamers, Celerity Dust, Basil, Epoch Smog, myself. All of us don't want you to know things. That's what they don't want you to know. And I'm being respectful, so I'm emphasizing they because you may not have known that they were a them. So I'm going to emphasize their pronoun so that you understand what they prefer. There are two kinds of conspiracy theories, things the US government has admitted to doing in anti-Semitism. I mean, kinda. That's really what it all boils down to. There's a Wendigoon video on the cheese lobbying. Oh my gosh. I don't really watch Wendigoon, but I've seen Wendigoon, you know? Wendigoon is one of those videos where like, if I see he made a video on a topic I'm already interested in, I'll probably click, but I don't really like follow him, you know? And that's me with a lot of those kind of like, I don't even know if he's considered like a video essayist, but like all of those like really, really in-depth, long-form, like Wikipedia rabbit hole kind of videos. I generally don't follow the creator, though I do know about them. I watch their stuff if it's relevant to my interests. For instance, like Jacob Geller is another one. Basically, a lot of the big ones who I know the name of, but I don't really watch them consistently. And that's not like a disrespect to the creator, but it is definitely like, I don't want to pretend like I'm a fan of someone I'm not. I'm very opposed to like, I should not be a content creator. I'm very opposed to clout chasing. I just think it's in poor taste. I think it's in poor form. So I try to avoid like pretending to be someone's friend or like pretending to like be a fan of someone. If I don't know someone, I'll be like, hey, I don't know who they are, but I'm sure they do wonderful things. And then if I don't know someone, I'm just like, or if I do know someone, I'm just like, hey, I know about them, but I don't really watch them consistently. Those two categories are not mutually exclusive. Well, yeah. You believe the government exists? Listen, there are two types of people. People that the government and people that government really makes you think, I'm sorry. That's just what the heck? Okay, so I got a question that I can't select because I think YouTube doesn't like curse words. F, marry, kill for the spirit triad of Werewolf the Apocalypse. So this is the wild, which is the spirit of creation. This is the weaver, which is the spirit of control. As the worm, which is the spirit of destruction. I feel as though wild lends itself to F, weaver lends itself to marriage, and worm lends itself to kill, just because like those are the domains that they hold control over. Like reproduction would be a part of wild, like stasis of a steady relationship would be weaver, and ending of a life would be worm. But like, I don't know. I feel like all of these, I look at them and I'm like, but I can fix them, you know? Like, am I the red flag here? That I look at the incarnation of destruction and I'm like, nah, I can fix it. Nah, it's a project of mine. The wormer break the bed, and ain't that what everyone wants? Okay. Not everyone wants that. However, I don't disagree. It made me think only for a second, but still. Wendigoon is the raccoon in my trash can that it gives me newspaper scraps occasionally. We love that. Mary Weaver, F Wild, kill. See, that's what I'm saying. I feel like the correct answer, the spiritually correct answer, would be FMK, right? Because the wild deals with effing, the weaver deals with emming, the worm deals with K-ing. However, like, the weaver's kind of into like, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. No. I'm not gonna dox myself. Is it bad? I'm considering like marriage for the wild. Well, no, Rat, like, I'm kind of with you. Like, they would each give a very different experience. So, okay, question. How would you feel for F, M, K? Kill the Weaver. Because the Weaver kind of caused all the modern problems that we're dealing with right now. Marry the Wild and F the Worm. Like, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Before you say anything, Weaver, it's controlling. I don't like that. I'm not a fan. It is the cause of like all modern strife, and the reason you pay taxes is the Weaver. And that alone is like, oof, it's gotta go. The Wild would keep things interesting. Spontaneity. It's always making new things. Also, if we're going under the logic that effing is a part of marriage, if that's something that you want, or if you want a family, if you want kids, if you want to procreate, if you want creativity and spontaneity, that's a pretty good partner, I must say. Now, you would have to kind of be like a stabilizing force for them, but that would be like marrying someone who is constantly like charging your battery. There's someone who's constantly pushing you forward. There's someone who constantly is like energizing you. And then, like, I guess the Worm is left. Like, I guess the Worm is left. Nothing about like breaking the bed or anything. F all of them. M the Reaper. Delete yourself. Wait, so when you say the Reaper, do you mean like the Grim Reaper? The Worm into some crazy stuff, y'all sounding insane. Okay, I'm not gonna delve into this too much because I don't want this to be a huge conversation. Though I do think, actually, that's F-Worm is a curiosity. No, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Don't feel Reaper. Okay, so I might have to kill the Worm. I mean, then I would have to F the Weaver, which, like, you know, I mean, it's also disappointing. I might have to kill the Worm. Because while the Weaver is responsible for taxes, someone brought up, like, systemic discrimination. I don't know if that's Weaver or if that's Worm. Because, yes, it is institutional, which lends itself to the Weaver. And yes, it keeps those in power. Again, the Weaver, stasis. But it also works towards destroying the bonds of society. It actively harms community, which is the breaking down of the existing structure and systems and institutions over time, which is short-sighted and the Worm. So, like, I don't think I could reasonably F either the Worm or the Weaver until I know which one is responsible for like systemic discrimination, and then I would like put them away, right? The Weaver's definitely top. Lancer, hear me out. Wrong answers only. Every Horus mech. Reason. Flesh. Just like SSC. Reason. Meat cockpit. Hear me out. Raw. How would that work? How would Raw work? But like mechanically, like logistically, Raw is like math. And you presumably are a human. So like Like, do you know what I'm saying? Not accepting questions? Okay, understood. FMK, Kindred, Garo, Mages. FMK, Kindred, Garo, Mages? Is this really what this stream has become? Just FMK. I feel as though I have to kill the kindred. Surprisingly, okay, so the kindred are going to be toxic. It doesn't matter how much they care about you. It doesn't matter how much you love them. It doesn't matter who they were in life. A kindred is going to be toxic to you. So you have to just take them out of the picture. But like, I feel as though a lot of people would say Garo and then Mage. And the reason that like you would keep this up is because like, oh, K and K, M and M. But also like the Mage is a human. The Garo, I feel like a lot of people would see that and be like, oh, you're going Krynos form, are ya? Which like you probably don't want in that circumstance, but maybe you do. I'm not going to judge. However, what if Mage and Garo, with the reasoning that a Garo inherently is a protector? A Garo is someone that's going to like stand with you and protect you, but also like encourage you. The Garo is going to push for you to be someone who like makes a change on the world. The Mage is going to give you like the best night of your life and then never call you twice, right? You're never hearing back from that Mage after they used like spatial anomalies to do stuff you didn't think was possible because it wasn't possible, right? But like the Garo, while it would rock your world for like a single night, I feel like the Garo is, stereotypically speaking, of course, the more ideal partner. Whereas the Mage is kind of just like completely depends on the person. Time loop again. Rat. Oh my gosh. I didn't even think of that. So you're abandoning us for Garo or Mages? Wait, what do you mean abandoning you? Oh, because like it's the idea of I'm leaving to go with my other. I'm leaving my community to go with. I'm going on my hoe arc with the World of Darkness creatures. Okay, hot take. I think changelings should act like changelings. Their whole thing, again, they're wild aligned. They're whimsical. I feel like they would be the ideal partner. Because with a changeling, if you live your life and like you're married to them, they can feed off of the glamour you give off if they encourage you. Right? So it's in their best interest to keep you creative. It's in their best interest to encourage you and to have you pursue your interest. I feel like the changeling, purely mutualistically, like I'm thinking from like an arrow ace perspective, like you have to marry one of them. It's not about love. It's not about caring about them. What is just the best cost benefit relationship? Like a kindred would ghoul you. A mage would probably have paradox that would like get you exploded. A Garo, not the worst option actually. Like Garo are pretty pog, but they'd probably die after like 10 years. A changeling though would just push you to be your best self and pursue your interests, which is kind of pog. Garo and kindred are two different types of toxic. Yeah, but have you considered that? I'm not gonna say that. I'm on thin ice. I just got monetized. I need to. Okay, one of these days, I'm safe for work. I need an After Dark segment at some point. That would be so funny. I need an After Dark section at some point to say all of the things I refuse to say on stream. Kindred and Garo Yaoi, that's just your average game of World of Darkness. Like, tell me a single game of World of Darkness where a Garo and a Kindred were involved and there was not at least like Yaoi subtext, right? Patreon, Patreon would be. I could do a members stream. That would actually be a really good reason to become a member, is that you get access to After Dark streams where it's still safe for work. It's just me being unhinged. Make an ad section. Oh my gosh. Arrow After Dark would be so fun. The kindred turning you into a ghoul seems like a toxic dependency thing. See, that's the thing. Turning you into a ghoul actually is not that bad. It's the blood bond. That's the kicker. The issue with being ghouled is that you probably are going to be subjected to a blood bond, which a blood bond is basically, it's not quite mind control, but it's you suddenly completely change your opinion of a person. You will excuse their actions. You will care about them more than you did before. You might love them. You might admire them. You might respect them. But it's all artificial. It's all because of the blood. Being a ghoul of someone is a power dynamic, but is not inherently involving the blood bond. I think you could, depending on the kindred, have a halfway healthy relationship between a kindred and a ghoul, assuming the ghoul is like unable to be bonded. But the issue with that is that if you drink from someone directly 3 times, you get blood bonded. And in order to be a ghoul, you have to drink their blood. And you have to do this once a month. Meaning, after 3 months, you're probably going to get bloodbound unless the kindred goes out of their way to like bleed themselves, put it in a cup, give it to you, and then you drink from the cup, right? Exactly. Consent is very important in all things. Arrow would just be me dropping the occasional F-bomb. Okay, so fun fact. You know how I don't curse? And how I think that maybe the only time on this channel I have cursed is when I am reading something verbatim. Yeah, I think that's literally it. Because I'm thinking of like the video I released, the voiceover of the like sit rep, where like it's a guy in an Everest in like a fight against like a lich with like goblins and whatever. Like I censored all that for YouTube, but this is solely to usurp Rat as the top chat. I think it's 100 XP per $1. I don't know. Personally, I keep forgetting how I can actually alter the top chat thing. I personally don't like it because I don't like the idea of ranking my chatters. I like all of you equally except for DP, because DP is the reason I'm leaving. Coward? Oh my gosh. Let's not get into an arms race spending money. As much as I would appreciate getting flush with cash, I don't want y'all to feel obligated to pay. Could a human diablerize a vampire to basically become a ghoul by choice? Okay, so no. But there are so-called like free ghouls who their whole thing is that they'll go around and be like, hey, Maddie, you're a vampire. You're a kindred. I'll do this thing for you if you give me a vial of your blood. And then you give me a vial of your blood, and I'm like, Pog. And then I go over to Shadow and I say, hey, Shadow, you're a kindred. I'll do this other thing for you if you give me a vial of your blood. And then I'm like, awesome. And then I drink your blood. So basically, once a month, I'm getting blood from different kindred so I don't develop a blood bond. That's called a free ghoul, or like ghouls that like don't have a blood bond on them. Isn't there an official hunter who does that? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. You have disposable income. Make sure to dispose that on yourself, though. Make sure to take care of yourself first, and then your friends and loved ones, and then worry about like throwing it for a silly contest on the internet. But yes, I am someone who I don't curse really ever. So even if I was to do like an after dark section where it's like me talking about unhinged stuff, I wouldn't even like be randomly like cursing or whatever. That's just not in my vocabulary. Which like, I think it would be really funny to do something like an after dark or like an NSFW thing or an 18+ thing where I'm still not cursing. I'm still like, I'm just myself. It just happens to be about subject matter that is not appropriate for younger audiences. So I label it like as such. I think that would be really funny. if I just talk about something like, yeah, we're going to talk about like, I don't know, like positivity in that space, right? But the entire time I never say like a bad word. The entire time I just like dance around it because that's just my personality. NSFW stream and you make your model stand on a spinny office chair. Oh, whoa. Okay, I'm of the opinion, I've said this before, I think NSFW, despite the fact I use it so much as a descriptor, I think it's actually a really bad indication. I think we should get more into NSFW and NSFL, which is this is not safe for work, this is not safe for life. Generally, not safe for work is something that is not appropriate for individuals under the age of 18, whether that is because it is explicit, or because it depicts acts of extreme violence, or because it is dealing with subject matter that would be inappropriate for the workplace. Broadly speaking, my stream is like NSFW because you should not be watching this at work, right? If you're watching me at your work, you'll probably get in trouble at your work unless you have a work where you have lots of downtime and it's just killing time, right? Not safe for life tends to be more like, these are things that are either illegal or like extreme, like gore, it depicts death, r/watch people die was something that was not safe for life, like back in the day. Like Live Leak, all these terrible sites that were all about like watching people die and whatever. So these are two descriptions that each mean you should not, like, don't click on this unless you're in an area where you want to watch it, and also you won't get in trouble for watching it. I feel like we need more describers, because like, if someone's looking for like to get their rocks off, so to speak, and they click on something NSFW and it's someone like whose leg is missing, I don't think they'd appreciate that. Similarly, not a lot of people use NSFL. They mostly use that in response to like really just hardcore stuff. So if something is like something you never want to see in your entire life because it's super gross, and then someone marks it not safe for work, you might click on it and be like, oh, gross. I feel like 18 plus is a good indicator for explicit things. NSFW is generally things you wouldn't want your boss to see, and NSFL is Live Leak, yeah. NSFL stream welding without eye protection, no! I never curse. What about the times where you wish plague upon all of our houses? Okay. Fine. I never cuss. I was about to say I never swear, but like I swear all the time. I'm like, I swear I'll get revenge on you and your little dog too, right? Like I say that all the time. Oh, speaking of cursing, my roommate did not know about Courage the Cowardly Dog King Ramses, which if you don't know, I'm so sorry that I'm going to ruin your day. So this is King Ramses from Courage the Cowardly Dog. And my roommate was like, oh yeah, I know what Courage the Cowardly Dog is. And I asked them if they knew what King Ramses was. And they were like, no. And I'm like, oh, let me show you. And then I showed them and they're like, what am I looking at? And then I explained, return the slab or suffer my curse. See, my people understand. This is okay. Actually, to go back real quick. What do I see in the dark? When I was younger, I was scared of King Ramses. I thought I would see King Ramses in the dark and he would tell me to return the slab. When I was younger, I thought in the darkness I might come across King Ramses and he would tell me to return the slab or suffer his curse. No, Courage was weird. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Would I have a slab to return? No. That was my issue. My issue was not being informed to return the slab. My issue was being informed to return a slab that I did not have, meaning I would then have to suffer his curse. Which is like the real equalizer of worlds. I don't think you're understanding this. My fear was not that Ramses would like punish me for taking his slab. My fear was that I had no slab to return. I think you're misunderstanding my priorities as a child. That episode scared you? Yeah. Courage the Cowardly Dog was before my time. Don't say that. I understand Courage the Cowardly Dog was like in the 2000s, and there are people who are in chat right now who were probably born. Again, don't dox yourself. If you are under the age of 18, I will delete your message if you reveal how old you are. However, there are people who were born in like 2007 who are legal adults. And that's so wild to me. Yeah. Like there are people who were born in the year 2007 who, as of right now, are old enough to get drafted, like I am next week. Goodbye. I'm leaving forever. Yeah, I didn't start watching television until 2034. You're born in 01, vaguely remember that show? See, that's the thing, right? Oh my gosh, I told you about this last stream, but I have to tell you again. Did you know that if you were born in the year 2000, you were part of the 20th century? I learned this like last week, and I'm still shocked. I always assumed that the year 2000 was the first year of the 21st century. More than half of people in 2007. Oh my gosh. The iPhone is old enough to vote. That's... Okay, speaking of, has anyone here... I suppose... So my audience demographic says, roughly speaking, like 30 to 40% of my audience is like 20 or 18 to 25. And then another like 30 to 40% is like 25 to 35. How many of you have not seen the iPhone reveal, the original Steve Jobs revealing the very first iPhone? Because I don't remember watching it when it very first came out, but since then I have since looked it up, and unironically, it is a fantastic like marketing pitch. But it's also an extremely, like, unironically super important record of, I would argue, one of the biggest inflection points in modern technology. Because the introduction of the very first iPhone was the introduction of the very first touchpad phone, where you didn't need a stylus, it had no buttons, it was all screen that would digitally have buttons for you, which was not only the ability to like have no buttons, which was revolutionary at the time, it was also a internet search device in your pocket, which up until that point, you had like an iPod for music, you had a phone for calling, and you might have a like PDA for contact or whatever, or PDA for, I can't remember what PDAs were for, but basically like you would have different devices for different things, and the iPhone is basically a consolidation of multiple different devices and access to the internet with, I believe it was 3G at the time, which like is wild. That cutting edge 2007 technology was like 3G. And then I remember like LTE was the big one. And then like 5G, which I still have a meme because I used this in a video. Because I have like a registry of like all of the different images I've used in videos because I just don't delete them regularly after I use them. But one of them I have is the 5G horse. A horse made of 5G energy has been appearing on our lawn and staring at our home. Worried for family. We are not vaccinated. This meme is so silly to me. You gotta go. Enjoy. Enjoy, Shadow. How dare you not refer to everyone? That's easy to type was a game changer. Oh my gosh. Like, for those of you who don't know, when you had an old phone, you would have like a keypad, right? And have you ever seen on a keypad where it says like, actually, let's zoom in a bit. Have you ever seen a keypad where it would be like 1, 2, 3, but then beneath it will be like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So the reason this was a thing is because when typing, you would have to click. If you wanted to type, I don't know. If you want to type the word, let's type bed. You would have to type 1 twice because it would have to be A and then B. So that'd be B. And then you have to type E, so 2 twice. And then you would have to type D twice. Or was it, I can't remember, was it caps was first or caps was second? Because depending on capitalization, you had to click it a different amount of times. It's like when you see 877 cash now. Exactly. Which is, I don't know. I feel like the age of infomercials is dead. Or maybe I'm just not watching TV, because I don't watch TV, but like I don't really see infomercials much anymore. I see ads, which are like, go to our website, but I don't really see infomercials which are like, call now at our 800 number, 800 go to war, 800 bullet, 800 paper leaf. If you wanted numbers with letters, because oh my gosh. Is that the evil and intimidating horse? It's a haunts. That's what I think of when I think, like, that is Uma Musume. Wait, so what if I make, question for you. So if I just like 5G horse, sorry, I yawn. 5G horse plus like Juan. How would these fare in the horse racing Pretty Derby? Uma Musume, right? How would these fare in a horse race? Because they have 4 legs and most of the horses only have 2. I feel like the 4 legs would be an advantage. Thanks for the ASMR. It's not ASMR. It's I'm gonna yawn. I'm gonna mute next time. I'm gonna mute next time I yawn because I feel embarrassed every time I do it. All this letters by typing numbers is stuff I've only heard of a while ago. Honestly, like, I remember that was still a thing. Even on Super Smash Bros. Brawl for the Wii. Like, that was still a thing. Like, I remember also on, like, the Wii when making a custom map. Sorry, I yawned and I muted myself this time because I felt embarrassed. I'm tired. I have not been sleeping well. But when you made a custom map, you would type out the name of it and you would have to use like this now antiquated style of typing, despite the fact that on a touchpad, on the Wii, you really didn't need to, because that was what was customary at the time. People of that time period would type faster with the multi-typing because that's what they grew up on. That's what they learned. So they adapted. And that's also how text speak happened. Like, if you ever wondered why see you later happened, is partially because of like Morse code, but also because minutes and characters and just typing was inconvenient. It was text speak evolved by the constraints of technology at that time. You Helldivers 2 stratagem menu to redo your flat tire. Talk to you later. Enjoy. You used to play the Wii all the time. See, that's the thing. When I think, like, I grew up with mostly Nintendo consoles. Sorry. Mostly Nintendo, which ranged from like the N64 through, I mean, strictly speaking, I have a Switch, but like, I don't consider having grown up on the Switch. Like, I grew up with the N64. I grew up with the GameCube. I grew up with the Wii. We never had a Wii U, and then we eventually got a Switch. But like, I didn't have like a PlayStation. I didn't have an Xbox. I grew up with people arguing about like Halo versus COD on PlayStation versus Xbox, and I was just like, oh, okay. I never had those. Oh, okay. Gonna speak entirely in telegraph shorthand now? Do it. Oh, lol, talk to you later, shake my head, etc. Exactly. Yeah, nobody had a Wii U. Exactly. When I come back from the war, will I tell you what triggers my shell shocks that we can use as donations? When I come back from the war, will I tell you what triggers my shell shock so you can make it a sound routine for donation? It's just popcorn and fireworks. I'm so tired. Like, I've got like 6 hours of sleep, and I have not been sleeping well before then. So that is my life. My life is r/no sleep. You remember Elite Speak? No, I do not remember Elite Speak, and I don't want to remember it. I use my phone to control my lights. Oh, wow. What's my favorite type of place I've lived? I actually haven't lived in, I mean, strictly speaking, I've lived in a couple. Like, I've lived in a home. I've lived in an apartment. I've lived in a townhouse / condo. I don't know if it's considered a condo. I don't know what a condo is. A condominium. Like, I've lived in a townhouse. Growing up, I was in a home, but my grandmother had a townhouse. So then later in life, I had the opportunity to live at a townhouse. I was like, sure. So I lived at a townhouse, and honestly, it's like a home, but they take care of the outside, which is pretty pog. Like, yeah, you have to worry about like being connected to your neighbors on either side. And I'm very much not a neighbor person. I'm very much the sort of person who's just like, when I walk by my neighbor, I'm like, hey, and then I just continue with my day. But outside of that, it's really just like a more narrow house. Right? So for those of you who don't know, a house will be like freestanding. It'll have like a plot of land around it. Right? Meanwhile, a townhome will be one giant building that has a series of homes, like all built next to each other. So there is like a building here, and there's a building here, and there's a building here, and there's a building here, and they're all physically connected. But they aren't like apartments, right? And generally you'll have it be like, it's like a 2-story townhome, or it's like a 3-story, or it has a basement or whatever. My grandmother had one of these. I always liked it. So since then, I was just like, hey, that's pretty pog. The apartment, I didn't hate, particularly because this was back when I was like at uni. I was at an apartment right by my university, and there was also an in-unit gym on property, which meant I was able to go to the gym for free? Well, obviously it was part of rent, but like I could go to a gym, and it was like a 2-minute walk. So I was going to the gym multiple times a week because it was right there. So all of them have their pros and cons. Like, if you're a homeowner, you have to worry about that kind of stuff. You have to worry about landscaping, and if the pipes burst, you have to pay a plumber. Like, if you're renting out a townhouse or an apartment, you don't have to handle that, but you're also at the whims of whoever is in charge of handling that. And then, I don't know, I'm not someone who cares much about, like, I want my home to be a representation of me. I'm not someone who's like, I want this to be my perfect little kingdom that has to represent me and serve all my needs. I want it to be safe. I want it to be comfortable. I want it to have good internet access. And aside from that, we're pogging. Like, I know a lot of people say this, I don't necessarily disagree. Just a cabin in the woods that happens to have like really good like connection to the internet, I'd kind of be set. I really don't think I'm that high maintenance personally. My spirit really do be pogging in the immaterium. Where is that a silent scream for help, or is that an expression of whimsy and amusement at an uncaring universe? Who can tell? But like, all I'm gonna say is that out of all of the Eldari gods, Kegarak, the laughing god of the Harlequins, is one of the few who survived. So clearly, clowns got game. I could not live in the woods. I hear one stick breaks. Oh my gosh. I'm not that jumpy. I'm not quite that jumpy. However, I think, I don't know. I am someone who, when it comes to like a community of like a neighborhood, I'm not super big on like, oh, I want to be like a member of the HOA and blah, 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 blah. I'm just kind of like, I want to do my own thing and you can do your thing and we can do our own things next to each other. And if I have a problem or if you have a problem, you can reach out to me and I will assist you. Otherwise, don't bother me. Right? Like, that's just kind of how I am as a person. So I'm very much down with the idea of maybe not like multiple hours removed from people, but just kind of like out of the way in my own corner. Like, you might have heard me refer to this before. Like, I've talked about how I don't want to be like an A-list, like super famous celebrity kind of deal. And I don't think I would be, but I do kind of like the idea of having like my own little corner of the internet. I like having my own little community. I like having this thing that we built. I like being able to share my passions with you and you can share your passions with me and you can set up games with one another. And it's not 100,000 people or 1 million people or 10 million people. It is just people, right? It's 10,000, which is way more than I ever thought, but it's people. I'm very New York coded. I'm very open about the fact that I am from the New York area. And of course, by the New York area, I'm saying anywhere within like a 2-hour radius of New York City, because that covers such a large area and most of the Northeast that I feel comfortable saying that without like doxing myself. I'm not saying, oh, I live in Buffalo or I live in Newark or I live in Albuquerque, like, or Philadelphia. Like, I'm not saying a place I live in. I'm just saying a general area. Hey, I'm walking in. Forget about it. Hey. Yeah, if you try that in New York, you will be told to stop. Like, that's the thing, right? If you've never been to New York City, or even just New York in general, like the Northeast, this is mostly a thing in New York City, but like the Northeast, people find it rude to waste time. It is considered impolite to be polite, so to speak. Because in the Northeast, which is not true for most of the US, which I was shocked to learn. This was actually real culture shock that I had. In like Seattle, in Tennessee, in like Nashville, in like New Orleans, any of these other places, if you go to a store, you're expected to chat with the cashier. They'll ask how you're doing. What are you doing here? If you're at a gas station, they'll ask who you are. What brings you here? Chat you up. Because that is considered polite. They are demonstrating interest in you, even if they don't actually care. In the Northeast, it's the exact opposite. I don't care if you have been here every single day for the past like month. I want to get you out of here as soon as possible so that you can continue with your day. Now, if like our personalities are the sort that will chat, that's different. But generally, the connection that someone in the Northeast will have with like a shopkeep or a gas station attendant, or anyone who is not someone that they have a like personal relationship with, is very terse, I would say, is the best way of describing it. And in New York City specifically, if you are wasting someone's time, you will frustrate people because that is considered rude. Whereas if you need help, people are more than happy to assist you. They will just tell you in as little words as possible, as quickly as possible, to get on with their day. The idea being is they don't want to waste your time giving you like the history of the town. They want to tell you, all right, so you're going to go up there, take a left. When you see the pizza shop, you take a right, and then it should be on the street where you're walking. If you see the statue, you've gone too far. And then they walk away. That's how directions work up here. Because they don't want you to hear a bunch about the history of the town or get to know you or whatever. Like, it's very much like, I'm going to respect your time and you're going to respect mine. I dash-owned myself live. Here's my exact address, location, zip code, internet strangers. Surely you'll do nothing dubious with these intentions. Yeah, homelessness is not easy to deal with. Explicitly because there are so many systems in place that rely on you having an address. Because it's assumed to be such a common thing. And if you don't have one, it's very hard to get one. Because oftentimes an address requires another address. Terse and brusque. Huh? That's crazy to me. I just want to get out of a shop ASAP. Why talk to people? Just buy yourself. That's the thing. Shero, I went my entire life when I was like in my time in the Northeast of just like, yep, it is customary to enter a shop. I tell them what I need. They tell me how much it is. I give them what they're owed. And then I walk away, and like, I have since started being like, have a nice day. Enjoy your day. Have a lovely day. Whatever good wishes I can wish, which I generally get that from customer service because customer service are told to say that. They'll be like, have a nice day. And I'll be like, have a nice day too. But as I'm walking away, right? As I am leaving, I return the well wishes because I don't want to take their time. I don't want them to take my time. Have I heard of the High Elves? They're like roaming Morrowind NPCs. Oh my gosh. I think I would have enjoyed when I was working in retail more if I lived there. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you still have people who will yap at you. And you still have to like fake interest as retail. You still have to engage with people on the level of like socializing. Because it doesn't matter where you are in the world, there's going to be people who align with the like zeitgeist of where they are and people who go against it. In the Northeast, it just so happens that people who are yappy, who are chatty, who want to talk to you are going to be in the minority. But like, if you're in like Oregon, if you're in California, if you're in like Utah or Alabama or South Dakota, all of these different places, even though like some of them are on the West Coast, some of them are in the South, some of them are in the Midwest, all of them are going to have people who are just like, pleasant day. Like, what brings you here? Oh, you're a new face. Are you new around town? Oh, well, you gotta hit up this one spot. It's just the absolute best in town. Like, oh, you don't like barbecue? What are you interested in? Like, they'll just have a conversation. And to me, that kind of like makes my blood boil a bit. I'm not gonna lie. Because I come from an environment where it's very transactional. Which is so, like, it's wild to me. And then obviously, like, on top of this, this is not a US specific thing. This is very, like, dependent on where you are in the world. Like, for instance, like, we're going to have a Brazil mention. Brazil tends to be very conversational. Tends to be very like, hey, before we do business, let's chat. Let's get a drink. Let's get to know each other. I don't want to make a deal with you until I like you. Same thing with like Italy and the Mediterranean countries tend to be like, hey, we want to get into business together. Come meet my family. Let's have dinner together. Like, oh, like, you know someone at a wine tasting place, let's go taste wine together. Despite the fact we only met yesterday and we're going to never speak again in a week, right? It's just culturally, those tend to be areas where that's more the case. And I believe like Northern Europe and like Northwestern Europe tends to similarly be more of this like terseness, where they just kind of like want you to do your thing and leave. So I live in the Midwest, so everyone is chilled out, probably over 40, and will literally spend a good 45 minutes to talking to strangers. My family from California are tripped out by it. Yeah. And that's the thing. I feel like probably the Midwest, I'm going to say like the worst offender. It's not a bad thing. It's not bad, but it is something that like, if you're not used to it, is weird. I feel like the Midwest is probably the worst offender, followed by like the American South. Then I would probably say like the American Southeast, then the West, and then the Northeast. Right? Because broadly speaking, like in the US, there is like the West, the Midwest, or I'll count Texas as South. South. Right? Maybe a little bit more for Midwest. So it's like, right? So broadly speaking of like the Northeast, the Southeast, South, the Midwest, and the West. Some people divide the West, North, and South. I think the Midwest needs to be divided further. The Midwest covers like 15 states, which is wild. Some would say it is the Wild West. Laugh for me. Laugh. You're from the New York area. You grew up 2 blocks and 15-minute bus ride from New York City. Honestly, I kind of love New York. Like, my most recent exposure to it was rescuing my roommate's phone from New York City, but I love New York City. It's like, despite the fact it's so loud, and despite the fact it is so, like, I don't know, busy, it's oddly peaceful to me. And maybe that's just because that was always the city to me. When I thought of the city, I thought of New York City because that was the biggest city in like the nearby like 2-hour radius. I always appreciated it. And that's why, like, if I ever become super famous, I will want to do something in New York City and just be like, hey, New York. Which I don't plan to be, but I think it would be really fun to like have some sort of event where I show up in New York City. I'm just like, hey, I'm back. I love you. And then New York City would be like, oh, another tourist saying, I love New York City. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. Because I will say, if you have one of those shirts where it's like, I heart New York City, you're being judged. I will tell you. Like, yes, it is touristy, and yes, it's like kitschy. You are also being judged independent of that. Like, independent of the fact that you're like presenting yourself as a tourist, it's not a good look. No one likes it. The only part where it's different is Chicago. That's expected to be from one of the biggest cities in the country. Yeah. Can't believe you're graduating. Listen, I'm graduating from my civilian life into a life of military service. I have a Heart NYC hat. I've never been to the US. Listen, it's only kitschy if you're in the city. If you're out of the city, then it's kind of funny. Like, if I go to London and I'm dripped out in like I Heart NYC merch, that's funny. I go to like Hong Kong and I'm just like wearing an I Heart NYC hat and an I Heart NYC shirt. That's funny to me personally, but also I have a terrible sense of humor that no one likes. What is my favorite type of, or hypothetically, if I drew another arrow sticker, what should it be? I feel like it has to be Aeropog. We have not had an Aeropog this whole time. I don't even know if Spectre's here, but like, we have not had an Aeropog. And also, I think Aero, like Tsundere. I feel like the two niches that we haven't really fulfilled are me pogging in excitement and me like rejecting your affection but still appreciating it, right? Because we kind of have that. We have that a little bit with the chibi that Honey made me from VHive. But this is more like annoyed. This isn't really like embarrassed. I think that like this, but kind of blushing, like this plus the folds would be kind of good as a Ero Tsundere one. But I feel as though another option is pogging. I suggest the absolute. Okay, but me with absolute cinema would go so hard. Aerobe Solute Cinema. So it would be Aerobe Salute Cinema, or would it be Absolute Cinemero? An iHeart NYC in London, Ohio would be very fun. Okay, get out. That's even worse than what I was saying. Oof, work calls. If today is my graduation stream, will you come back in a new form as a new VTuber? Yes, I will come back as someone who is changed after the war, TM. I did things that I will remember for the rest of my days, and they will haunt my dreams. Also, new model debut. Like, imagine that, like, someone unironically, like, goes off to war, or, like, goes off to do some, like, really important stuff that they have to, like, step away from content creation for, and they come back and they're like, hey, I have PTSD now. Also a new model, but PTSD. Arrows leaving V Shoujo, you know it. This will be a quick message, taking a quick break, taking down a former pig pen. Have fun and stay safe. See you later. Enjoy, Ixris. Obligatory VTuber lore spiel. Okay, like, I have something I would think would be fun to release, which is just a little, like, grilling session I have, where it's me as, like, a mob boss, like, basically interviewing you, and just being like, so, you want to join this organization? Roll a die. If you get a nat 20, you're in. Or like, if you get above a 10, you're in. If you get under a 10, well, I'm going to have to deliver a high velocity rejection to your temple. Imagine someone goes to war and then comes back as an anime girl with all the trauma still there. What's the meme? It's a Lancer meme where it's like blue collar trucker, like mech girl who has like an old school, basically just like 18 wheeler on legs, talking to a war-torn trauma PTSD written anime girl. That sounds like serving the Navy. Yep. The Navy's got anime girls. Imagine. Well, actually, like, the US military has already used VTubers to recruit. So, like, do we think there are any Navy-sanctioned VTubers? You do that job interview. I trust my luck to do well. I don't trust my skill to keep it. Oh. I'll just say this. Remember that competence is domain specific. I had an instance where I was working in a position where I felt extremely underqualified, and then eventually I ended up leaving the position because I was not connecting with it, and I did not feel, it wasn't just that I wasn't feeling any value from it. It was that I was not good at it. I was struggling at it. I was not performing well because it was like, it was a position that I wasn't good at. It was like corporate. And since then, I have started this silly thing called like video editing and yapping, where I'm not making bank. I'm not like, I'm just gonna be real with you. This cannot pay rent by itself. However, I am at the point where I think I'm more successful than a lot of people. And that's not because I'm special or because I'm cooler than anyone. That's just because my competence aligns with stuff like video editing and script writing and yapping and holding an audience. And while I'm not like better than anyone, I'm certainly better than I was when I was in this other position that was completely misaligned with my skills. So if you ever feel like, oh, I don't have the skill to keep this, consider, what do you have the skills for? And if your response is, oh, nothing, I'm useless. First of all, no. And the reason I can say no is because I thought that too. And I'm here before you right now doing what I feel is a wonderful thing. If not for you, it's wonderful for me. But it's also just demonstrably untrue that any individual has zero skills. Because if you had zero skills, you would have like died at birth because you wouldn't have figured out how to walk. You were once a pathetic tiny baby, and now you are a pathetic large person. Now just drop the pathetic, and you'll just be a person. Arrow brings hope. Arrow brings hope at gunpoint. I hope you know. This is not encouragement. This is a threat. Incorrect, the Navy's where all the yaoi goes. Oh no, all the yaoi goes to the Navy because the Navy has a reputation for yaoi. Because they cared less about yaoi in the Navy during the war, meaning that yaoi was allowed to flourish, so now there's a reputation for yaoi. Like, yaoi leads to yaoi in the Navy. Imagine being competent at something couldn't be me. See, Maddie, I already knew you were going to say that. I will say, constantly putting yourself down is not only bad for your mental health, it's also bad luck. It makes you seem like you are being dismissive and mean and rude. And I know how much being a good person who doesn't impose on others is important to you, to all of you. So you need to remember that whenever you're being mean to yourself, other people are looking at you and assuming that you're dismissive and mean. So in order to keep up appearances of being nice and being the good person I know you want to be, you're not allowed to be dismissive towards yourself. Or I'm going to mess with Rorston. Yo, hit me up. Like, I will absolutely back you up however needed. Is that the DM I just received? Oh my gosh. I have an idea for where I want to grow. The trouble is that I'm so tired that all the time I spend is either maintaining myself or recharging. I mean, honestly, that's a struggle I have right now. I have a struggle right now where I'm super tired. I'm super, like, stuck. I'm super struggling. But I have made great care to maintain my schedule as best I can. To tread water even in times where, like, I'm dealing with other stuff. I'm currently really not having a good time with, like, I'm not sleeping well. Like, I'm preparing to move. Like, it's all of this nonsense that's going on. And you don't have to be better than you were yesterday if you keep yourself from becoming worse. Right? And sometimes that's what matters, because then just the knowledge of being like, well, I spent this past week really struggling, but I managed to get all of my responsibilities done, and I got to play a game like 2 nights out of last week. I'm really enjoying that. Suddenly that gives you more energy than you thought you had. You level up, so to speak. Oh, right. No, I'm sorry. You're right, Wiffle. This is my YouTube chat. My YouTube chat is for cowards who are scared of the gun. Want to know what I need? I need to multi-stream. But I need to, on my YouTube stream, have it be that, like, my gun is, like, covered over by the demonetized symbol on YouTube, but it's still present on the Twitch stream. So, Squeebles, are you trying to get me to do this right now? We need a PNG of you Soyjack pointing. Oh my gosh. I have a 3D model. I don't think I can Soyjack point. I can have Soyjack's point. Like this. Replace it with a finger gun like 4Kids. Yeah, I'll just point at you. Because everyone knows about that, right? Like the 4Kids Yu-Gi-Oh! Finger gun. Nope, that's a Supreme gun. Like, these were guns that were drawn over. When I have a... Yeah, so I'll do it after stream. Just shoot me a reminder in like 5 hours? 4 hours? Chatting on Twitch is so much nicer. See, that's the thing. On Twitch, I threaten my chat with firearms. And they like it. On YouTube, we've established... So for context. No, I know. Yeah, the lollipops instead of cigarettes. Exactly. So we've established that over on Twitch, like, y'all are my goons that I can order around to cause incredible violence. Here on YouTube, y'all are like my fixers. Y'all are my money people. Y'all are my like front that I have up to appear to be a reputable business, whereas on Twitch, like, y'all are just like the assassins. Everyone who's here right now who is also on Twitch, y'all are the liaisons between the two branches. Y'all are some of the most important members of the organization. Yes, you goon, as in you are like, yeah, see, you wanna sleep with the fishes? Yeah. I can't go that high. Like, I used to be able to go that high. I don't know what the deal is. I think it's because like I'm currently in like a mid-range register, and I could go way higher, like to a skeleton voice, but I just don't feel it right now. As a first-time viewer, I feel like I need to ask, what should I expect from this community and you in general? Well, have you seen my YouTube content, or is this stream your first exposure? Because I will say, my streams are much more chaotic than my YouTube videos. And for whatever reason, and I think the reason is because much like a tea kettle, you need to let off steam. And in Twitch, my chat gets to let off steam by shooting people. But here they don't. So my YouTube streams often be far more chaotic than my Twitch streams. The Chicago style mod, exactly. I've seen a few shorts. This is my first time hopping in a stream. Yeah, we do a lot of yapping. We talk TTRPGs. And also, if you're on Twitch, you will be shot. And it's not personal, and you'll be fine. Like, you'll walk it off, don't worry. But you will be shot. You have finally infiltrated my stream. Well, hello, River. Also, I suppose I should probably say, hello, Princess. I suppose I didn't welcome you earlier. I am tall. Although apparently, and I take issue with this, I'm 5'11", or like 180 centimeters. I have been informed I am short by more than just Rory. My audience is out here saying like, oh yeah, I'm like 5'2", or I'm like 6'2", I'm 6'1", I'm 187 centimeters. Like, why is my audience so tall? By the divine right of tallness, thusly superior to all those shorter. Even in YouTube, the sound of gunpowder lingers. No, don't do this. You're 5'8". Yes, I know, you're a shorty. Is the real arrow rights the friends we made along the way? Tell me one friend you've made along the way. Tell me one. And I will let you go. Bro, I'm 5'5", huh? I'm only 5'2". Hey, listen. Apparently my Twitch chat are all tall, which makes sense. They're my enforcers. They're the scary ones who like go burn houses for insurance fraud. Like, they should be the tall ones on the front line. They're more intimidating. Whereas all of like my 5'2", 5'5" crowd, they're behind the scenes like working retail jobs as I launder hundreds of thousands of dollars in money. No, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm tall. 5'11" is like 3 inches above the average height for men, or maybe it's like 1 inch, because I think it's women is 5'6", men is 5'10", 5'8" ish, and then I'm like 5'11", so I'm a couple inches taller. But you're 6'2" and will be taller. Oh no, Apparently Maddie and Coyd and I share a few brain cells. Is that friendship? Well, have you ever interacted outside of Twitch chat or outside of YouTube chat? That's my question. If you interact with people like on the server with any regularity, you can call each other friends. That's Pog. Honestly, this is not like a trick question. This is a genuine, like, has anyone made any friends in the community? I'm just kind of curious. Are there any systems you've come across that are absolutely abhorrent, not because they're crass or hateful, but because of how badly they were designed? I mean, the obvious answer is the indie space. Like, I'm not going to sit here and like bash specific names, but there's a lot of indie TTRPGs out there which suck because it was the person's like first design and then they didn't play test it. Like, I've done that. I have, strictly speaking, 2, but like I've released a couple TTRPG systems where they're just not that good, I imagine. I didn't playtest them because I didn't have a group to playtest them, and I just kind of theory crafted, I wrote them up, and then I presented them. Things will always get better as you get more skill, but they will also get better as you like have more experience. Playing TTRPGs is not the same as making TTRPGs. And as much as you need to play TTRPGs to get good at making TTRPGs, you also have to make TTRPGs to make good TTRPGs. Meaning, like, most games are gonna suck. Just statistically. And then it's the good ones you have to look out for. I mostly pay attention to the good ones. Though I will say the most disappointing TTRPG I've ever read has to probably be Hunter the Reckoning. V5. Because the game, so this is in World of Darkness, and it's for human hunters. So the game like tells you directly, like, hey, you're not supposed to have the same like progression systems as like a kindred. You don't live forever. You're not a werewolf that has like the gifts of Gaia. You're like a person. Maybe you have like faith. Maybe you have like nanotechnology. Maybe you have just a really big gun. Whatever it is, you have stuff, but nothing abnormal or very little abnormal. So the game systems all revolve around pretty like subtle and very little combat oriented systems, which I like the fact that they suggest like, hey, in this game, like 80% of this should be like investigation. Like 15% should be like recon, where you're actually like setting up a plan, like, or like, and like, or not recon, like this is where you're enacting your plan. And then 5% should be conflict, where you're actually like fighting the werewolf, or you're trapping the spirit, or you're like staking the vampire. My issue with this is that this is not really conducive to a lot of interesting mechanics, right? Because when you have investigation in a system, broadly speaking, you're going to look at that system and say, all right, I'm not going to use you for most of the investigation unless there's like ambiguity where they have to make a die roll. In Hunter the Reckoning, most of that's already covered by the storytelling system because it's V5. In World of Darkness systems, they have the storyteller system where all characters, werewolves and vampires and hunters, all share the same base attributes and skills. It's just vampires get special like mind control powers, and werewolves can turn into a wolf. Hunters don't get any of that cool stuff, so they really only have the standard attributes to rely on for like 80% of the game. And then you might say like, well, no, they have some investigative like edges and perks that they can pick up, but you don't really have any resources on hand outside of what edges and perks you pick up. So to me, while yes, you could pick up like an investigative edge, which is like your disciplines and your powers from like vampire, well, you could pick up like an edge in like something investigative and like get a drone to like help survey an area. If you're fighting a werewolf, you kind of can't kill a werewolf without special stuff that you have to spend edges on. So for that 5%, you have to have edges or you will not be able to do this effectively. But then if you spend your edges on conflict, which is all the cool stuff, then you're never going to use it because it's only 5% of the time. But then if you don't spend it on the conflict, then you can't actually do anything to deal with the, like, I think it's just fundamentally, it wants to be an investigation system that leads up to a climactic conflict, but the way they handled it makes you feel boring, which I don't like personally. Hey, Alana. Because I played a bit of Mutants and Masterminds and that game system uses no dice, really? It sounds the same thing as resource pools with just physical props. At that point, why not use numbers written on a sheet? Sorry, I sneezed. Like if you, are you talking about a zero dice system? You're making a Titanfall TTRPG. Oh, interesting. Yeah, someone said it. Feel free to oh my gosh, my voice. Feel free to join the Discord. It's linked in my profile. It's pretty active in terms of like TTRPG talk. Lots of folks really don't know how to shut up in the best way. I love encouraging people to yap. It's a rite of passage in the TTRPG space to catch an ego and make an awful homebrew system. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like when I made some indie TTRPGs, because I've made strictly speaking, I've made 2, and I don't make any effort to like hide them. I made Of Epic Deeds, which is over on my itch page, which I hardly ever use. Of Epic Deeds is you play as a Greek hero. And I explicitly made it to be like a one-page TTRPG. One side is for players, one side is for GMs or poets in that case. It's very system light. And the whole goal of it is you are playing as a Greek hero. You're expected to do epic things. So it's a dice pool system where you have a number of D6s. And then you add more D6s based off of how many epithets you have that ascribe themselves to the situation. So for instance, long-speared Achilles, breaker of man Achilles, greatest of all warriors Achilles. If you're fighting someone with a spear, if you're fighting a whole hoplite line as Achilles, you would be able to ascribe those 3 epithets of like long-speared, breaker of man, and greatest of all warriors Achilles to get 3 extra dice. Then you roll all of them, and then it's how many 5s and 6s are hits, and then if you make enough hits, you get a success. Like it's very typical, but the way in which you get dice is how I wanted to differentiate it. Similarly, there's another one. I still haven't looked at this. I forgot about it. It is Muscle Wizards, which this one is not on my itch page. This is one I just made a video about, and I really need to transcribe at some point because I think it was really funny. Is you are a muscle wizard. I wish I could play more TTRPGs. I only have like one friend. Yeah, the Discord has people, and people are pretty actively hosting games. We have Candela Obscura. We have World of Darkness. I think Maddie just started a Cosmere one-shot. Kane, Wild Sea, Lancer, tons of different systems. We even have some homebrew systems that a couple members of the community have been like, hey, who wants to test out my homebrew system? And people are like, sure. But with Muscle Wizards, it was, you can cast a spell that does literally anything, but you have to roll, I think it was 1d6. And it's like on a 6+, you gain, you get to do whatever the cool thing was. But if you cast a spell that has to deal with physicality, so like you punch someone like Saitama, or you like Goku Super Saiyan and then you like get super indestructible, you add another d6. So suddenly, what was before like a 1 in 6 chance just to have your spell work now becomes, it's almost guaranteed. Because the idea is you're muscle wizards, so you cast Fist. You can cast Fireball. You can summon a demon. You can raise the dead, but that's really hard for you. You can do whatever you want, it's just difficult, unless it has to deal with using your body physically. And then it's super easy. So that was just a fun little system that I came up with. And the one that I'm currently working on, which I need to stop working on because I need to work on my Lancer module that is due for Patreon in 2 days, which I'm not going to be able to get out before I leave, is off with their head. This is a new one that I haven't actually talked about because it's not done yet. But the long and short is that it is a game, it is a TTRPG where all of you are nobles in a court with a completely unhinged, ill-tempered monarch at the head who wants to behead anyone that they think is a problem. So your whole goal is to pursue whatever your secret objective is and not get beheaded. And it's more of like a gimmick game. It's more of a, you'll probably play this for like a one shot. Maybe you'll play it again a second time. This like is not meant for a long campaign. Same thing with like Muscle Wizards, even of Epic Deeds. I'm not trying to like make the next D&D with any of these, but Off With Their Head, yeah, so no head. Off With Their Head specifically was inspired by people in the Discord were talking about, are there any good card game themed TTRPGs? And I thought of one, but I couldn't find it. So I just basically was like, yeah, let me use a deck of cards as the basis for a TTRPG system. So you play cards from your hand to represent which servants are enacting different schemes that you have laid out, where higher numbered cards represent more powerful servants and bigger favors you're calling in. And eventually with face cards, all of the face cards are valued at 10. So all of the face cards are really powerful, but all of the face cards, you then have to roll a d6, and if you get a 1, the monarch orders you beheaded, because you called in too big of a favor by using such a powerful card. So it's basically like a risk-reward system of like, okay, I need to beat like a difficulty of like 13, and I have like a 2, a 3, a 4, a 7, an 8, or like a 2, a 3, a 7, an 8, and a king. So like, I could play like my 8 and my 7 and be fine, or I could play my 2, my 3, and my 8, but I could just like play my king and my 3, and if I just don't roll a 1, I'll be fine. But if I roll a 1, then suddenly I have to avoid being beheaded by the monarch. And the other thing that I added to it is the idea of like, there are different factions you have in the system. So when you make your agent, you join a faction in the court. And these are just your suits. So like diamonds, clubs, spades, hearts. And every time you enact a plan, at least one of your cards has to be of your suit. Meaning, if I am of the diamond faction, and I have 3 clubs and 2 hearts, I need to ask the other players, the other nobles, for their assistance in lending me a diamond. However, if you want to screw me over, you might say, sorry, I only have the Queen of Diamonds. So if I play this for you, you have to roll and you might get beheaded. That sucks. Alternatively, you might only have like a 2 of diamonds, which is a really low card. Never Coming Home comes to mind. It's a horror in the trenches of World War I. Play the king like you're not a coward. See, that's the thing. I also, because I'm dumb, and I might change this, I'm not actually sure, but for the Off With Their Head, I wanted it to be a GM-less game. So no one actually plays the monarch. Everyone rotates playing the monarch when someone else has the limelight, because that makes the monarch less predictable, right? Politics are great. I love democracy. I love democracy. Oh. Mm-hmm. See, it's always weird whenever I'm on YouTube and then I see someone's name who I either don't recognize or I see someone who, like, I recognize their YouTube name and it's different from their Twitch name. So, like, it's always funny when I realize, wait, these two people are the same person. That's so silly. Yeah, so the reason that there's no GM in this is explicitly because I want the monarch to be as unhinged as possible. So for instance, I wrote up some tables on how you can make your monarch. Let's open this up. And let us real quick not dox ourselves because we hate doxing. Doxing is not very fun. So we'll do this. So I should be able to... The Monarch game sounds like a fun night with friends and copious amounts of alcohol. It does seem like the sort of thing where if you just have some substances involved, it would go very silly very quickly. So for instance, let me... Like, here's a table that you can use to create your monarch. So, like, they're your unhinged monarch. That's the core premise. They'll get fleshed out more during play. However, if you want to randomly, like, make them, have everyone roll a d6 and assign it to one of the following traits on the table. So, for instance, if we roll 3d6 and we get a 1, a 2, and a 1, you might decide your monarch thinks every day is for shopping, they're always pursuing the 1, and they've never heard of loyalty. That's a very different character than if you had a 3, 4, 5, where they're obsessed with puns, they are lying about being bilingual, and war. It's always time for war. Actually, that'd be 4, 5, 6. Ignore that. I can't count. So I just thought it would be really silly to have a system where loves animals, hate people. Yeah. How would you make yourself in this? Which of these applies to you? Like, are any of you demure, mindful even, unreasonably jacked, and not so secretly illiterate? How about any hardcore night owls who are obsessed with puns and indecisive? No, fickle. Like, these are so silly. So a player whispering the monarchs here. Yeah, so the whole conceit of this is that all of you are scheming, selfish, like self-absorbed nobles. And you all have some secret objective that you don't tell anyone else about. And there's no points. It's a TTRPG. The goal is to pursue that as like your North Star. And would you like to know what some examples of the secret agendas are? I had so much fun writing this. So finally, you write down a selfish, often treasonous, secret agenda that you want to accomplish. Do not reveal this to the other advisors. This likely lines up with your title and your faction, though it doesn't have to. Just remember, it's a game about being a scheming advisor, not a monarch. It's highly advised you don't put something like become the monarch, though nothing's stopping you. The following is for your consideration. Siphon as much money from the treasury as humanly possible. Get the people to revolt against the monarch, and not you. Learn all the secrets of the court for insurance. Assert absolute authority of your faction in the court. Be the monarch's favorite, or only, advisor. And get the monarch to just have one good day. So imagine, like, a group of 6 people, each of whom have a different one of these. And now imagine that they're all drunk. Oh, here's another table. Here's another table I liked where it's... This is a table to determine like, hey, what's the state of the realm? How's the realm doing? To determine the fate of the realm, roll a d6 and assign the following. People are struggling due to the corrupt court. You. The realm is recovering after a massive disaster that you have not helped. The people are exhausted after an invasion that you could have prevented. People are optimistic for the future, but they don't know the economy is about to crash. Production of goods has been bountiful and subsequently seized by the court. National fervor is booming because people haven't seen your incompetence. This is a game where the whole core conceit is you are utterly inept and corrupt. Go wild. Like literally, it was something I did in this is in this game, you have to, if you want to accomplish something, there are basically three tiers of being able to do something, right? So, for instance, anytime you need to accomplish a task, ask yourself the following. Is this something an average person would be able to accomplish without difficulty? So like opening a door, reading a scroll, walking from one end of the courtyard to the other. Yes, you just do it. That's your classic. You don't need to roll to open a door. Is this something that would be possible for servants to accomplish if ordered? If yes, you have to spend influence, which is like play cards and like add them together, potentially getting your head cut off. But if it's not possible for servants to accomplish this, is this something that would be possible for an average person to accomplish without help? If yes, you must rely on pure chance. Pure chance is you have to draw a card from the deck or play a card from your hand, and if it is not an ace, you fail. If it's not an ace, which there are 4 aces in a deck of cards, you fail. Because the core conceit of this is you are so utterly, inanely, and completely inept at everything you do that you are unable to do something outside of extraordinary luck in circumstances. And I just thought that was so funny to me. You're about to Balatro this and make a whole deck aces? Oh my gosh. John Company. Is John Company... Is that related to Everyone is John? Because Everyone is John is a TTRPG I played. It's like a one-page TTRPG where the whole idea is that all of you are voices in the head of this guy named John, and all of you are fighting for dominance, and you compare willpower. And every time John gets bored or completes one of your objectives, you wager willpower with every other voice in the head, and then whoever wagered the most loses that amount of willpower and then takes over for the scene until John gets bored or they complete an objective. So the idea being is that you're all jockeying for control over the same dude, and like Maddie's objective will be make a ham sandwich, and Wiffle's objective will be see the northern lights, and Draconic Blade's objective will be blow up a building. So suddenly all of you are fighting for these very different objectives. Stop inspiring me to work on my stuff, please. I would like to keep on procrastinating. Can you just like work on my stuff instead? Because then I can procrastinate. Sorry, I just had to like slurp some water. We are hydrating up in here. My throat lubricated. Least toxic plurality media representation. No, literally, because like all of the different voices in John's head, like it's the different players, and really you only screw with each other by like wagering willpower. And I think you can spend willpower to like take an action from someone. But fundamentally, it's not a game where like any of them are evil per se. It's literally just all of you are piloting this one dude like a mech. How much am I paying, huh? No, okay. My throat has water in it. that means food can travel down my esophagus quickly. I'm choosing my words carefully now. That is what I meant. That is what you know I meant. No one is snapping this choker. Also, John is absolutely incompetent and brain dead. Yes, John is a silly man he relies on pure chance for all things. I need to work on my phrasing. Listen, my phrasing is hyper intentional. And if ever I say anything that I did not intend, actually, that's just a government psyop. I didn't actually say that. You're making that up. It's called gaslamping, not gaslighting. Like, imagine unironically, like a streamer like says like, oh, haha, chat, I'm so big. Oh my gosh, no, I didn't mean that, chat. I never said that. Why would you make that up, chat? And then they're presented clips. Wait, okay. Imagine a clipping system. This would be foul. Utilizing the power of deepfake and AI, which would, in real time, clip something, but alter what it says. So then, when you say something as a joke, and then people are Gaslamp Fantasy is extremely lit. Gaslamp Fantasy is Pog. Presented clips, nay, fake news, deep fake, AI, ban the mods. Exactly. No, but like, this is actually a real thing that might happen soon. Not soon, but like in the future, is a clipping tool where you can clip it, but then also alter the clip. So let's say like, I don't know, someone says, hey, I think your favorite movie is bad. And then people are like, oh my gosh, no, how could you say that? And then they're like, what are you talking about? I never said that. And then everyone's like, actually, here's the clip. And then it says, actually, I think your favorite movie is good. Like, that's a real thing that might happen in real time, which is wild to think about. Very literally lit. Exactly. What is my favorite Cyberpunk 2077 ending? I have never played Cyberpunk 2077. I watched a playthrough of it back when it first came out, but I watched it and I think I accidentally watched it like halfway through. And then the final episode I watched was actually the first episode because I had it recommended to me in a weird order. And the videos were not numbered. So I have no idea what happens in that game outside of Atom Smasher. I think I know a spoiler, which is like whoever you romance dies to Atom Smasher, or like whoever you bring with you on the final mission, Atom Smasher kills or something. And then I know that like you're V, there's an AI, and the AI is like evil, and Johnny Silverhand Keanu Reeves is not evil, I think. Adam Sandler, no. Corpo is the best life path. Oh my gosh. Also, John Wick is there. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't know much about Cyberpunk 2077. I want to play it at some point, particularly because like I did enjoy Edge Runners, and I've heard that they've fixed the game and it's actually really fun now. But when it first came out, it was not it, Chief. It was not it. Favorite soda? I don't drink soda anymore. I used to drink it all the time. I used to drink like multiple a day back when I was a teenager, and then I since like weaned off of it in my later teenage years until eventually I just kind of like stopped, because at this point it's a matter of like I recognize how unhealthy it is. So even though I might occasionally want one, I won't drink it. And then the few times I have been like, okay, I'm gonna have a soda, it's been like a year since I had a soda, I'll pick it up and then I'll drink it and I'm like, wow, this is way too syrupy for me. Like, I'm at the point, and I've been at the point for years now, where if I drink a soda, I need to wash it down with water because it's too thick, because it's too syrupy, because it's too like sticky. And I'm like, I don't drink this as a drink. I drink this as like a sugar infusion. But back when I was drinking soda regularly, I would probably say like classic Coke, Coke Original, Dr. Pepper, Fanta, Sprite, yeah, like classics, nothing crazy. You drink a bunch of free soda from my college cafe because I knew I would never drink it after I graduated. That's fair. Like I got my soda in when I was like a teenager. I don't want soda much anymore. I've occasionally been offered, like, honestly, I don't even drink iced tea that much anymore. Like I went from drinking soda to like drinking like lemonade and like iced tea. I don't even drink lemonade or iced tea anymore because I'm way more conscious about my sugar intake now. Not even because I need to be, literally just because I'm like, listen, I would rather take care of myself now and build the good habit for 10 years from now and not like screw myself over like 10 years from now, rather than like have a bunch of like lemonade and iced tea or whatever now, which does unironically change your taste buds. Did you know carrots are sweet? I've had this conversation on stream before. I did not know carrots were sweet because like I heard that they were sweet. I was told that they were sweet, but I was like, carrots are just carrots. Carrots are like all right, but carrots are legitimately sweet when you don't have massive amounts of sugar. You have these sugar-free lemonade packets that I mix into your water bottles and they're pretty good. That's the thing. The packets, I've never enjoyed them. I've tried so hard to enjoy them. And also anything that's sugar-free, I tend to stick away from because sugar-free tends to be filled with a bunch of chemicals that either taste really bad or are unhealthy for you or both. So I just tend to avoid them. That's why we drink craft root beers. Root beer is one that I've tried literally like my entire life to like, and I've never liked it. And like I've had it in a root beer float before with like vanilla ice cream, and I would only have that occasionally because of the novelty. I've had probably under 10 like root beer floats in my life. And every time I was like, this is all right. Which I guess like having under, it's probably actually closer to under 5, I will say. And I know that's not a big deal. I know that's not like a class marker, so to speak. But it is like, I just never was a huge fan of root beer. Everything's a chemical? Yes, everything's a chemical. However, some chemicals are better for you than others. I like ginger ale, but ginger beer is way too strong. Oh my gosh. I never liked ginger ale. When I was younger, I've talked about this before. When I was younger, I didn't really have ginger ale. My go-to, like, I'm sick, like I have a cold and I'm like bedridden or whatever, it was Sprite and like club crackers. It wasn't chicken soup, it wasn't ginger ale, it was Sprite and it was crackers. And it was awesome. I would lie in my bed and I would watch my VHS tapes of Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! And I would drink my Sprite and my crackers and I'd be like, this is the life. Yeah. Everything's chemical anyway, which is why I love straight cocaine. Electrochemistry, is that you? What branch of the military are you getting drafted into, and is it the United States Space Force? So, I have a buddy who's a Marine officer. And funny enough, he's actually stationed like within a couple of hours where I'm moving to. So it would be very funny if I joined the Marines. I don't think I'm cut out to be a Marine. Like realistically, if I got drafted, it would probably be Army because I wouldn't have a choice. And Army takes everyone, right? Army takes everyone. That's their whole thing. They want bodies. They want people. They want logistics. Like 90% of the military is not frontline, is not infantry. 90% of the Army is logistics, supply chains, infrastructure, cooks, janitors, like mechanics, managers, all of these background elements. So I would, if I got drafted, I would probably just be in the Army. But joining the chair force is probably ideal. They pay the best, they're the hardest to get into, and they're the least likely to see combat. If you have to choose one, choose the chair force. You couldn't be a Marine, so I asked if I could be something less like a submarine, but that wasn't allowed either. Marines, huh? So he has a penchant for crayons. My buddy, if you ask him what flavor of crayon is his favorite, he will take a yellow crayon, take a bite out of it, or sorry, he'll take a blue crayon, he'll take a bite out of it, and write yellow. And you can see he has like crumbs of red on his lips. That's his response. What else we got? Sun Tzu, feed your soldiers. Dum dum. I learned like last night looking up research for the Sun Tzu. Sorry. That apparently Sun Tzu is not necessarily, I mean, this is often the case with historical like figures, but Sun Tzu is likely not a real person. However, one of his disciples, I think it's Sun Bim, was a real person in the Warring States period who wrote The Art of War by Sun Bin, which was effectively the same book as The Art of War by Sun Tzu with slightly different like sections on like sieges, for instance. So realistically, it shouldn't be Sun Tzu, it should be Sun Bin. Plausibly an aggregation of several authors. I mean, this thing, Shakespeare is thought to be several authors. Homer is thought to be several authors. Like most historical writers, most historical historians even are assumed to be aggregations of multiple individuals because it is easier from a storytelling perspective from generation to generation to say, yeah, this one guy, Homer, he knew all of the stories of Achilles and Odysseus and Bellerophontes and Heracles, and was the one who wrote who wrote them down after years of oral storytelling, when in reality it was probably various individuals across various different groups and cultures had similar stories that all got passed down, and then they got aggregated from one another to a single congregation. I love The Art of War. It's a bunch of common sense and then the most Machiavellian stuff ever. No, so that's what I listened to The Art of War. Like, I think 2023, like a couple years ago. And I just like had it on as an audiobook. And it is the most basic information, just like attack the enemy when you have numbers advantage, and do not attack the enemy when you do not have the numbers advantage. This is rule number 3. Rule number 4. Do not defend when you know you will lose. Retreat is always a valid option. Do not attack when you know you will lose. For waiting is a valid option. This was number 4. Like, there's a lot of that kind of baseline stuff, which I'm not going to argue with, given that this was like this was back in before the Common Era. So I'm not going to sit here and tell him like, yes, we know Grandpa, because no, a lot of people didn't know. Like, this was like 3, 4, 500 BCE. I'm not going to tell you you shouldn't be writing down the basics when the basics have not been written down yet. But also what I think is really interesting, in addition to the Machiavellian stuff, I think the art of war as the philosophy of warfare is super interesting, because not only is there stuff like retreat and with every battle lost, reduce the number of stovetops you cook with to lull the enemy into a false sense of security so that you might strike them when they believe they outnumber you. That's Machiavellian. In the same way as like, put your troops back to a river so they know they can't flee, which is something they did in Berserk. Griffith does that in one of the battles. But similarly, it's like, in order to win any battle, heaven must be on your side and you must understand the earth. And like, earth is separate from land, because the land is separate from terrain. Like, you need to understand the terrain in order to beat a battle, but similarly, you must have the blessing of heaven and earth on your side. You must have like the stars align, and like the Jade Emperor must like look down upon you favorably, so you must invoke the proper rituals at the proper times, and communing with the earth is the only way for the earth to effectively like have the winds bless your arrows. Like, it is not just literal like play-by-play of, hey, this is how you win a siege. It is also the philosophy of logistics are more important than tactics. In tactics, sometimes deception, or oftentimes deception, is more effective than brute strength. But then also it's like, you must have your soldiers feel as though like the universe is on their side. Morale is an important part of warfare. They must feel as though heaven and earth are on their side in order to fight as if heaven and earth are on their side. So it is important that even if there is like disruption, you must not allow that to disrupt the blessings of heaven and earth, because that would disrupt morale. Like, it gets philosophical. All right, take care of yourself. Yes, I'll come back as a general admiral, and look out for videos, because I'm not going to stop making vids. Oh no, it was for idiots, written for nobles who didn't know how war worked. No, that's the thing, right? Like, the art of war was like warfare for dummies. Warfare 101. Yeah, it was before wargaming. Wasn't Art of War supposed to be war for dummies for noble general? Exactly. The art of war was like, hey, how can I give you a crash course that I know you're not going to read? And it goes, people on horses need to eat. Who'd have thought? Listen, if you're a Nepo baby general and you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to go out and like conquest this land for like king and country. And then you ride out and you say like, okay, we're just going to do this like lickety split. It'll take a week tops. And then you're stuck there for 6 months and you only brought a week's worth of supplies. Yeah, it's not going to work. No, Sun Tzu is like 300-400 BCE. Sun Tzu once said, when two men sword fight in the shower, the winner strikes first. Goodness gracious. Why's it gotta be two men? Why can't two people sword fight in the shower? Can Warhammer gods work as D&D gods? I mean, like, yes. But I'm going to ask what you mean by that. Because I assume what you mean is... the Chaos Gods, right? And I think it would be interesting to have a world where you have, like, clerics and paladins of the Chaos Gods. And effectively, any good you do still feeds them. And maybe they have a more benevolent side to them. So Khorne is not just god of warfare, slaughter, death, destruction, he's also the god of strength. He's the god of martial combat. He's the god of honor, right? And forthrightness. So you could have a deal where like paladins would really love corn and they would still feed corn, but he's not always covered in skulls and spikes with demons on his sides and fire and brass. He's also a like warrior king kind of archetype. Each god has two personalities. If you want, though, it would be really interesting to see a D&D style world where clerics, paladins, who are lawful good, worship evil gods. I had a character like that one time. I played a lawful good cleric who worshipped devils because she was a part of a cult. And I think it would be interesting to have a world where pretty much objectively evil entities have pretty much objectively good followers. And there's just that tension there, right? Because it's men and we can't have women because we love big, buff, sweaty, strong, muscle men fighting each other because we're totally not gay. Just ask Plato. Listen, Plato was a wrestler. Wrestlers, even straight wrestlers, are a little gay. They oil themselves up and like grapple and roll around and tussle with other men. You've been thinking about how to play a Chaos Worshiper for a long time now, like in a Warhammer setting, sure, but also just a general, what morals would you have to prioritize chaos? That's the thing. That's why I'm a big proponent of all of the Chaos Gods have multiple facets. Take Slaanesh. Probably the easiest. You have like excess and like pain and like sadism, masochism. You have indulgence, all of that. But you also just have pleasure. If you are someone that wants to indulge in pleasure, you should go over to Slaanesh. If you want to make the world a better place where people are happy, you should go to Slaanesh. If you want to be a content creator, whether 18 plus or not 18 plus, both of that would fall under Slaanesh because both deal with emotions. Someone like Tzeentch, though, is the same. Lies, deceit, but also change, also hope. It's the idea of like, if you worship Tzeentch, you aren't a liar who's deceitful and like a master manipulator, Machiavellian. You might just want change. You might just want to bring a better tomorrow. Both of those fall under Tzeentch. So you're telling me you worship Slaanesh, self-reporting? See, that's the thing. I've brought this up. Out of all of them, Nurgle's the only one I have like a hard pass to. Like, I would not be Nurgle aligned, I'm sorry. But like, I see positive aspects in Khorne and Slaanesh and Tzeentch. I could rock them. Like, you know, if it wasn't about like excess pain, whatever, if it wasn't about lies, deceit, if it wasn't about like murder, bloodshed, chaos, like I could rock like bringing enjoyment to people. I could rock bringing hope to people. I could rock like ending deceit and deception and like being honorable. All of those are good things. And I think those are the things that would attract people like clerics and paladins. The issue is that in 40K, a lot of people think goodness is dumb. So they kind of just forget, why would these people turn to chaos? And then it almost always becomes power, or they were literally brainwashed. Which I don't know about you, but in a setting where most of the individuals who follow a faction did not have a choice to follow that faction, that's less interesting to me than if everyone who joined had a reason. A reason no matter how petty, no matter how small, or no matter how noble. Everyone has a reason. Like the Necrons, for instance, I think are a good representation of like your average warrior was brought into biotransference basically against their will because they had no say in the matter. And now they're stuck as a warrior for all eternity until inevitably not inevitably, but like until there is a time where like they can return to flesh, which is probably not going to happen. That's the opposite of inevitably. That's more interesting to me because that is more hierarchically systemic than, oh, we had a platoon of guardsmen. They all just got mind washed and now all of them are fanatical zealots. Now all of them worship Nurgle, right? Warhammer's mid as a Grimdark setting. I don't think it's mid as a Grimdark setting. I think its handling of Grimdark is not interesting most of the time. Case in point, Daemon Kebasa. The Daemon Kelbasa, I don't know. Whatever the demon thing is with like the Iron Warriors, that's just shock. With the Drukhari, that's just shock. That's, hey, how do we make this as edgy as possible? Let's do that. And I think that's boring, right? I think that that's boring. I think that that's in poor taste. I don't think that that's even that, like, yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it makes me not like them. But that's also like saying, hey, this person kills puppies for fun. Do you like them? And I'm like, no, that's cartoonishly villainous. Like, that's worse than cartoonishly villainous. And they're like, no. These puppies get kicked before they get killed. Ooh, you hate that, don't you? I'm like, yeah, I hate that, but that's not... I don't hate them because of anything personal. I hate them on principle because you told me to hate them. Right? I much prefer a villain who I hate for the villain. Not because, oh, well, I mean, oh, look at that. They're an abuser. I guess I hate them. Oh, they lie about their personal beliefs to get political clout. I guess I should hate them. Like, all of these kind of phoned in motivations. You know? Halo's just a better Grimdark setting, full stop. I don't know enough about Halo. I can't comment. Slanesh worship is a BDSM pyramid. I think that's part of the problem. I think part of the problem with 40k, specifically Chaos, is the representation of all of the Chaos gods is one note. And a big part of that is because so much of the content needs to be surface level to be accessible to new players. But Khorne is basically only ever murder, death, slaughter. Slanesh is basically only like BDSM pyramid bondage. Like Nurgle is basically only ever like, oh, we're happy but we're rotting, and then Zeech is always I think Nurgle surprisingly is the most interesting to me from what I've seen, because Nurgle is explicitly manipulative. Because Nurgle's whole deal is like, hey, if you join, the grandfather will bless you. You won't feel pain anymore. You'll live forever. You'll rot along with the rest of the universe, but that's okay. You'll enjoy it. But he does this to people who are already dying from his plagues. He says, hey, I just infected you with the bubonic plague. I can make it not hurt if you sell your soul to me. And that's much more interesting to me than Khorne, like, sending demons at you who want to drink your blood, and then when you kill them, he says, wow, you drank their blood. Cool, go drink this other guy's blood. And then now you're a Khorne worshiper drinking people's blood. Like, that's just not interesting to me. But, like, I feel as though the Chaos Gods, with literally one more character trait each, and by Chaos Gods, I mean like their domains, I mean their demons, I mean the factions underneath them, not just them themselves. I feel like one more trait would instantly make them so much better. I say this as someone who is chaos build. I say this as someone whose primary army, well, technically my primary army is NIDS because those are the ones I have models for, but my ideal army that I have played is CSM, right? He's probably the best because he's the most open to interpretation. I disagree. I feel like he is so ill-defined that people just meme on him for being like, oh, according to plan, and then he doesn't actually do anything. See, Slaanesh and Tzeentch are also very persuasive, but my issue with how they're handled is that if you look at literally anything Slaanesh, outside of the Emperor's Children, the Emperor's Children are different. Because whereas most Slaanesh cults are like Bound Chicka Wow Wow or BDSM are like 18 plus, just for the sake of being it, really. There's not really much there. The Emperor's Children are pride. They want to be perfect. They want everyone to know their accomplishments. They want to indulge in every substance, every experience. They want to feel every misery 1,000 times at 100 times its normal intensity. And then after that, they want to feel it all again at 101 times, right? So Slaanesh is kind of more fleshed out in the Emperor's Children. And I guess Tzeentch is kind of fleshed out in like having the 1,000 Suns, but the 1,000 Suns are really just like wizards. Like, all of this is anything I'm bringing up, you could say, well, actually, in this one trilogy, like if you read the Armin books, you would actually know that Tzeentch is way more interesting than you give him credit for. And my response to that is, I shouldn't have to read a trilogy just so I feel like a faction isn't one note. Right? Like, I think reading a trilogy and learning more about a faction and having them reach depths that you didn't realize that they had is awesome. But I think that that shouldn't be justification for keeping the faction one note. Particularly because I'm not even saying to like have them branch out in different aspects. I'm not saying like Slaanesh do non-Slaanesh things. I'm saying have the media that represents Slaanesh do literally anything other than 18 plus. Do literally anything other than NSFW. Have it be a cult, like a big cult of druggies and dozers and junkies, whose entire thing is that they're obsessed with music and they're obsessed with drugs. So they take more and more intense substances in more and more lethal quantities, and they play louder and louder music that is less and less coherent until eventually they summon a demon. Right? Well, so Imperial Fists and Ultramarines have a bit of a perfectionist streak because they're like, Ultramarines are the blueberries. Everyone hates the Ultramarines. And if you don't hate the Ultramarines, it's because, I'm sorry, you're boring. But like, Ultramarines, fundamentally, they're boring because they're the poster child. It's unfortunate. Imperial Fists, I would say, are boring because they are the most generic. Contrary to popular belief, I don't actually think Ultramarines are the most generic. They're just the most like... Ultramarines are the ones who have to win, so they're boring by result of that. I think conceptually, Imperial Fists are the most boring, just premise-wise. Because Ultramarines at least have like the Roman thing. Ultramarines have the, we're not great at anything, but we're good at literally everything. Ultramarines have the, we are both statesmen as well as conquerors. We believe in warfare and administration. We pay our taxes. Like, that's interesting by itself, particularly when compared to all of the other Space Marine chapters. The issue is that they're boring because they always have to win and they always have to be everywhere. Like, if the Ultramarines were not the poster boy, they would be one of the more interesting factions by virtue of them being administrative. The the Imperial Fists are like standard military, like big gun, shoot bigger gun, right? Like big guy, shoot big gun. Point me 3 Iron Fists, or point me 3 Imperial Fists, like still active Imperial Fists in the chapter who do anything other than like shoot gun good or swing sword good. Because like the Black Templars, for instance, someone brought up, is a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists that I think takes this a much more interesting direction. I like the Salamanders because they're the good guys. Exactly. The Salamanders is probably my favorite loyalist faction. Explicitly because, one, I really like fire. I think fire is cool. Fire is actually quite hot. But also, they're nice. They're kind. They will sacrifice themselves to save civilians, which is something that they are then punished for time and time again. Not as much as the Lamentors, but they're still punished. So the Salamanders are really interesting because no one else cares about that, including like Ultramarines. Ultramarines are administrators. They are not rescuers. The Salamanders are rescuers. They will save you. Raven Guard, they're edgy. They're losers. They shop at Hot Topic, but they're also freedom fighters. They're guerrilla warfare experts. They have a style unique to them that really no other loyalist has. And even the Alpha Legion doesn't have, because the Raven Guard are going to like lie in wait with like a sniper and like in a ghillie suit, and they'll snipe you. The Alpha Legion will invent time travel literally just to go back in time to when you were a baby, to like give you a psyop, to give you a code word that they then come back to the present time where when they meet you, they activate your code word, which activates a nanobomb that you ate 10 years ago that got stuck in your like lung system, which was never traceable because they developed technology 10 years ago that would not scan your lungs but scan everywhere else for bombs so that they could blow you up this one time. And then that nanotechnology and the time travel and the scanning technology are never brought up again. Like, that's why I love Alpha Legion, because it's so stupid. Alpha Legion is by far my favorite faction across all of Warhammer because they are the stupidest, most nonsensical, would never work, and that's why they keep coming back with W's faction in the setting. I love them. Hydra Dominatus. The Raven Guard are just gonna hide you and shoot you. So like, these are two different flavors of like sneaking, right? The Imperial Guard, meanwhile, or the Imperial Fists, I keep forgetting their name even. They just shoot you, and then if shooting doesn't work, they bring out tanks, and then if tanks don't work, they charge you with swords. And then swords always work because that's the dramatic like book moment. Salamander's got mad respect for actually living up to the platonic ideal of a Space Marine. 10 out of 10 would actually play on tabletop. A Hot Topic shopper, we don't claim them. Who are the guys who have the Primarch Super Blood thing? Blood Angels, yes. And like the Blood Angels, they're like the Space Wolves are melee, and so are the Blood Angels. They're also melee, but these are like Vikings and like also werewolves and also furries. Meanwhile, these are like Catholic inspired. These are vampires. These have like blood rages. So like even two melee factions on the same side have different aesthetics. And like the Imperial Fists, their aesthetic is like US Marine. Like they've got like a crew cut. They're like all tall, strong, jacked, and like know their weapons. They're all kind of dumb. They don't know how to read, and they'll just like, they'll shoot you. And if that doesn't work, they'll send in the tanks. And if that doesn't work, they'll charge you. That's just not interesting conceptually. And I think that there should be a boring faction. I think that there should be a standard template that everyone else looks to. That's the Ultramarines. That's why everyone hates them, because they're the centerpiece of everything that everyone else gets compared to. Which side is the Alpha Legion on? Wrong arguments only. The true side of the Alpha Legion is that they're actually already mind scarabed by Trazen, but they worked out a deal with Alfarius, who was pretending to be Omegon, because Trazen knew about Alfarius Omegon, and so was expecting Alfarius, who he was meeting with, to be Omegon. So Alfarius pretended to be Omegon, pretending to be Alfarius meeting with Trazen, back before the heresy, to purposely mind shackle Scarab half of his legion. Only half. And then the other half slowly were killed through various armed conflicts throughout the heresy. And then the mind-shackled Alpha Legion Scarabs, who are working for Alfarius, who Trazen believes is Omegon pretending to be Alfarius, who is now dead because he died during the heresy, Trazen is utilizing them to work against what he believed Omegon's view was, but Omegon and Alfarius split sides in the heresy. One joined Horus, one joined the Emperor, and Trazen isn't sure which, but he believes that Omegon was the traitor, but Alfarius, pretending to be Omegon, is the one who's dealing with Trazen. So all of these actually are working for Alfarius, who in fact was the real traitor the whole time. Omegon was the loyalist who was pretending to be the traitor. So Trazen is working with who he believes is Omegon the traitor, but is actually working with Alfarius the traitor, pretending to be Omegon the loyalist. That's my answer. The Alpha Legion is not on the side of the Alpha Legion. The Alpha Legion is so against the Alpha Legion that the Alpha Legion doesn't know which side the Alpha Legion is on, and that's why I love them. Well, McRob, is that wrong? Or is that just too complicated for your tiny non-Alpha Legion brain? Pathetic. I refuse to believe for a second that the Inquisition can keep up with the Alpha Legion scheming. Horus mentioned destruction of the temples of the enemies of Ra. No, literally, like, I was watching the Zactec video about Horus. That's actually what got me into Lancer. And he's talking about Horus, and then I'm like, wow, that sounds like the Alpha Legion. And then he's like, yeah, if you like the Alpha Legion, you would love these guys. And I'm just like, ah, Pog! Alpha Legion watches Rick and Morty. No, Alpha Legion went back in time to start Rick and Morty. Because remember, anytime I reference the Alpha Legion going back in time, I am literally meaning that they invented time travel for that scheme and then proceeded to destroy and cover up their existence of time travel. So every new scheme, they have to reinvent time and travel, which is just the most Alpha Legion thing. Well, the old ones were all made of existence. They gave the land to the Alpha Legion, but the Alpha Legion decided to share it with everyone because they're kind. Ah, of course. Yes. Yes, when the old ones made all of existence, they gave it to the Alpha Legion, but the Alpha Legion was kind enough to share it. The Tyranids are actually just the Alpha Legion in disguise. I will say, I think it would be very fun to paint my nids. Because my fun fact, my nids are primed and assembled, but not painted, because I bought them off a buddy who had the Leviathan box set. And he was like, I'm not going to play the nids. Do you want them? And I'm like, sure. So I bought them for like $100, which for like, at the time, like 1,000 points of nids was a really good deal, but it was half of the Leviathan box. So he got his money's worth and I got a good deal on models. So I think it'd be really fun to paint them in the Hydra color scheme, the kind of cyan, teal, and green, where the lore behind it is it's a splinter hive fleet that the Alpha Legion basically like messed with and is sending off to go fight high value targets in their stead, because I already play Vanguard Invader. Or what is it, like Vanguard Assault. That's like the faction name. That's the faction I would play. So it already fits with like an Alpha Legion scouting team where I would run 3 Broodlords with 3 stacks of maxed out Gene Stealers. Because Gene Stealers, when they get lethal hits from the Broodlord, actually go so hard, I will say. And mind you, last time I played was like a year ago at this point. I have not played in a minute. However, I would run like 3 big clumps of Gene Stealers. This was my front line. And eventually I ended up dropping one of them. So I'd have 2 and these are like my screen. Because I like big monsters. I like big monsters and I cannot lie. So I would just bring out a bunch of big monsters. The Gene Stealers would actually be my screening, funny enough. I would have Broodlords leading Gene Stealers as my screen. Because they're surprisingly survivable, but they deal big damage. For they're mobile, they're surprisingly survivable, not super survivable, and they deal surprising damage. And then I would have big monsters that are like artillery and like a Norn Emissary, because Norn Emissaries are cool even if they're not that good. Yes, remember, the Baneblade, the largest vehicle, the largest land vehicle in the Imperium's arsenal, is an STC of a light recon tank from the dark age of technology. The most powerful weaponry that can be fielded with any degree of regularity in the Imperium's arsenal was a light recon vehicle. Dark age of technology went wild. Did they actually invent time travel, or did their future selves give the Alpha Legion their past selves in some sort of paradox? You know it. Terminators were mining suits. Yeah, Terminators were just mining suits. However, Terminators, I actually don't know this. I have not been keeping up with Adric. If anyone here watches Adeptus Ridiculous, I have not been keeping up with it. I'm sorry. As far as I know, Terminators all have a piece of the Emperor's armor in their shoulder piece. Is that still canon? Or did that used to be a thing that was then phased out? Run an Ultramarine army, but a single one in Alpha Legion and under no circ. No, Hydra. Literally, my friend did that. So my friend ran Ultramarine. Eventually, he ended up going Caissons, which I will say, as a Tyranid player, fighting Ultramarines and then Caissons was awful. Like, they had a 3-up save. I had 0 AP. I was never killing any of them. Just straight up. And then with Caissons, they would reduce my AP to make it even worse. Pretty sure that's just for Custodes. That would make sense. But like, I've heard Terminators had it. So my buddy had Ultramarines and he had a whole army. He had Gilliman. And then he had a single dude who on his shoulder piece had a Hydra. And it was just like, I just did this to be silly. I just did this for the fun of it. And I'm like, I love that for you. So a Caisson is a 1,000 Sun. Not to be confused with Kaison, who is one of the former talents of Vishojo. A 1,000 Sun. Which is basically a cabal of wizards. They're one of the traitor legions and they're loyal to Tzeentch. That like dude who's all about like manipulation and lying. It is, but 40k made a bunch of is made by a bunch of nerds, so it tracks to have a 20-foot tall 100 slab that can barely move 30 miles per hour being a scouting vehicle. A Caisson is a computer file type, like a JSON. Okay, I didn't know when I was first getting into VTubing, everyone kept talking about JSONs. And I was like, what is the deal with Jason? What did Jason do to you? Who did he hurt? And what do I have to do to not get hurt by Jason myself? And then I learned it has to deal with modeling. I learned it has to deal with like rigging. But I found it very funny that everyone was talking about Jason's, and I was like, who is Jason? Are there any good podcasts for Lancer the RPG? I would not know. I have not personally watched any, so I cannot vouch for any of them. If anyone has any recommendations, feel free to drop them. But I feel like Lancer is one of those games where I would not recommend watching a podcast for it or listening to a podcast for it explicitly because it is so combat oriented, and combat sucks to sit through as a viewer. Unless the combat is designed with an audience in mind, combat is not fun to watch. Generally, not because the players are boring or the game is boring or whatever. It's literally because if you're watching a combat, you have to watch them figure out what they want to do on their turn, roll their dice, talk with the rest of the group, tactics, actually roll, talk with the GM about what happens. Then you get like a fun little thing of like, oh, I fire my auxiliary mount and my missile rack, and I hit 2 of the grunts, and I blow up both their systems, and you're like, whoa, that's awesome. And then they go back to like, okay, now do I boost? Get overclock? I already skirmish. And it's just that for like a minute or 2 at a time. And then they think about something else for another minute or 2 at a time. And then they're talking with someone about tactics for a minute or 2 at a time. And then they're like, well, no, I only have 1 structure damage, so I should be fine. I mean, they did like 8 damage on their last turn, but I do have an armor and I have 8 health. So I should be good for structure. And you're going up next, right? So you can just heal me. And like, just, that's not interesting to watch. That's interesting to participate in because you're making choices, but as a viewer, that generally sucks. Exactly. Modeling Jason, who has eaten 1,000 minis, is an outlier and should not be counted. 1,000 Suns are Cabal dust bunnies. Okay. To get the record straight, they are dust bunny. They're just dust bunnies who are piloting mechs, Power Armor's mech, led by wizards who made a deal with the devil to really like birds. That is the 1,000 Suns for you. Dust bunnies who pilot mechs led by wizards that made a deal with the devil where they have to honor birds. Don't ask me about the birds. That just kind of came out of nowhere. Hello, TTRPG person that likes mechs. Have you heard of the mech TTRPG Beam Saber? Beam Saber. I've heard of it. I have not looked into it. Beam Saber is one that I've heard of. I've heard it like whenever people ask for TTRPG, like mech TTRPGs, people say either Lancer or they say Beam Saber. And I actually don't know anything about this. I'm assuming it's a less tactical, more Gundam oriented mech TTRPG. But well, no, not Beam Saber, Beam Saver. So like we have Beam Saber and we also have the knockoff product Bean Saver. It's where you have a collection of beans that are being spilled, i.e. secrets, where you have to stop that, i.e. saving the beans. So famous historical writers might have been exhausted every day as we all are. Pog, exactly. Oh, wow, I already got through all the questions. It's only been like 3 hours. Oh, I consumed that water because my throat is struggling. I mean, you know how it is. When I yap, I get like a tightness in my throat when I yap. And I don't know what the deal with like vocal positioning is, but at least for me, whenever I talk for like hours on end, I get a tightness in my throat. Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun. Hours. Horus. And it's knockoff bean. So there's a knockoff of the knockoff where you eat beans that weren't saved. I yawn. And people point and laugh at the streamer yawning. But yes, if you have any more questions, feel free to drop it in the Q&A. I just tend to leave it up just because I think it's fun. However, I did want to talk about an idea I have, which obviously, if I'm going to be busy for these next couple weeks, I can't do this. My plan for the next couple weeks is I'm going to make Lancer videos, making Mega Dungeon, and like maybe VO work, maybe other TTRPGs. I'm not gonna lie, I'm already really kind of busy. I'm already really kind of like struggling here. Oh, RPG. Oh, I forgot the G. I'm already kind of struggling here, so I might be down to like 2 videos a week the next couple of weeks. I want a third though. I'll make a third. I will get a third in. That being said, I did have the idea of AC6 in Lancer, which I feel would be a very easy conversion. It's just follow the plot of the game, where I feel as though so actually I was considering making like a slide deck for this, but I did not have time. Actually, that's a lie. I had time this morning. I forgot to do it. I'm not even gonna argue with that. So AC6 in Lancer. Let's start with the obvious, the corpos. Balaam. Very easily, Harrison Armory. What was it? I was gonna say, so like we've had the idea that Boz was right. I remember what I was gonna say. So Balaam, Harrison Armory, Boz, GMS. Surprisingly, I didn't feel like this. If you need more time, take it. Really, we'll miss you, but we can. See, that's the thing. I understand that made you yawn too. I'm sorry for making you yawn. If I need more time, take it. Really, and that's my thing, right? Like, I understand conceptually. I have people who appreciate my content, and if I'm busy for a couple weeks, they'll survive. But also, I recognize that 1, the YouTube algorithm, 2, my own insecurities, 3, I just love content creation. So those all put together make me want to have at least a small backlog, which is why I'm trying to get videos set up for next week. I'm trying to get videos set up for not just next week, but also the week after, so I'll have breathing room. And then I'll probably be good in like 3 weeks. But like, as much as easy as it would be to step away and just be like, hey, I'm not going to be able to upload anything for like 2 weeks. I'm so sorry about that. I don't want to. I want to continue. So what I was thinking, surprisingly, the RLF, I would say IPSN. And I know that's crazy. That's probably my hottest take out of all these. And the reason I say that, they're all working class mechs. They're all like older. They're all like literally like Burnt Pickaxe by Index Dunham is just like a blue collar worker working in what is effectively a like mining AC and using it for combat. Okay, this was not nearly as unhinged as it normally is, but enjoy. Thank you for swinging by. So I think that IPSN, like the blue collar nature, really reflects itself in the RLF. The Institute, I think would be Horus. Like, I was also thinking Rad could be Horus. I think Rad/Institute. Because if we're saying Coral is paracausal, institute all the way. However, Rad regularly is introducing gear that no one else uses or that is explicitly new and untested. All the C weapons have to be Horus because Coral is effectively paracausal. So what that leaves, and what I don't disagree with, and we've talked about this before and we were kind of uncertain about it, but I think Arquebus is SSC because the Vespers are all augmented humans. Right? The Vespers are all augmented humans. Not all of the Red Guns are. All of the Red Guns are not augmented humans. Only some of them are. Boz sells to everyone. They're GMS. The RLF is blue collar workers like IPSN. Rad and the Institute, I think, are both Horus. They're like both Horus aligned. But Arquebus, they have a degree of propriety about themselves. They hold themselves to standards. They have reputation that they find very important. If you spare Swinburne, then he gets sent to re-education because he failed Arquebus, which is a very SSC thing to do. Also, re-education, very SSC thing to do. You call IPSN the equivalent of Rad. It's the most blue-collar designs. I mean, yes, but so are the RLF. I don't disagree. Like RLF is not a corporation, right? RLF is the insurgent group of equivalent of the setting. However, I feel like they primarily use blue collar stuff. Although generally they have Boz equipment. They have Boz equipment and Elcano because Elcano is a Rubiconian manufacturer. So I feel like we could replace RLF with RAD. And then Horus is the Institute. But I feel like where would the RLF? Because basically the way you would have AC6 in Lancer. Okay, so AC6 in Lancer. This is a diasporan force. This is a diasporan planet. That you, as a Lancer, are sent to go bring peace on, given that the Union Navy, i.e. the PCA, is unable to establish peace on this planet. Currently, Balaam, Harrison Armory, and SSC, or say Balaam, Harrison Armory, and Arquebus, SSC, are fighting. Oh my god, I cannot spell. You know what I'm saying. I'm just going to say A. SSC are fighting alongside the native population who are being supplied by IPSN and GMS. Because they use blue collar stuff. They use standard MTs mostly from Boz. Boz sells to everyone. All Mind gives Think Tank? No, so that's the thing. All Mind, I was going to say, is an Eidolon. Because people kept talking about in my playthrough that All Mind was an Eidolon, which is effectively an NHP that cascaded and then didn't collapse in on itself. It is a NHP that has effectively achieved its hold on the world. Like an unshackled NHP that is still around. IPSN is the Space East India Company, exactly. So in Armored Core 6, in Lancer, it's on a diasporan planet where the PCA or Navy are, or the PCA or Union Navy is trying to control a situation where Balaam, i.e. Harrison Armory, and Arquebus, i.e. SSC, are fighting with one another and the native populace. The native populace are being supplied by GMS because GMS sells to everyone just like Boz does. However, there is also a fringe faction of IPSN subsidiaries on the planet called Rad, which are actively working to supplant both Balaam and Arquebus they're working alongside both of them, but also neither of them. This is your classic, like, Carlo working with the rest of them. We have Horus, years ago, before the Corpos got involved, was involved on the planet. And there was some massive, like, before Union discovered the planet, Horus was here doing some experiment. Experiment went wrong, planet got glassed. Then we have Horus still here, but buried, with all of its paracausal tech being discovered, like the Institute Coral technology is. But there are still weapons put in place defending it. You have an NHP assisting you in Allmind. It turns out that it's actually an Eidolon. But you also find another NHP in your quest called Air. What would Air do? Like, what would Air's active protocol be? Eidolons are especially modest deities, though that modesty is because they can still be taken down with sufficient firepower. Yeah. Like, I would say that's basically Allmind. Like, Allmind, the reason you can kill Allmind in this game is because it is a game. Like, maybe Allmind is an NHP that is aware it's an NHP, but is still shackled. But it acts autonomously, so I don't think it would still be shackled. Yes, crumbling space-time like tissue paper. What do you think happened in the third ending? Why do you think Rusty got taken out of the picture and every other AC pilot, regardless of skill, got stomped off screen? It's because space-time got bent to bring you to Allmind to have a really climactic fight where Iguana Man will die. So AC-6 and Lancer, it's on a diasporan planet where the Union Navy is trying to keep control of everything as Balaam, i.e. Harrison Armory, and Arquebus, i.e. SSC, are fighting. There used to be a Horus experimental plant here that did a Fires of Ibis equivalent where all of the Institute technology and Coral got burned and destroyed and all of that, just like Horus blew itself up. But now, 50 years later, the Horus technology is still there, and other factions, like a rogue subsidiary under IPSN called RAD, is actually working towards finding all of this and working with the native populace who is being supplied by GMS. Factions are chill. Like, and I don't know if Allmind's an Eidolon. I don't know if Allmind is just an NHP. The point is, they're there. I think Branch might be Albatross. Do we feel Branch is Albatross, or is Branch just a separate independent group of mercenaries? Because I don't think Branch did anything wrong outside of leak the Coral. Like, leak to the Corpos that there was Coral, which was Raven. But outside of that, I don't actually think Branch does anything, like, bad. Because there's King, Chartreuse, Raven, and Raven's Operator. You're fighting an intelligence, not an intelligent creature or an artificial intelligence. Their hold on physical reality is tenuous, but that's also their greatest strength. Listen, in AC6, Allmind goes buck wild. I don't know what's going on with them. It's a fragment of a soul, for lack of more precise description. Okay, and what I would want to do for this is I would want to assign which frame the different pilots would have from AC6. With the understanding that because we're ascribing factions to them, all of the Arquebus members will only use SSC frames. However, Rusty, for instance, also uses other non-SSC parts. He uses ballistics, which is like GMS stuff. Snail Monarch. Sorry, I'm just spitballing with Can. I love writing Lovecraftian prose. We love that. We love Lovecraftian prose. Because, like, my thought is, who would we even do? Because I would not want to do every single character. I would not go down the arena. I could go down the arena. It would be so easy to just go down the arena and be like, Mad Stomp, Rad, IPSN, oh, Pog. Freud wouldn't use SSC only, would he? I feel like Freud does. Let me look this up. AC6, Freud. Also, I agree with the review I saw of the game. Freud was such a letdown. Freud was such a letdown. What parts does he use? So he uses the Melander, which is Balaam, with Arquebus parts. Huh. So I'm thinking I could just go down the arena and be like, hey, Invincible Rummy Mad Stomp, let's just give him like a Blackbeard, right? Or like we just go through, we assign them to all of them. Or I could choose, okay, like Walter, Carla, Chatty, Iguazu, Snail, Raven, like all of the major players, I assign them and actually like make a build for them. Because if I was to just go down the arena, I would be like, Carla, being a part of Rad, which we described as IPSN, would be a missile-based IPSN build. Chatty would be a Drake, probably. I feel like, would Carla be a Tortuga? Enkidu combined with some Baylor or Hydra elements? Knife Enkidu pilot? Walter is a Baylor or something. Okay, Walter. I do have one that's great for Snail, but not one from the Core 4. Shoot. Freud wouldn't use SSC only. I feel like he would. But like he uses Balaam. So I feel like that means that he's also using... what's it called? He's also using Harrison Armory stuff. Hey, Flippiness. Yeah, you caught my last stream before I get drafted to the war. The Acadia? What even is that? Is that like a KTB one? Oh, who would... Well, no, the Orcus strikes me as an HC. Funny enough, the Orcus doesn't strike me as... I could make this a series. I could easily make this a series, especially if there's interest. Like, I could be like, hey, I'm going to make all of the Vespers in Lancer. Because the Vespers are very clearly SSC, I'm going to prioritize using, like, SSC parts. Let's see how crazy we can get. And then another video where I'm like, let's go, maggots. It's going to be the red guns. And I just do the exact same thing. That could actually be really fun. That could be really fun. Wait, that would be so much fun. Morning Cloak. Slow, highly defensive sniper frame with gravity manipulation. It's just weird to me. Like, why does SSC get all the snipers? Because they get, like, Death's Head. They get Swallowtail. They get Emperor is a sniper. Oh, gosh. Do you think I could beat the game? Do you think I could beat AC6 with just jailbreak? Like, just that one spread missile launcher, a single assault rifle, and the smoke grenade. The Barbaros is a sniper if you don't mind collateral. SSC is all about precision and grace. Yeah, have you considered that I'm going to wipe that smug look off your face when I kick you in the dirt and then punch you while you're down? SSC, you're a bunch of weeb nonsense. I don't care that you have a sword that's like one molecule long that can cut through literally anything. I'm going to call you a weeb even as you slice through my armor. Probably, but do you hate yourself that much? No. Jailbreak tracks pile bunker shotgun missile. Okay, have you considered instead? I start with a pile bunker. On the jailbreak, have you considered? No right hand weapon, no shoulder weapons, no expansion system. Literally, just punching, kicking, pile bunker. Okay, Emperor, I was working on a homebrewing and artillery support and trying not to make anything absurd. Took a look at the official mix to base it off of. The one artillery support was a gimmick. I mean, I made a striker support. Called the Alexander. And honestly, making a homebrew frame was way more fun than I thought it would be. And I did have some chats with some folks in the Discord about like, hey, like this seems a bit unbalanced. This would be easily abused. So like I altered it. I changed it around. It's actually currently available on Patreon and I'm about to make it free in the next like week or so, or probably not because I'll be busy. I'll make it free whenever I release the Patreon module, which is probably going to be in a couple weeks at this point. Anything is support if you build it well. I disagree. I think anything has cohesion if you build it well, but support explicitly is spending your actions helping your fellows, right? Like you can do what you will, right? You can assist your allies incidentally. You can give them overshield or apply lock onto an enemy or work with them in some capacity. But that does not a support make. A support is devoting your actions to them because you're not strong enough willed to take out the enemy by yourself. You need someone to protect you. Burst 2, 1d3, burn, oxen. Oh my gosh. Barbarossa support mech. Listen, I want me a flying Barbarossa. I want me a Barbarossa that turns into a jet, like Transformer style. Flies across the sit rep, sets up, fires its apocalypse rail, and then it flies away. And that's just what I want. If I have to make my Barbarossa a support jet for that, I will do that gladly. BRB putting black spot on a Sherman. No, don't do it. Don't do it. No, stop. Listen, if you're going to put anything on any mech, at least make the black ice module. At least like take a page from the SSC baddie, you know? The black ice module is just shutting down any degree of hacking, which is wild. Support Death's Head. You say that like it's not feasible. The Death's Head is just a sniper. Its whole deal is about hitting you and not missing. I feel like you could pretty easily turn that into, okay, all of my core systems revolve around me dealing damage effectively. So I can devote all of my secondary systems to helping you. Which I will say, it is the biggest crime, and I am upset about this, that new paint job as a system takes up system points, even if it's like only one, because I think this is the absolute funny, like this is outside of like the Lancer lore video I made, where in the very beginning of learning about Lancer, I made a lore video. I made a lore video for Lancer in the very beginning of when I was learning about it explicitly incorrectly. I did it as a joke because I didn't know anything. And that's what made it funny. My uncle is John Lancer himself, in case you didn't know. But new paint job is like the first thing I did more recent content on, like within the past like year. because it's so silly. The thing with new paint job is you can have a system on your mech where you got a new paint job. So if you ever take structure damage, you roll a d6, and on a 6, the system gets destroyed instead of taking structure damage because it just scratched the paint. You take mech destroying damage and actually no, it just scratched the paint. That's so funny to me. Unironic support Death's Head build, any non-loaded range super heavy, you now have 1 quick per turn to help teammates. I mean, listen, invest in Harrison Armory. What's gonna happen? Are you gonna overclock too much? Are you gonna overcharge your heat too much? Oh, imagine not having redundant cooling systems. Imagine not having the ability to have excess heat sinks. Imagine not just simply having the Harrison core bonus where you can never have more than 1d6 overcharge. There is a Harrison core bonus where in overcharging normally, I believe it is, you start at 1, and then you go to 1d3, and then it's 1d6, and then it becomes like 1d6 plus 3, right? There's a Harrison core bonus, which is just, you can never have more than 1d6 overcharge. There's a core bonus for Harrison Armory where it's just, yeah, if you overcharge too many times, you can just keep overcharging. We won't cost you. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You would have melee Swallowtail build. How? So a Swallowtail is a sniper, but unlike the Death's Head, it also has more than just being a sniper. The Swallowtail also has like invisibility and like the Athena NHP. So it has more going to it. Was it a ranger? Was it a ranger Swallowtail? Because I actually don't know what the ranger does. I just know there is an alternate Swallowtail, which apparently functions fairly differently. Swallowtail is a support sniper, right? Fast, give it a climbing system from Death's Head, right? So the mag clamps. Use stealth to hide and close in safely. You jump them with charge blades. Imagine. All right, 621, I got a job for you. Watch out, looks like they've got a sniper up on a perch somewhere. Your job is to go in there, take out that sniper, and get out, preferably without taking a laser bolt to the head. Move, 621. And then you go to the sit rep, and there's nothing there because a sniper decides to descend from the heavens going, and just like stabs you in the back of the head. Is just like making noise with laser blades just to like distress and upset you for no reason other than to upset you. Use the engineer talent tip for basically a heavy charge blade. Want to know what's something like you're talking about engineers? I skipped the GMS systems way too much. I'm always so focused on the license systems, but I feel like GMS systems, there's actually a lot of like really solid stuff there, like smoke grenades, a just straight up turret that deals 2 kinetic whenever someone moves. Like, these are things where they're kind of situational, but they're not that bad. Particularly if, as a Hydra, you pick up a standard GMS turret in addition to like your Ghoul and your Ghast, and maybe you dip into Metal Mark for an assassin drone, you suddenly have like 4 more drones, all of which have extra benefits. No, you don't need a pistol or a Nexus. Simply don't make ranged attacks. We go slant. That's a new term I heard recently. Apparently, if you like focus on something, but you have a backup, you're like speccing into it. If you're slant, you have literally no options otherwise. For instance, the Blackbeard would be a focused melee build. However, the Death's Head would be a slant sniper because it doesn't get anything that does not revolve around sniping. Close combat, Death's Head. Can I just say, in talents, I love the fact that there's like talents for like close combat. For oh gosh, remind me, is it two-handed? What is it? It's multi-function. It's melee and ranged at the same time. There's a talent tree for that. So like there's talents not just for I want to be a ranged character. There's talents not just for I want to be a melee character. There's talents for I want to be up close but still ranged. There's talents for I want to be both melee and doing shots. There's talents for I want to be someone that flies. There's talents for I want to be someone that launches my reactor fuel rods at you. Like there's so many different talents that I appreciate, even though I think that some of them are more boring and like brutal. It's all about dealing more damage. I think specifically with crits, that's just boring, but you never shouldn't take it, right? Unless you have something explicitly that you want to choose over it, mechanically, brutal is one of the better ones. And like bonded is one that's very flavorful. I don't think it's very good. So you're probably not going to take it all that often. I don't know. I like the talents, but I feel as though they're not balanced enough. Yeah, Gung Fu. Well, so all Nexus weapons are basically nanite swarms. Nexus weapons are clouds of nanites that you send out in a ball, in a nexus of sorts, and you attack someone, which is why they're always smart. Which, the really funny thing about smart is that probably like 70% of the time, smart is better than normal attack because it avoids cover, and also it deals with E defense, which usually E defense is going to be 2 or maybe even 3 points lower than evasion. But if you're fighting a hacker, their E defense is usually going to be like 4 or 5 points higher than their evasion. So when you're using a smart weapon, it's really useful against folks that don't have a high E defense. But if you're fighting anyone that has any hacking ability, they might have like an 8 evasion and like an 11 E defense, which is so silly to me. You tend to pick up other things because it's boring, yeah. Burst 2, 1d6 plus 3, plus 1 to hit, and plus 1 accuracy on one target of your choice the first attack. Makes a free attack next turn as a protocol. We love that. Why do you think it's called Annihilation? Ice cold water hits hard right now. Listen, I don't have ice cold water. I do have water that at one point in time was ice cold. Oh, goodness gracious. I stretched my arms because I have been sitting here for 3.5 hours, yapping non-stop. There's a really simple solution to tech mechs with a close combat Death's Head. Your GM only has to pick 2 in the core book and doesn't want to overuse them. I do stretch. I stretch daily. I actually do stretches every night. And I also do some floor workout, some like core. I do weights. And then I will also go on the treadmill. So broadly speaking, I yawn again as I stretch. I'm actually like covering most of my bases. I don't think I stretch enough. I think I need to stretch more. But like I do a core workout. I work out my legs and cardio. I work out my arms and torso. I work on my flexibility. Out of sheer curiosity, how flexible would I say I am? I would say I am averagely flexible. I don't think I am particularly above average flexible. Like, I can touch my toes and hold it. Right? Wow, why is my model freaking out? My model, oh my gosh. Oh, I know why my model's freaking out. I'm sorry. My tracker is like peeking out from above my monitor. And so my head was low enough that my model tracker was not seeing me. I'm so sorry. I would say in terms of flexibility, I'm like about average, specifically because I don't know how flexible the average person is, but I can do stuff like touch my toes and hold it. I can do stuff like arc my back pretty significantly. I can do stuff like bend my body in weird ways without hurting myself generally. So it's something where like I wouldn't say I'm like a contortionist. I wouldn't even say I'm above average in flexibility, though I would say I am of average. Why? Also, this is a question I had earlier, but the topic moved on. How would I depict Nurgle as having positive aspects as I might the other ones? So Nurgle, I didn't mention this multiple times. I did not mention Nurgle for the positive stuff explicitly because I ain't gonna lie, Chief. I don't really have one. That's why I can't really like see myself ever succumbing to Nurgle's like gifts, because I don't like bugs. I don't like grossness. I don't like sickness. And while yes, some people are like, oh, he's a representation of the end of all things. And while you're like, it is grossness, it is also the comfort that you know how you will die. You know what will happen. I don't vibe with that. I don't vibe with knowing the future. I am someone that like, if the future were to be handed to me on a silver platter, I obviously would want to look to see what would happen. I'm not a fan though. I prefer to be surprised by my life. And I don't want to know how, when, and under what circumstances I will perish. Particularly if it involves bugs and sickness. Well, no, so that's the thing. Hope is Zinch. Hope is the ability for your circumstances to change. Contentment in stagnation, I would say, is more Nurgle. And that's something I hate. I hate contentment. I do not like sitting here unchanging. It makes me feel gross. It makes me feel pathetic. It makes me feel like a waste. I need to either be learning or doing or evolving. And if I am sitting here in contentment, and there have been times where I have had periods in like content creation, for instance, where I was just kind of making the same stuff like as a part of a series. And I would get roughly the same amount of views over multiple weeks. And I would get roughly the same amount of comments over multiple weeks. And I was making different ideas, but it was the same basic premise of like, I'm making a Mega Dungeon one day, and I'm doing a stream highlight on another day, and I'm doing like a Lancer video on another day. And I was just like, I don't like this. I'm worried. I'm just kind of like getting content with my situation. I want to be someone that is constantly evolving. I don't like the idea that I've locked in to like a mental state or personality trait. I like the idea that my sense of self is fluid. Because I am someone who has gone through many character changes over the years. The treadmill. I mean, honestly, like, the treadmill is something that I do daily. I am a creature of routine, funny enough. I am someone who, I like my routines. I get uncomfortable when my routines are disrupted, and it stresses me out if I have a routine I'm trying to do and people are stopping me. That has caused friction in my friendships, and sometimes even with other content creators, because they try to disrupt my routine to like get collabs going, and I'm just like, dog, I'm sorry, but like, this isn't something I'm just gonna drop at a hat. This is important to me. It's my routine. But even with like routines, even with finding this super important, I'm not the sort of person that wants my routine to rule my life. I'm not the sort of person who wants to just get comfortable with what I'm doing and how I'm doing it and then not stop. I am someone who, if I'm not evolving, if I'm not changing over time, even minorly, I will go stir crazy. And maybe that's kind of Zinch coded. Like, but the issue with that is that, like, I'm not constantly like hopping from thing to thing that I get bored from. A big part of this is explicitly that I am able to retain something for long enough for it to be like continuous. It's not that I'm going to jump from something as soon as it loses my interest. I like to think, discipline to stick with it, which I feel like is very not Zinch coded. Sorry, my roommate just brought me some food, like a cherry, a singular cherry. Actually, that's a lie. That's, let me look at this. This is 4 doubloons, 4 entire doubloons, and by doubloons I mean cherry. No, but I definitely see like how someone would say that's Zinchian. I need my enrichment. Listen, my roommate has learned over like many months at this point that if I am not given food, I will not eat food on a stream day. I will like start stream. I will stream for like 5 to 8 hours. And then afterwards I'll be like, wow, I feel so faint. I feel so weak. I feel like I don't have any energy. And they're like, did you eat? I'm like, no. And they're like, yeah, I wonder why. Allow me to consume a singular bite of this quesadilla. Okay, I lied. I had 3 bites of the quesadilla. Maybe I am Zinch coded. I did just lie to you. Though, is it really lying if I didn't intend to have more than 1 bite and I was like, actually, this is really warm. Much like a lizard, I will just bask in the warmest area that I have access to. I will simply lie down on a stone that has been out in the sun and use it to warm me because I do not have the internal heating to compensate for cold weather. I am the sort of person who will just like, okay, I don't quite do this, but like I used to have like a space heater and I would unironically have this on like almost year round. Not quite year round, not quite like in summer and not like late spring or early fall. But it's definitely something where like I would have a space heater in my room, warming my room in like spring. Because, or even in like fall. You wish you had a stone lying in the sun. Listen, oh, to be a creature that can crawl upon a large flat stone and simply bask in its warmth. This is the ideal state that Tiktaalik really wanted. The dry warmth of a basking stone. Call that aggressive heat bleed. Listen, I am always cold. If anyone ever meets me in person, you will know to recognize me by my inability to produce warmth internally. My hands will be cold. My feet will be cold. My nose will be cold. My roommate says that I'm too big of a person. My extremities are too long that my blood gives up before it reaches my hands or my feet. You love the cold, but that's because you're conditioned by living through many Midwest winters. That's the thing, like, I like the warmth. I don't like a humid warm. Like, those of you in the South, those of you in Florida, those of you in, like, swamp country, oof, you have my respect. Just by surviving. Like, I can handle I have family in like Arizona. And I have been there in the summer where at midnight, it was 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Which is a lot. That's like 40 something Celsius. Right? So it's a lot. It's like 45 Celsius or something. But that was a dry heat, so it was really nice. In Florida, it might be 80 degrees Fahrenheit. But with humidity, you will feel. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm filled with such disgust at the thought of feeling humid 80 degree weather air. You will feel like you are walking through soup. It is truly one of the nastiest things you can have. And now imagine if you have 100 degree weather where it's also super humid. Florida and Alabama are hell. Maryland and Delaware are bad enough in the summer. See, that's the thing. Maryland, Delaware, those are northern enough that they also get hit by like the deciduous nature of the Northeast. Like, fun fact, for those of you who don't know, Washington, D.C., like the U.S.'s capital, is actually in a swamp. Because in part of the dealings when the nation was forming, it was put in a central location for the 13 colonies. That didn't mean it was a good location. That meant it was a location that was central, which just so happened to be a swamp. So like Maryland, Delaware, I think even South Jersey and Pennsylvania have swamps pretty regularly, but they're not nearly as bad, as humid, or as hot as further south, which is where it gets real bad. Oh, it's awful down there. I've had to spend some time in Florida. Biggest mistake of my life. Actually, like, biggest mistake of my life. Quesadillas are so pog. Not quite as pog as rice. Which I will say, it's been quite a while since I've had rice on stream. It's so good though. Like, just the simple fact of I can take a rice cooker. I can spend like 10 minutes washing it because for whatever reason, the rice I get takes forever to wash. And then I can put it in a rice cooker and just all day, even into tomorrow, I can just take rice from it and I will have a meal. I can add like edamame or egg. I can make a katsu sauce or just use furikake. I can use soy sauce or have it plain. I can just have rice. Rice cookers are one of the best inventions. Plainly. Yeah, Florida's at the same latitude as North Africa. But unless I'm mistaken, I believe North Africa is far more arid by and large, because Florida and also most of the same like southern US in that area, like most of the southeast US is very swamp marshland. Ecologically, it's very wet, so it's very humid. Meanwhile, Texas, which is actually at a similar longitude, has swamps, I'm sure, but is very deserty, is very arid, because once you start getting to like Mexico and like Latin America, it's very dry for a bit, and then it goes back to being very wet once you hit like the very top of like South America, or once like you kind of hit the southern portion of Central America. Because if I map of countries. So like if, generally speaking, like right here, or like right here is very wet, but like here, broadly speaking, is pretty dry. That's just because this is where a bunch of rivers lead to. Right? Someone in Tampa and someone in Cairo can get nearly the same amount of sun a couple hours apart. Yeah. The more Mediterranean parts of North Africa are pretty humid. I mean, that would make sense. But like, I imagine with the Nile, for instance, that would be a very humid area explicitly because that is where a major river becomes an estuary, right? There's a delta and everything. Like generally, that's going to lead to a higher humidity, and then also with the sea patterns and like the wind currents, the mists and the fog that rolls around. Because like for instance, in the Northwest, you're going to have constant fog and rain, but that's not really humidity. That's also going to be cold. However, if you have fog or rain in somewhere where it's hotter, that's going to be way more humid. That's what happens in Florida. That's what happens in the Southeast. Been to Mexico, worst it ever got was 85 with like 20%. Beautiful country. I've been to Mexico once on a wedding for like my cousin. Half the people there got sick because they like had something that they shouldn't have had. On wacky topography, one of my favorite landforms, Rias. What? Like Russian Rias. Coastline. I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm sorry. I assume you mean this because this is like the funkiest thing that came up, but I actually don't know. I'm so sorry. Cut Yucatan out of the circle and yeah. Well, I mean, and also like with over here, the Sahara is a good thing to bring up because generally with mountains specifically, but with deserts, you're going to have wind patterns that bring rain and fog and moisture in a certain direction, and then you're going to have a cold front and a hot front. That is why the Rockies are here. This is desert, this is not. Because there is like basically all the way the mountains like intersect with the wind is that the rain ends up mostly going to the Midwest, whereas a lot of the desert or a lot of California, Arizona, Utah, Nevada, all these areas are on the dry side of the Rockies. So I actually don't know if there's a northern mountain range in Africa. I don't know about that. Are massive scars left by glaciers crushing the ground? I mean, this is pretty wild. Like, imagine presenting this to someone. I mean, like, come up with an explanation. How do you think this formed? Someone's just gonna say, like, giants did it, and then no one's gonna argue because who's gonna argue with that? Stop circling where you live. The Midwest is humid, spring and summer it sucks. Oh gosh. Like, the rain is one thing, but the humidity is another, because like you have no water, you have only water. Unless we're talking like 1930s Dust Bowl. Like, if you want to go back to the Dust Bowl, we can. I wouldn't recommend it personally, but we can if you're so inclined. Where are all of the... What if I look up world map mountains? I'm a genius. Okay, so this is like an elevation map. So there's actually nothing crazy in the very north of the Sahara. However, is the Sahara not like here? So it would make sense that it's like, this is the wet area, this is the dry area because the wind current is here. Is that how that works? Or am I just making that up? If I'm making that up, I'm so sorry. The Dust Bowl never went away. Trees can't replace prairie grass. Wow. See, I'm actually not super familiar with... Wow, the Appalachians got screwed. Look at how little they are in comparison. Because, like, you know that the Appalachian mountain range is older than Pangaea. Or, like, they came around the time of Pangaea. That's why they're so little, is because in comparison to all these new upstarts who only came about, like, millions of years ago, the Appalachian range was just like, nah, I came about pre-divide. Yes, Hydra, we're looking at mountains, and I don't even know why. The Dust Bowl never went away. He does world building based on physics and our current understanding of geological and atmospheric processes. Artifexian. Artifexian. Hog. I should check that out. Oh, apparently they've had a 50-part series on humans up until now. Or no, that's just a World Builders log, and the last couple were about humans. Never mind. Wait, sorry. Look if the map has a table mountain. No, so Pangaea in general is really cool. However, like, how can you flex anything related to Pangaea? The only one I can think of is the Appalachian Mountains existing during Pangaea, right? Like, that's something where unironically that's super impressive and like kind of humbling if you think about it. What? No. So the Appalachian Mountains are older than the North Star? North Star? Are you saying since we could see it? Or since it formed? Oh wow, I didn't know that the North Star was Polaris. I recognize the name Polaris, but I've really only heard it referred to as the North Star and Polaris used independently. Huh. The same fossils on different continents is cool. Oh yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, I'm not saying give me your best arguments for or against Pangaea. I'm just saying I feel like you can't flex too much related to Pangaea outside of like literally just, oh, this existed during Pangaea. At least it has the Drakensberg Mountain. There's another guy who did a 15-part series about speculative biology and evolution from the ground up. Sharks are... Is Polaris just a baby? How old? Age. Not language. Age 45 to 67 or 500 plus. What? Giga year? Mega year. What is a mega year? What? Help. Help. Because I looked up the Wikipedia page and it said, it's like, oh yeah, it's like 45 to 67, like MYR. And I'm like, oh, is that like millions of years? And it's no, it's a mega year. sharks in Appalachians are just way older than we expect. See, that's the thing. Like, I know the North Star has been around for obviously all of human history because that's how stars operate. I know the Appalachians and the sharks have been around since longer than human history. I did not expect the Appalachians and sharks to develop before the North Star. Yeah, so mega light years, or just mega years. But then also there's giga years. I did not know either of these existed. Mega is just the, oh. Well, that makes me feel less bad. That makes me feel significantly better. Because I was like, why would they have mega? Hardcore to the mega does not exist on the universal timescale. Cosmic indifference. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just saw that I had a tab open with Egghead and it made me think of him, so. There's also centiyears, which are like 3.7 days. Well, because that's 1/100th of a year. Like, I get that. That makes sense to me. Like, okay, can I just rant about something for a second? Bi-weekly. What do you mean when you say bi-weekly? Do you mean twice a week? Or do you mean twice a month? And you might be saying, well, obviously bi-monthly is twice a month. No, bi-weekly is once every other week. Bi-monthly is once every other month. However, bi-weekly is also twice every week. Bi-monthly is also twice every month. Bi-yearly is twice every year. Annually, once a year, is once every year. Like, quarterly is 4 times a year, but like the Olympics is once every 4 years. Annually? What does that mean? Semi is a prefix, use it? I'm sorry, this is just something that, like, you want to know what grinds my gears? Like, I use bi-weekly. Whenever I hear bi-weekly, my assumption is once every other week. Because I think 2 weeks equals bi-weekly. I don't think 2 within a week. And I understand that's literally just a skill issue. I understand that's literally just a me problem. But I feel like up until a decade or so ago, 2 decades ago, like 15 years ago, we generally spoke in bi-weekly as once every other week. And I don't think anyone believes me. However, I am not one to believe in the Mandela effect. I believe the Mandela effect is just people being so egotistical that they can't conceptualize being wrong. Unironically. Like, the Mandela effect, for those of you who don't know, is I am remembering something that every source I look up, every person I talk to, there is no evidence for how I remember it. So clearly, the most logical explanation is that I was transported to an alternate reality where I was right in my reality, but I'm wrong here. And that is just entered into the public zeitgeist as a thing you can say. Most people don't even know it's about like alternate realities. They just think it means like, oh, I misremembered it. Or like, I was right before, but things changed since. Like, the Mandela effect is so stupid. The Mandela effect is so nonsensical. I don't know how it caught on, and yet it did. Yeah, Nelson Mandela didn't die in prison. Clearly, I'm not just completely unaware of politics outside the US. Must be an alternate universe, not anything I need to reevaluate. I thought Mandela joke was just a joke. So modern usage is just a joke. Modern usage, 9 times out of 10, if I say, oh, Mandela effect, that means I'm not actually assuming that I was transported to an alternate reality. That being said, it started as a real, actual people believed that they were being transported to an alternate reality where Nelson Mandela died in prison. Or did not die in prison. And Maddie kind of hit it on the head. I think it's mostly like Americans. I think it's mostly people who are like, oh yeah, I know about politics. Oh, this famous politician from a country I'm not a part of didn't die years ago? Oh, well, clearly the politician must be wrong. I must be right. And there's so many things like this. There's so many things that are just like, they're normalized. And generally speaking, like 9 out of 10 times, they don't mean it in the weird way, so it's fine. But there's like that 1 out of 10 times, and there's the origin story that you learn, and you're like, why are people the way they are? Yeah, this is what I was taught 40 years ago. And that's the thing, like, I have a question for you. You have to go to the doctor. And your insurance covers 2 options. Someone who's been in the field for like 40 years, or someone who just graduated from medical school. And like, they just started their practice, like within the last year. Who would you go to? Who would you go to? Because I feel like most people would choose like the 40-year-old. But honestly, someone fresh out of medical school probably has way more up-to-date information and knowledge. Like, yeah, they don't have the experience, they don't have the practice, but first off, they have to practice on someone. Second off, they probably learned more up-to-date, safer, and more technologically advanced, like, means of doing whatever you need. You could argue either case, exactly. Like, you could argue that the 40-year-old, or the person who's been doing this for 40 years, doesn't keep up with modern technology. They want to do it the old way, which means that they're using like laughing gas on you. And then with like the person out of medical school, you could argue they've never done this before. They don't have the confidence or the competence to reasonably do this in a way that they can assure you that there won't be error. But I don't know, like a recent medical grad who's using like a fancy dancy computer that has like a 3D reading of my chest when they want to open me up for heart surgery versus a 40-year-old who's just like, all right, we're going to put you under and you're going to wake up 8 hours later or you're not going to wake up at all. I feel like, I don't know. I don't want a college student doing brain surgery on me without some heavy technological assistance. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that like, well, I'm assuming, and this might be wrong, I'm just kind of assuming this. If you graduated from med school as a surgeon, let's say, you probably have experience performing surgery on cadavers, and you probably have experience shadowing someone. You don't necessarily have experience performing like open heart surgery on someone before, but you've done it on a cadaver, and you've probably seen someone do it and helped them do it, even if you yourself did not do it. Yeah, most surgeries do have a pretty decent chance of like wake up 8 hours later, but not all of them. Which is why, if you're an anesthesiologist, there's a good chance you are the last person numerous people saw before they died. If you are the person who puts people under with anesthesia, and you tell them to like count, and you're looking them in the eye as they close their eyes, if they die in surgery or due to complications before waking up, you were the last person they saw before they died. Wild. And the only reason I thought about that is because of a Dropout clip where Grant Anthony O'Brien was an anesthesiologist assistant at one point and like would apply anesthesia to people before surgery, and there were numerous people who died due to complications in the surgery, so he was the last person that they saw before they died. Any good doctor keeps up with information. I agree with that, I would even go so far as to say driver's license. Because wanna know what's crazy? I can get my permit at 16 in the US. Then I can get a full license at 18. And then as long as I don't get any tickets, I'm not tested for the rest of my life. Assuming that like I don't give them impetus to make me get tested. I am not going to be the same driver at 60 that I was when I was 20. That's just not how that works. Cars change over time. Imagine getting your license in like 75, let's say. And now today you're driving a Tesla. Imagine that. In my state, I can get a permit at 14, a license at 16. That's crazy. For me, it was, I think the way I grew up with it was 16 is permit, 17 is provisional, which is I'm allowed to drive, but only if I have someone in the car with me who has a full license. And then 18 is where I get a full license. And I think what it was is that I had to take a test for the permit, and then I had to take another test for the full license, I think. I might not even had to do that. I don't remember. You gotta do grocery shopping? Thank you for your well wishes in the Middle East. 10, 9, 8, lights out. Continuing education is required in a lot of fields. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, in the medical field, a lot of doctors are unironically too busy. And if you're a nurse, you're not expected to need to know that information. So you'll just have like, hey, twice a year or like quarterly, we'll have you sit in on a 1-hour Zoom call where you will be explained at all of the recent developments that happened in the field, whether or not they apply to you. Like I have family in the medical field, right? So I know that the way that they handle, hey, you're someone who's been in the field and out of education for a while. How are we going to get you up to speed? We're just going to present at you like 90% of information you don't know or care about. And that 10% that's actually relevant to you, we're going to stick that in the most boring section so you're not even paying attention. And we're going to do that like 2 to 4 times a year just so that we can't get sued in case malpractice happens, because then it's your fault and not our fault as the company. You got this randomly, but I hope whatever it goes on goes well for you. Well, thank you, John. Yeah, I just need to step back because I'm going to be moving soon. So it's nothing bad. It's nothing major. I'm just yapping while I can. Mr. Super John Smith. Excuse you, that is Dr. Super John Smith. They did not go to 4 years of evil medical school to be called Mr. Super John Smith. Some would even call it Super Medical School. Question, do you think... So obviously this depends on the setting. In a setting with like superheroes, do you think that there's any like super doctors? And I mean like their power is they're really good at being a doctor. They're not a doctor by day, crime fighter by night. They're not someone who has a PhD who is a superhero. They're not someone whose power is healing people. They're someone who like, they're a general practitioner. They're like a PCP at a firm, but they have like x-ray vision. So they use their x-ray vision to like look inside of you and see like, oh, I see that you have a small growth on your kidney. We need to get that checked out. Right, dude? Like, what are our thoughts on that? Carpentry is a valid profession. Want to know why? Because Big JC himself did that. Can I get an amen for this Christian Minecraft stream that we're currently engaging in? But no, I do feel like there is a weird hierarchy where people, generally people of means, look down on people of no means and assume that it's because of their work. When, like, I don't know, a plumber, for instance, a mechanic, an electrician. I don't care how much money you make. You need these folks to make your like $5 billion mansion not collapse in on itself. Maybe not a mechanic, but like your fleet of 12 cars to not combust, right? Like, these people who you look down on for being lesser than you are the ones who make not just your house, but also society work. And as much as I hate like working with contractors who I know are going to overcharge me because they know I don't know what I need, so they're going to overcharge me, and I hate that, but I can't really argue because I haven't put in the time and effort to be a plumber, mechanic, or electrician. I'm not going to lie. I got some respect for them. Just blanketly, outside of like the whole like, oh yeah, everyone deserves respect. But like specifically the folks who do jobs I can't do and don't want to do. Super doctors would be hecka necessary to meet the casualty output of your average superhero fight. Yeah. If it's unskilled labor, do it yourself. I mean, yeah, but that's the thing, right? If I have a leaky pipe, if I have a pipe that has a leak, I should probably do that myself. That is something a plumber could do, and it might be indicative of something more important that only a plumber would recognize, but I can I can put a band-aid on it. I can fix that. Same thing with like, if my car's check engine light is on, or I need an oil change, I can just do an oil change. But it's also, if you have the means, you don't want to do that because you don't want to waste your time on that. You're just going to pay people to do that. And if you don't have the means, you have to figure out how to do that on your own, which then means you might be in a situation where, I don't know how many times you've seen this, people who like need a plumber, people who need an electrician are like, nah, I'll do it myself. I got this. And then it's just a matter of, Dad, no, you can't do that. Dad, stop. Maybe I'm just ranting about my own father. Is this manga you read, Super Dr. K? They're a kind of super doctor. They removed a piece of rock from someone's intestine using glass and a sewing needle. You don't know me, but you like tacos and burritos? Do you have a preference? Because I have a quesadilla right here. Like, I have a quesadilla in my hand right now I will take a bite of. Personally, I'm team burrito. I like tacos. I am a fan of tacos. There's just something about a burrito. I like it all being contained. I like the heft. I like being able to bite into it and getting everything. Because with a poorly constructed burrito, you have like, I don't know, rice, protein, toppings, and then like sauce, right? With a poorly, oh my gosh, my voice. With a poorly constructed taco, you have rice, protein, toppings, sauce. This is like flush against the containing, right? The burrito is a self-contained skin suit of sorts, which is an awful thing to say for food. But like, the tortilla is flush against what you are eating within it, whereas the taco has like just space up top, and it also can fall out the sides. And maybe that's just a skill issue, but personally, I'm not a huge fan of that. Tacos are more messy. You can fry a burrito. I don't think I've had a fried burrito, but I don't disagree. I have had other enclosed tortilla dishes, like a chimichanga. Which I think a lot of them do involve frying. And then like you kind of like drench it in sauce. So it has a nice crispiness to it that is softened by being like marinated basically. The standard burrito, it is pretty good. Tacos are kind of mid, taste good but messy. So I would say I'm kind of ignoring what actually goes into it, because if I have a burrito, if I have a taco, even if I have a quesadilla, I can put similar, if not the same things in all of them. I can put ground beef. I can put carnitas. I can put lettuce, cheese, rice in any of these. So I don't think it's fair to argue taste, meaning if your argument for the taco is, oh yeah, it tastes good, I mean, so does the quesadilla and the burrito. So does a bowl without any tortilla attached. Tortilla is one of the world's best inventions. Screw sliced bread, even though I love it. Genuine question. Genuine question. Tortilla versus naan. Because we got flatbread versus flatbread versus flatbread. One of which is intended to be torn, generally for like very sauce heavy, liquid heavy meals, like a curry, for instance. Whereas the other is oftentimes used as like a second plate, almost like an edible plate, where you put stuff in the tortilla and then you eat all of it in the tortilla. You've never had naan? So naan is effectively, think a tortilla, but thicker. And instead of like taking your tortilla, putting all of your stuff on it, wrapping it up so that it's all contained, it is, you'll have, for instance, a bowl of like rice and curry or whatever, and then you'll have a piece of naan to the side that you tear off this section, and you use that section in conjunction with like a utensil to basically scoop up some of the curry, like malai kofta, for instance. You grab like a piece of paneer with some rice and some sauce, you put it on the bread, and you eat all of that in a little bite. Which I suppose, like, if we're gonna be fair, we should probably add in like pita. Personally. So also, we need to make the distinction. Flour or corn. I'm probably going to upset some people by this. I prefer flour tortillas. My roommate prefers corn tortillas. So we often are at odds when we buy tortillas, because they're like, I want corn, and I'm like, I want flour. So we usually get both because we both have a need for tortillas pretty regularly. I grew up with, honestly, I grew up with whole wheat tortillas, which I am not a fan of. I am like fully flour tortillas. Pina. Exactly. Boring answer. Depends on what you're having them with, but if you're only having them on their own, I have to go with naan. See, naan, I actually don't know. So you tell me. I've had like garlic naan, right? I have had naan with like garlic baked into it or other spices baked into it. I don't think I've ever had a tortilla that wasn't like a plain tortilla. Is that like something I'm missing out on? Or is that just me not like is that just kind of standard? Flour for burritos, corn for tacos. I don't disagree. But like even corn tortillas, like the little ones, they just have a flavor to them. Because I'm talking, when I talk tortillas, I'm not talking like hard shell tacos. I'm talking like the same like disc of thin bread I guess that's how you would describe a tortilla if you're trying to avoid using words like flour or corn, or maize. Like, it's the same function, it's just smaller and made with a different starch. Homemade corn tortillas beat homemade flour tortillas. Store-bought flour tortillas beat store-bought corn tortillas. Garlic bread is peak, but also I am ace, so I am kind of like biased here. Flour ends up feeling more flexible than corn, but I could be wrong. What are y'all talking about? Yeah, we're talking about tortillas versus naan versus pita. Honestly, I don't even know why we're talking about this. We just kind of did. I think someone came into chat and was just like, I don't know what's going on, but I like burritos and I like tacos. And then I started talking about burritos and tacos. Oh, it's snagging or something? Okay, give me a moment. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this. Yes, thank you for letting me know. I think what it was is that my camera positioning was weird. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for letting me know, Can. So they have flavored flour tortillas, but it's not common in grocery stores. Because I'm the ADHD champion, I'll have you know, I can't argue with that. A lot of people in my community have ADHD, and I don't know why. Anyway, have you ever considered having a tortilla with traditionally like non-toppings on it? And I don't mean like garlic. I mean like eating like malai kofta or like palak paneer with a tortilla. And then having like a burrito or a taco on naan. I think that would be interesting. I actually think neither would be as good as the original because naan and flour, both plain, like plain naan, plain flour, taste different. Like a flour tortilla tastes different from a plain piece of naan. So I think that the flavor of whatever dish you're having on the tortilla and whatever like condiments you're having or like whatever internals you're having to your taco would not mesh as well. I got my ham radio technician and general license on a whim. Awesome. I don't think you'd be able to roll the burrito all the way. See, that's why I'm thinking like a taco, like an open kind of thing, you know? Like this is naan where it would probably be a bit too big, but like you can't fully like close it, so you just kind of like hold it up like this with an open top. This looks like a bearded man. Smile. Bearded man. I feel like anything too wet on a tortilla is just asking for a sad mess. I disagree. Because I've had like a sauce in a tortilla that it didn't like saturate the tortilla. However, I generally ate it quick enough that it didn't have a chance to. So I can kind of see how that would be. Basically, we're just talking about wheat, guys. Exactly. Apparently, it's uncommon for someone to pass both tests at once. Sour cream and hot sauces. I'm anti-sour cream. I'm sorry. It's gross. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Burritos can be drippy. Yeah, if you mismake them. Hello, MD. You have very bad experiences with tortillas? What have you done to tortillas and what have tortillas done to you? See, I'm not anti-sour cream, like, I'll stop associating you, like, with you as a person. However, I just don't like it. It's kind of gross. It's soured cream. It like pees on you whenever you open it. Like, do you know, like, sometimes like mustard or ketchup does that, and that's just so gross to me. I feel that way on sour cream, yeah. It takes quite a bit for stuff to soak through a tortilla. Ugh, I don't want to think about soaking a tortilla. Although, tortilla... Well, so okay, fair. I've had, like, again, chimichangas, other, not an enchilada. what are the other styles of like it's a dish where you take the stuff, you wrap it in a tortilla, and then you put it in a pan that is like soaking in a sauce, right? And you kind of like, you basically marinate it, and then you eat it with like a knife and fork because it is one giant soaking wet tortilla covered in sauce with stuff in it, obviously, generally like meat and cheese. I don't remember what that's called. You mix it up so it's not liquidy, but once it does get too liquidy, you toss it because you bought cream. The only time I've seen something leak through a tortilla was when I used sliced cheese instead of shredded. Ugh. Which, like, I'm not gonna lie, I've used sliced cheese before on like a tortilla for a quesadilla. However, I generally use sliced cheese on crackers, but also for grilled cheese. Something my roommate showed me is if you want a really good but cheap and quick meal. Oh my gosh, my voice. A grilled cheese where you add just a little bit of like chives and like some sriracha sauce actually goes so hard. Actually, like, depends on what cheese you use, but like if you have like a cheddar or a Swiss or a provolone, and then you add on some chives, maybe a little bit of like garlic powder. That's what I started adding. Some sriracha sauce or like hot sauce on the grilled cheese. That's pretty pog. Also, I should probably mention this stream, we have a Q&A. I made it like all edgy and melodramatic as a joke. If you have any questions about me, games, VTubing, TTRPGs, what's going on exactly, videos, ideas that I have, just feel free to drop it in that little questions chat. I'll get to it eventually. If I end up dying on deployment, does Rory take over? I would sooner sell this channel than give it over to Rory. So that's the answer to my question. That's that answer. Earlier you said you played Dark Souls 1. Have I played any other FromSoft games aside from Armored Core? I played like half of Dark Souls 2. And then right around the time I beat all 4 Primal Bonfires, I started one of the DLCs, like accidentally. I didn't realize that like the big giant dragon temple was a DLC. I had major computer issues, so my computer like needed to be reset, and I lost all progress, and I just never picked it back up. I want to beat Dark Souls 2 at some point, but it's been years at this point. I lost all of my progress. I completely killed my interest in playing. I'd be interested in picking it back up again. I just don't know if I'm going to stream it because, well, it would take forever. And this happened at the same time I was playing Bloodlines. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which is not a FromSoft game, but it's separate. Similarly, lost all of my progress. Like, I was 2/3 of the way through Bloodlines, lost all of my progress, completely killed my interest in playing. I have all 3 Dark Souls games. So I have Dark Souls 3. I haven't played Bloodborne, Sekiro, or Elden Ring. I want to. Like all of those are on my list. I just would prefer to play Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3 first. I haven't played Dark Souls 2 because I was playing Dark Souls 2 and then I lost the ability to play it. Haven't picked it up since. I don't know. Like, it might be on my list. It might not. Food is delicious. I'm not gonna lie. Makes cheeseburgers, and instead of a top bun and bottom, they use grilled cheese sandwiches and pulled pork. Ooh. That sounds like a lot, but it sounds very good. You beat all the Dark Souls games, you just need to finish the rest of Dark Souls 2's bosses. You still need to play Bloodlines. Sounds like you stopped playing Bloodlines right before it got really racist. Oh, right. Isn't there the, like, I don't know how else to describe it, so forgive me. Like, doesn't Bloodlines have, like, Asian vampires that are different and less human or something. Like it's they have are they Chinese inspired? But they're like a different type of vampire from East Asia that functions similarly but is distinct from kindred. Quaijin, thank you. So isn't this like amazing? Because I remember in Bloodlines, I fought one of them. I fought like a Quaijin in a warehouse that my character was like, oh, a Quaijin or something. I don't even remember. I played a Malkavian and I don't even remember what happened in that game outside of the fact that every single outfit I had was breasting boobily. Like, holy heck. One of the standard Malkavian outfits you have is like a cowgirl outfit where like your top is undone and you barely have your bra holding back your chest. And I was like, whoa. Yeah, the whole section of the game in Chinatown sucks. Interesting. Well, because as far as I'm aware, Bloodlines was like rushed. And as buggy as it was, it's the last like third. Oh my gosh, my voice just killed itself. It was rushed and like the last third is like crazy. Yeah, the spoiler clan. I played a Malkavian, so I kept learning information about the game in really obscure ways that I had no context for. So for instance, like meeting Jeanette, she's called the daughter of Janus, who I believe is Janus strikes me as a Roman name, but it's like Roman or Greek, where they're a two-headed god. And that's a basically hint that Jeanette and her sister, Therese, are actually the same person, right? So like that's the kind of stuff where it's like, technically it's a spoiler, but I also watched LA by Night before playing Bloodlines, and LA by Night has a bunch of references to Bloodlines. So for instance, Nines, the Anarch, and like Abrams are characters in the actual play LA by Night, and I loved them. So I inherently liked them more in Bloodlines, even though, frankly, they were less interesting. They were significant, like most of the characters in Bloodlines were pretty boring. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Janus is a two-faced god in Roman mythology, one of the only original Roman gods. The first half or so of Bloodlines is really good. It falls off after that, and not exclusively with the racist stuff. See, that's how you know it's bad, is when everyone's like, oh no, you got up to that part. And you're like, yeah, what? And they're like, not only is it super racist, and then you're like, it's super racist? And they're like, it also gets really bad. And you're like, you said that like it's two different things. And they're like, yes, if the racism was well written, this would be a different story. But no, it's also poorly written. And then you're just like, what the heck did I sign up for? Hi again, bye again. Enjoy, Johnny No Brain. Yeah, so Hal, you asked if you could ask a question. By all means, go ahead. Oh my gosh, that was like a hiccup. What the heck? I was like speaking while inhaling at the same time. That was surprising. What's that part in my favorite game? Oh gosh. So my favorite game is Pyre. And I'd say it doesn't have that part, in the sense that it's like a double whammy of like, wow, this sucks on multiple fronts. What I would say is it does have that part in it's very much going to change how obviously it's my favorite game. I've watched a bunch of different playthroughs of it. I've seen multiple people play this game and react to this game and like talk about this game. Generally speaking, that part is when people realize that the journey they're going on is not going to be like this. It's going to be like this. Because the whole conceit of Pyre, and this is like minor spoilers, but this is just like the premise of the game, so it's not really a major spoiler. Pyre is a game where it's all about the journey, not the destination. Pyre is a game where you are thrown out of this area called the Commonwealth because you know how to read. Literacy is banned. Literacy is illegal. So you're banished from the Commonwealth. You're sent to this area called the Downside, which is basically purgatory. It's exile. It is the wilderness. It is, you are unable to return to the Commonwealth. Like, they physically are separated from you. Like, they're on top of a mountain, effectively. And you're like thrown down the mountain through a river. You're cast out into the Downside. You meet up with a bunch of other people and you learn, hey, you can make your way back to the Commonwealth by playing Wizard NBA Jam. And if you are questioning what the heck does that mean, don't worry about it. That's not important to this. So then you go through, you find a bunch of different cast characters. It's very Mass Effect or like Dragon Age in you go to an area, you find a new friend. You go to a new area, you find a new friend who's of a different like species or ethnic group. You go to a new area, you find yet another different friend of a different ethnic group or species that has different abilities, and like ad infinitum until eventually you reach the point where you're at the top of the mountain and you're informed only one of you gets to go back to the Commonwealth. And everyone's like, what happens now? So what the game ends up being is it ends up being a game about building up this big party for this big climactic like reveal. And then you reach the reveal. Only one of you gets to go free. The rest of you basically climb back down the mountain. And then you have to start the cycle over again. All like you had like 8 of you that got to the top of the mountain. And now there's only 7 of you. But all 7 of you are like still like participating in Wizard NBA Jam. You're still like talking to each other. You're still making connections. And then you get back up. And then now there's 6 of you. And then you go back down. And then you go back up. And then there's 5 of you. And then you go back down. And then you go back up. And then there's 4 of you. And then you go back down. And then you go back up. And then there's 3 of you. And it's the idea of what is it like to find a family and then to have them leave over time. And I think that part in Pyre is the first time you reach the top of the mountain and you're told not everyone is going home. Because from a narrative perspective, that completely changes what framing the rest of the game has and like quadruples the length of the game. So if you're someone who was just like, oh, cool, this would be like a nice little experience. Like, we just got to like play NBA Jam, go up this mountain, pog. That would really like upset you. Not because it's like poorly written, not because it like suddenly has like weird like of its time undertones that are very uncomfortable. Literally just because it changes the premise of why you're playing. Fairly early, actually. Like it's not even like after like 20 hours. It's like after like 6 to 8 hours of a probably call it 20, 25 hour game. I'm entirely guesstimating here, but Pyre sounds interesting. I might pick it up. And then that's the thing. The other like that part of Pyre. So that's like that from a narrative perspective. The NBA like Wizard Jam is the other part that I have not seen a single person play this game who they were like, yeah, I really enjoyed the Wizard Jam stuff. I enjoy it. I thought it was quite fun and clever. The long and short is that in Pyre, in the downside, when you're cast out with all of your exiles, there will be a ritual, a rite that you have to commence to gain favor with the gods of this world. So you set up a pyre, they set up a pyre, the sky shoots down a little like comet that sets both of them on fire, and then a drop of the moon falls to the floor in front of you, and then you play NBA Jam, right? So like, it's Wizard, but NBA Jam. You take the ball, you put it in their hoop. Oh, I mean, Pyre. If you dunk it, that's different than if you like make a 3-point. Like, functionally, it's the same deal. The main difference is that everyone has like special powers, and my guy might be like really tall. So he has this aura around him where if you touch his aura, you're such a beta male that you die and get banished and come back a couple seconds later. However, if he picks up the ball, like, that's kind of cringe of him, so he loses all of his aura. So the idea being is that you might have a really little dude who has a really little aura. So you're really fast, you can pick up this ball really quickly, but I can just like run into you and kill you with my aura. But if you wait for me to pick up the ball and then you hit me with your really tiny aura, I'll die because I lose my aura when I pick up the ball. Now you're super fast and can just take the ball and rush over here without opposition, except I have 3 people on my team, you have 3 people on your team. So then it's a matter of like, okay, who's my goalie? Who's my big, slow character that has a massive aura? Who's my really fast, like, dunker that can get in really quickly and get score points? Who is my character who has, like, support abilities that buff my other units? Like, there is actual, like, party composition in this more than just, like, NBA Jam stats, but it is functionally NBA Jam with weirdness. And a lot of people don't like it. Luckily, the game is like, I don't know, 60% visual novel, 30% choose your own adventure, 10% NBA Jam. And like, if you like visual novels and you can put up with 10% NBA Jam, highly recommend. Highly, highly recommend. I love this game. It's like under $20, I think. But if you're the sort of person who like that sounds really annoying or frustrating or not fun to you, as someone who does not play sports games, as someone who has never played NBA Jam, as someone who does not enjoy those sorts of things, I can say give it a shot, but you know yourself better than I know you. So don't force yourself to play a game you're not going to have fun with. That being said, there's another game I can think of. So like, I talked about this last stream, Dragon Shard. Dragon Shard was one of my favorite games growing up. The other one was Star Wars Battlefront 2. And that part actually happens really early. And it's not even like that bad. It's just kind of weird. So in that game, one of the factions, it's an RTS. It's a D&D Eberron setting RTS. And you can choose one of 2 different factions to play in the campaign, one of whom are the Lizard Folk, and one of whom are the Order of the Flame, which are basically like paladins, right? Those are your humans, elves, dwarves. Oh my gosh, my voice. Humans, elves, dwarves. So if you play as the paladin side of thing, on like mission 3, you have 4 like leaders, heroes, champions. One of whom is like, I don't know why they did this. She's like not scantily clad, but she is like hourglass figure and has clothing to show it off, despite the fact she's like a paladin with like a giant like FU Warhammer. And in like chapter 3 or chapter 4, she gets kidnapped by the lizards and like put in a pen. And mind you, this was like a 2004 game, so this wasn't like high graphics or like weird like narrative visuals or whatever. This was literally just like she happened to get like damsel in distress, which is just kind of weird because it doesn't happen to any of the other champions, and it also doesn't happen when you play as the lizard campaign. So it's odd that the one female champion of the paladins of the Order of the Flame was kidnapped and damseled, but also like she isn't incompetent. It's just kind of weird, you know? Like that's not even something I would go so far as to say like, oh, it's that part of the game. Ugh, we gotta turn our eyes away from this part. It's literally just kind of like, why did they do that? Like it didn't even serve a narrative function. Like the mission starts with her getting kidnapped and the mission ends with her getting rescued. Literally the only reason they did it, I think, was because she was a woman. My nap getting quite eepy, so long. Good night. Or maybe good afternoon if you're taking a nap. That is different. Yeah, so in terms of like my favorite games, Pyre is my current favorite game. I would say Dragon Shard and the original Star Wars Battlefront 2 are games that growing up, I considered them both my favorite game. And I was like back and forth. And I was like, these are both just my childhood favorite games. I'm comfortable with that. Nap would go hard, but it's pretty late in the afternoon. Listen, I am not a napper. I never understood napping. Anytime I was told to nap by my parents when I was younger, I didn't get it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just that guy. I'm sorry to say, you're not that guy, pal. Your favorite game is probably Citizen Sleeper 2, and you can't think of any of that parts. And that's the thing, like, when I was asked that, part of the reason why I love these games so much is that none of them have that part. Right? Like, what I described in Pyre wasn't that part where it suddenly gets racist or where it suddenly has a tank in quality. It's just kind of like buyer beware. It could turn you off of the game if it wasn't what you were expecting. With like Dragon Shard, that wasn't even that bad. It was literally just like, it was a game from the early 2000s that had a female protagonist. So for whatever reason, they decided to make that female protagonist the only one of the protagonists that was captured and like kidnapped, basically. And then you rescue her and then she's back at the end of the mission and it's like never addressed again. I'm not going to pretend like that's not weird, but that's not like inherent sexism that's like ruining the game because she's like mishandled or whatever. It's literally just kind of like a weird story beat. Same thing with like Star Wars Battlefront 2. I can't think of a single plot beat from that game's campaign where it was like that part. I mean, yeah, like the turning of the clones to the Empire was like different. And I do think that in Star Wars Battlefront 2, the original, the narrative kind of, I don't think it tanked. I do think it was less interesting when it started talking about the Empire as opposed to the clones. But that's also, I'm just someone that loves the clones so much. So like, I always thought the clones were cooler. I always preferred the clones to the Empire. And the Empire are the bad guys. So when you're playing as the bad guys, you're not really allowed to win. So I think what was interesting was seeing the narrator's perspective of the fall of the Republic, rise of the Empire, and kind of continuing on into the Empire, giving his perspective as a 501st member, as the development of the 501st became Vader's fist. Like, again, that's not really like bad. That's just kind of like, I think by the conceit of what story it was trying to tell, it was not allowed to be as interesting as the Republic era. I used to not get it. Now I somehow take like 20, 30 power naps and then panic because it's been like, you feel like it's been 4 hours. You're a catfish, a good sunspot, and you just get sleepy. Second favorite game is Lena's Inception, and that's the only that part you can think of is not realizing how one of the powers worked and getting a bad ending. Did I ever play Star Wars Force Unleashed? Yes, I did. I played it on the Wii, of all things. And I also played Force Unleashed 2. The issue with this is that because it was for the Wii, they changed some of the scenes and removed some of the content. So, like for the Wii, like the escape from Camino is different from what I remember. There was apparently there were missions where you like, if you took the dark side path, you went and assassinated the leaders of the Rebel Order, which was just not on the Wii version. Wii was peak back in the day. It was. Played the original on PS2. The PS2 version, I've heard had better, like, had more stuff. I don't know about Force Unleashed 1, but I do know about Force Unleashed 2. But yes, when I think of, I can't remember his name. It's Sam W. Is it Sam Whitmore? Sam Whitmore? The voice of Starkiller, and who later voiced like Maul, and who I think is currently heading a Star Wars project right now in real life as of like July 2025. Like he was the voice of Starkiller, and whenever I think of him, I think of Starkiller, because I don't care that some of Starkiller's feats were kind of stupid. I don't care that him pulling an Imperial Star Destroyer from the sky was wildly impractical. I think it was awesome. Which Lancer frame or license, your choice, do I like the least? SSC as a whole. That's just not my style of mech, personally. Some of the mechanics I like from it, but broadly speaking, like, I'm just not a huge fan of like the weeb stuff. Like, I'm not anti-weeb stuff in a weeb game, right? It's mechs. It's a weeb game. But I think it's more interesting. I think it's more interesting from a differentiation perspective. It's more unique to have Horus, IPSN, even Harrison Armory. Harrison Armory's strict anthro-chauvinism and militaristic mindset gives them a distinct personality. SSC has a distinct personality, but they're Gucci, right? They're gets a new Lancer frame, or gets 2 LLs in SSC, opens up your new mech, flesh. Like, I don't dislike SSC as a function of the Lancer setting. It's just, as a player, I'm less inclined to actually pick up some of their license because it doesn't speak to me in the same way. But in terms of which frame I dislike the most, or like I like the least, Lancer, SSC, Wiki. Let me just look at them all real quick. So we got Atlas, which I don't know much about. Black Witch, Death Said, Duskwing, Emperor, Metalmark, Monarch, Morning Cloak, Swallowtail, White Witch. I feel like it might be Morning Cloak. The Morning Cloak is the most like... The Morning Cloak is the most weeby, right? Like, let me show you. Sorry. Morning Cloak. Like, I appreciate having weeb nonsense in my game. I think that's fun. This just isn't my personal cup of tea. And this is the sort of thing where, like, it's got a 1 molecule wide blade that can cut through anything. That's just not my personal style of mech. Every time I think of Starkiller, I think of, she's real to me. No, I feel you. It also has the only dedicated missile. Is the Monarch the only dedicated missile mech? I feel like that's correct, but I don't believe you. You know? Like, I feel like that's wrong. But, sorry, other way around. I feel like that's not right, but I do believe you. Like, I can't point to a single other mech that does missiles. I thought there would be a IPSN missile boat, which is why when I was talking Lancer frames in Armored Core, IPSN, Chatty and Carla, I was thinking of Monarch, but I'm like, well, no, we kind of agreed Rad is basically IPSN. So what IPSN missile boat is there? But there's no missile boats. Love it or hate SSC, the Monarch is kick-ass. Yeah, where's the... Well, no, the Harrison Armory size 3 ICBM truck is just a Barbarossa. It just takes a while. It gets nervous when it has company. And that's the thing, right? Like, I don't dislike... Why does every Monarch have feet? Why do all of these SSC mechs have feet? You have hooves at least. I'll take what I can get. At least it's not the dogs are out. I don't care at this point. It has an action sync that sometimes obliterates one guy in particular. Wanna know what sucks? The Barbarossa can miss. Like, if I grab this, if I grab the Apocalypse Rail from the wiki, you can start charging it. It takes 4 turns to get to the lowest one. If it reaches 1 to 3, you can attack with it as a full action, but can't move or take any other actions. It's a blast 2 area with a profile determined. Objects take 20, it deals 2d6. Objects take 40, it deals 3d6, and also it deals burn. Objects take 100, it deals 46 and take 4 burn. Yeah. I love me the Barbarossa. I think the Barbarossa is so silly. I think the Barbarossa is... It needs to just be you deal damage. That's my take. My take to fix the Barbarossa is not to make it charge faster. It's to make it you just deal the damage. Like, maybe they can make an agility save to take half damage. But I feel... It should not be a, you roll to hit. It is, if I spent 3 turns charging this to deal 46 damage, it should just deal 46 damage to anyone that has not moved. I was also thinking, like, it could just be reliable. Like, I would even accept it is, like, so, what is this? So it's 2d6 explosive. I would say 2d6 explosive, reliable 6. 3d6 explosive, that would be, I would say like reliable 10. Like whatever the average is minus 1, make that reliable. Bare minimum. Honestly though, I don't even know if the 1d6 per action is enough scaling. Because think about it. Think about it. I am a Barbarossa. And with my Apocalypse Rail, am I allowed to attack as I charge? When activated, start charging. Gain an Apocalypse die. At the start of each turn, reduce it by 1. If I move, become stunned or jammed. So I can still attack. So I can still attack during the other times. But I'm stuck in place. Also, if I just become jammed, which me, a Barbarossa, one turn away from getting 46 explosive damage. The nefarious goblin about to tech attack invade me. Like, you can shut down a Barbarossa so easily so many different times. I think the main draw of the Apocalypse Rail is the 100 AP damage, personally. I think the main draw is, oh, there's a wall there? No, there isn't. And then you just obliterate an entire building, right? Yeah, like reliable 10 wouldn't even be that good. Like, the saving grace of this thing that doesn't make me like dismiss it out of hand is you can attack while you're charging. So there's nothing stopping you from setting down in place, saying, okay, I'm going to charge my rail. Also, I did have the idea. I didn't realize. I was actually mistaken. I thought the Apocalypse Rail had to choose an area that you target, and then you could only fire in that area. That's not the case, and I'm glad. I would almost say, though, from a, oh, it needs to calibrate. Like, I would say you should choose. Want to be interesting? Apocalypse Rail. You choose a size 4 area that you can only target an area within that region. So if you have a mech right there, I do a size 4 area surrounding you, and maybe you like run this way, and then I want to fire it with a charge of 3. I can target right here and still hit you. But if you manage to run like all the way over here, I can't just follow you. I think that might be a more interesting way of handling the Apocalypse Rail, explicitly because then it's area denial, it is scary, and I would also make it that it can't miss. I'd make it that it just always hits, because at that point, it's a matter of, can you keep the enemy in the area they're going to take stupid damage? Because I feel like a more interesting means of doing this would probably be, okay, you activate it, you can't move, and you choose an area for you choose an area for a region. Whenever you choose to activate it as a full action on your turn, you choose a hex within this area, and in a burst 2 area around it, everyone takes 2d6 explosive damage. And then also the burn and whatever. And then, once it resets to 4, you can choose a new size 4 area because you're recalibrating. So now, if your enemy ran over there, you can choose a new size 4 area right there. So you can still follow people if they run, it's just a matter of you can't, like, blitzkrieg someone over and over. 1d6 to 2. So this would be, instead of like 2d6, it would be 43. And then instead of 3d6, it would be 63. I mean, that would increase the average. Would it? No, that decreased the average. Because 1d6 is average 3.5. 2d3 is average 3. Like, mathematically, I don't think that checks out. Because D6s have a higher average. Do 1d3 plus 3. Honestly, yeah, like 1d3 plus 3, 2d3 plus 6, 3d3 plus 9. Like, easy. Because imagine you do 4 turns on Apocalypse Rail, you roll, you miss. Suddenly, someone else on your team like wastes resources explicitly to get you to hit, you roll 4 once. Imagine that. And like, I understand the idea that they want it to be an attack roll for like crit, I guess. Because like, imagine that, like imagine you crit with that. I don't know. Okay, it's been 5.5 hours. Smash or pass, Kane archives sin examples in the book. That's a dangerous game you're asking me to play, but I kind of want to play it. That actually sounds really funny. Okay. Let's open up. I will just leave it on MS Paint because, again, I want to minimize chances of accidentally doxing myself. Because who would have thought I, of all people, am opposed to doxing myself? Well, see, that's the thing. I would have said, like, remind me later and I'll do it later. But I'm about to, like, take a break for a bit. So I don't really have the means to do it later. Okay. What am I doing? I have the sin examples saved. I don't even need to open it. Like, I should have these. So if I go cane art, and this would be like, where's the ogre? Oh, I don't have all of it. Wait, do I have all of them? I should have all of them. Yeah. So like ogre, minotaur, dice math and regular math don't quite. That's fair. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to argue with you on that one because that, like, more dice leads to better averages. That's just how dice math works. Okay, so question. Are we just doing this aesthetically, or are we incorporating the actual, like, logs involving the sin? Because those are two very different answers. This is just a man, but big. And I'm not going to lie. In comparison to some of the competition, this is pretty high up there. If it's just man but big. Logs 2, why? Well, no, because that's the thing. If we say logs 2, why not? Then suddenly, the Minotaur is a hard pass. Because if I... So now I can just... Actually, I can grab all 3 ogres. So if I include the logs, this was a possessed type 3, or a post-mortem possession type 3, meaning this sin was controlled, and basically it was a hazing workplace environment that this person was then fired from. Or sorry, it was a hazing and harassing environment that the company building was then turned into the palace. That's a no from me, dog. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not into that. I don't want to be bullied by this person, and that seems like what they're gonna do because that's all they know. I'm not a fan of, like, doing that. So that's where an instance where the Minotaur, I'd consider it without the log, but I feel like with the log, we have to say no. Well, I'm assuming that when a type 3 is like an extension of the self. So if it's a type 3, it's reliant on the other person to give consent because it's less like they control an animal and it's more like it's an extension of themselves, right? You Cephalo Smash? I was going to say the same. I'm not going to lie. Like, okay, this causes problems logistically. I can make it work, you know? Blue Ogre, pass. It came from a child. I would not feel comfortable with that, personally speaking. Like, respectfully, I don't care if the sin is separate. It's shy, it's hiding, it came from like a teenager. That's not my vibe. I'm sorry. Surprisingly, of all of them, I think I say pass to the Bloody Prince because the Bloody Prince is the idol for this, like, idol, right? idol. But I don't feel comfortable involving her in any sort of like hanky-panky with the sin because it is explicitly manipulating her and there's a power imbalance. It is acting as like a stand-in for her manager. I feel like that's an uncomfortable power dynamic. So I wouldn't want to involve her. And then this one's just doing nothing for me. I'm not going to lie. Personally. Similarly, our friend, that's just not my type. I'm sorry. Like, That gives me more like fatherly vibes than daddy vibes, so to speak. So I'm going to pass on that one. The laughing man, though. It's a computer screen. Sure. If I say pass to all of these, it won't be interesting, so I might as well smash something. You'd go to lunch with that guy and not smash him? Exactly. I'd go to lunch with our friend. I wouldn't like smash. However, maybe I shouldn't be so quick to just randomly smash without means. Doulahan? I mean, Doulahan. I think we've all seen special artwork of Doulahan. I was gonna say smash the Doulahan. It is a headless horseman. Obviously, Scather is a no-go. That looks like an animal. Manhunter, well, I don't know. Manifested an adolescent again. That makes me uncomfortable. I would pass off of that. So when you say Doulahan smash, 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 or do you mean Doulahan smash and then the other two are also smash? Like, I don't know. I understand the sin is separate, but if it's tied to like an adolescent, I would feel uncomfortable. And my comfort is important in this, so I'm going to pass on those. However, Doulahan was by a whistleblower, so ain't nothing wrong with that because presumably they're like a Boeing employee. So I'm going to go smash all the way. Now we get to one which might just be the most vile of them all. And I'm going to judge you based on how you answer these. Centipedes. Yeah, I'm going to pass on all of these. Like, if you told me to choose one, I'd probably say Calamity 4. Because, like, type 2 fused with a person, it was the most destructive. The Exorcist in that first pick? No. So we're talking about the sins. We're not talking about Exorcists. We're talking about the sins. We're not talking about the hosts. We're talking about the sins. We are being absolute degenerate freaks right now. Because that's apparently what my brand has turned into. So we're only talking about the sins. Now, the toads. Oh, the toads. Why do I want to be Pocket's friend? I want Pockets to be my friend. And I don't know why. I think it's that smile. I think it's the fact that Pockets works alongside like a lone wolf burglar. I want Pockets to be my friend. I don't want to smash Pockets. Like Pockets would treat you right, but like, is that something I want from a sin that I'm smashing? Or is that something I want from a sin that I'm marrying? FMK. There's 3 of each. Dracula just kind of looks super like Pog. I'm just gonna go for it. Mr. Worldwide. That is a broad man. That is a broad man. Which is not my type. However, respect if that is yours. You know, like Pocket, like Mr. Worldwide is one where like I would be making Pitbull jokes too much if I was to like be in their presence. So I don't think that I would be able to make it work, but like if you can, more power to you. That is man but wide. Balder is a dog, so no. Pale Queen and Decurion, yes. I don't care that this is probably ill-advised. Sure. I like how the smash maybe. And like, listen, I'm not gonna sit here and just say smash to all of the vaguely feminine ones and pass on all of the monsters or the humanoid ones. However, I will say, like, there's just a difference in vibe, you know? Like, Decurion Pale Queen. Pale Queen would not treat you right. But you would love being mistreated by her. Like, is that just me? The sword, the ribbons, exactly. Like, the centipedes are just bugs. I don't like bugs. Well, no. I'm looking at these hounds and I'm just like, nah, I couldn't. Like the Doulahan, sure. Which, like, look at how large that Doulahan is. It is larger than like skyscrapers. Yeah, I'm not into our friend, and I wouldn't feel comfortable with how I know the Bloody Prince would try getting the idol involved. Like, that's not healthy, girl. You deserve better. Laughing Man, sure. Oh, right. I didn't have the ogres on this one. Hello. I don't know you, but why are you leaving? I'm moving. So I just need to take like a couple weeks to focus on moving. So it's not actually like scary or bad or anything, but I thought it would be funny to make it a big deal. All is at your own risk. Listen, all of these sins are at your own risk. And I kind of want to look through... the virtues. Just to see what everyone feels. Right? But do I even need to... Do I already have the virtues? I think I already have the virtues. Virtue... Do I only have justice saved? Huh, I only have justice saved. Weird. Anywho, let me pull up... Alright. First up. Justice. What are we feeling? I feel like justice, surprisingly, it was nearly a smash, but I think I'd have to go with no. I think I'd have to go with pass, explicitly because look at these likes and these dislikes. And let me just zoom in for you. Dislikes dogs. Dogs. This red flag of a human being frozen in cryosleep, stuck up with a stick up his butt, and his hand permanently glued to his brow as he's stuck in a salute, brown-nosing a superior, doesn't like dogs. Absolutely disgusting. Get out of my face. I would never associate with you if I had it in me to have the strength to take on a sin by myself. Otherwise, I will absolutely rely on you. Faith. I get the vibe that Faith would not be interested. If Faith was interested, I feel like, sure. But I don't know. I feel like with Faith, and just because we're doing likes and dislikes for them, I'll grab theirs as well. With Faith, it's very much I wouldn't want to impose on them. I understand that they have their own likes, dislikes, desires. Like, they like dogs. They like slow afternoons. They like gacha and phone games and fighting games. Like, they just are a cutie. Which is more like, I want this person to be my friend than I want to smash and pass. Right? Like, I just want this person to have a nice time. Is that too much to ask? Someone to play Guilty Gear with? You mean Bridget, don't you? You mean Bridget, don't you? Okay, so here's an odd one. Charity, which is in fact two people, so you would have to be okay with that. Which, at least for me, if I wanted to disappoint two people, I would just have dinner with my parents. So I don't know if this one is it for me, Chief. Also, they like arguing online and they don't like long conversations. So it would definitely be like you meet up, you do the deed. It's like the wildest night you've ever had, and then you leave, and then you never speak again. So I feel like if you're into that, you kind of gotta say yes. But to me, those are red flags. To me, I'm not interested. Also, they have this thing where like the more you connect with them, the more aspects of their personality and also physicality you take on. So if you're into forced femme, if you're into feminization, I guess that's on you. That's something for you to consider. Fortitude. This is certainly one of the characters of all time, isn't it? I'm not gonna lie. This is the hardest smash I've come across thus far. Do you remember when I said there was a moment on stream where I was just like internally freaking out, and then looking back at it, I was like, oh no, it's fine. This is that character. I was like, oh. I know it's your average butch lesbian. Like, don't shame me for that. And guess what? They hate me. They dislike humans and all other exorcists and all other virtues. Like, they want to fight strong opponents, and they will, in fact, break your bed and your back and also your spirit. But what a way to go. You know? Like, remember, I can fix them. Right? Like, say it with me. They're my project. I can fix them. And you want to know what else? The helmet probably stays on for their sake. The helmet stays on for them. Hope. Again, with the helmet, I don't really mind. I'm gonna say go ahead. I'm gonna say smash. Wanna know why? Because again, they're an absolute cutie. They like video games and luxuries, baths, and holidays, and they don't like loud noises and nosy people. That's just a cutie. That's a bit of a pillow princess, but that's a cutie. But unlike Faith, who themselves was someone who, like, I just want to be friends with, this is someone that, like, you could have a great time with, independent of what activities you're up to. Video games, you can play games together. A bath, you can take a bath together if you're so inclined. Holidays, you can have a retreat. You like the coat? Not even the headpiece? No, they seem chill. They seem fun. They seem like a good companion. Not even in like the bow chicka wow sense, just in the like they seem like fun. Also, similarly, Prudence. Man, I really was like 3 and 3 for this one. I'd say smash. Wanna know why? This isn't even the likes and dislikes. Like, obviously, they would wine and dine you. It does not matter who you are. You are getting wined and dined like it's nobody's business. They like neat whiskey, romance novels, trains because they're autistic, and long walks. They are the ultimate romantic. And if you happen to be AMAB, they like nuts. However, on top of that, their whole shtick is they like playing games, and they make deals with people where they refuse to back out of their word. About half of you just had the same thoughts I had, and if so, shame on you. And the other half were like, oh, what kind of games? Don't worry about it. So yes, that is my ranking. That is my ranking of the sins and of the virtues. Like, again, with charity, honestly, with charity, faith, and justice, it's really just a matter of like, they're either red flags or I don't want to disappoint them. Wait, dislikes explaining things? I need someone who can info dump about... No. explaining things to slow people. Do you consider yourself slow? If he or they, because remember, none of them have genders. None of them have defined canon genders. They can be like, this might be masc, femme, non-binary, whatever. If you are someone who can keep up with someone's info dumping, they'd probably love explaining stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Long walks, talking about romance novels and neat whiskey that you don't care about, but are just excited to hear them talk about. But so long as you're responding to them and picking up what they're putting down. I also want that coat. Listen, they got drip. Like even even Charity's got drip. Like look at this. Faith like is really just a habit, but it still looks nice. But like Justice, that silhouette though. That silhouette, that's just cool. Oh, I just realized that's their foot, I think. Like right up there. So like they're if this is their foot, and then it would be like do you see that flexibility? Do you see that flexibility? No. I respect the aura farming. I do not respect the lack of like the disliking dogs. Like as an aura, like this is an aura farmer. Oh no, I just realized they will obey any order given to them by a superior. That's either a really big plus or a really big negative for various people. Why can't you like dogs? Why can't you like dogs? You would have been perfect. You were the chosen one. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna go back to admiring Fortitude's muscles. Like, you don't understand. The first time I saw them on the stream, I was just straight up like, oh. And I'm normally not like that. You can't call them your average butch lesbian when they have the ability to break every bone in my body. Okay, you can call dogs annoying all you want. They're also adorable. They're also cute. They are also silly. And no matter how much chaos they get up to, they are sweet. I don't care if a dog mauled you to death when you were a kid and then you got better. Like, dogs are cuties. Honestly, you don't cosplay, but it could be fun to cosplay the virtues. I think it would be really fun to cosplay as the virtues, and then no one knows what you're cosplaying as. And then imagine a group of people, all of whom decided we're going to a con and we're all going to cosplay as Charity. Because Charity not only has one of the most distinct looks out of all of the virtues, Charity's whole bond ability is about basically becoming someone else. Charity's whole deal is that there's multiple people who are like melding their personality traits and their physical appearance, where they slowly but surely look, act, and think like one another over time. So imagine you go to a con and like 5 people all agree to dress up like Charity with like the dot on the cheek and like the blindfold and like the choker and like the frilly dress and whatever. And your goal is to find the other Charities. That would be so fun. Now, personally, this is not my aesthetic, so I would not be down for that personally. Like, I can appreciate drip even if I would never wear it. This is a high effort outfit. They like fashion and they like demonstrate that through their fashion. However, I personally am not a fan. Listen, can. If you like force fem. That's what I'm saying. If you like that. Listen, elbow length gloves. So peak. I might be pretty androgynous. But I do love me some long gloves and long socks / boots. I'm a large person. So oftentimes, even the most long-lengthed of socks really only go up to like my shins, but that's okay. And there's a reason I'm not on Twitch. Yep. I don't know. I feel like out of all of the virtues, because we had like Justice, who like absolute aura maxing. Like, I'm not going to argue with that. Just, you got to learn to like dogs, dude. Even if you don't dislike them. Even if you just never address dogs. Don't think about them. That's fine. I can deal with that. But like, bro, friend, sis, you can't just dislike dogs like that. Then you have a Charity, who I just want to be my friend. Personally. Like, Charity is friend-shaped. And I get that like some people are into like that kind of outfit. They're into that sort of fantasy. They're into that sort of like role play. I just see friend when I see Charity. And I just want to chat with this person and play games. Same with Hope. I just want to like play Marvel. I want to play a game of Marvel Rivals with Charity and Hope. I think that would be so much fun. I feel like Fortitude would just kill me. I'm not enough of a simp that I would thank them for killing me. However, I don't know how hard I would try to stop them, you know? It's one of those things. Oh, not Charity, Faith. Yeah, Charity scares me. I'm not gonna lie. I would avoid Charity if I saw two identical twins who look, act, and dress similarly. I would avoid them. Personally, that terrifies me. Like, I don't know what it is. Gotta go pass on Charity. Hope and Justice are both Smash. Picking Smash on Fortitude is signing up for a... I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut at that. Or just die. I feel like it's just dying. Like, remember, Fortitude doesn't like people. Fortitude does not like anyone. Fortitude wants to fight stronger people, and that is it. So if you're in that circumstance with them and they're down, I imagine they're going to be their normal self, which is not very good for your physical well-being, but like spiritually, I think you'll be fine. And then there's who was the last one? Is Hope the last one? Prudence. Oh no, Prudence. Honestly, out of all of them, Prudence seems the most likely for like something more, right? I feel like Prudence, the one who like likes neat whiskey and likes romance novels, and they don't like explaining stuff to slow people, but they are fundamentally someone who is very involved in like deal making and negotiating and keeping their word. That's just like a good partner. Like, Prudence is the sort of person who, if they went off and they're like, hey, I have to go on like a world saving adventure for like 6 months, I'd just be like, hey, you do you. I'll be here for you when you get back. And then they're like, pog. And I would know that they would keep their word to like be faithful to me, because otherwise they would literally die. Which, in case you didn't know, all of these virtues from Cain have a special power that comes with them. And one of the special powers that comes with Prudence is that if you shake someone's hand, if you shake someone's hand and they break a deal you made while you were shaking their hand, they suffer instant death. So like, I'm good to just, have faith that Prudence will keep their word. Otherwise, they won't have much ability to come back at all. Prudence would be a smash if not for the whiskey. Do you not like whiskey? No, Fortitude would be a fight to the death. Fortitude would not just be like, Fortitude would be smashing in the literal sense of like breaking something. And that's what I'm coming at it from. I don't know what you're coming at it from. I'm talking about, would I hit this person in a fight? That's all I'm talking about. I don't know, but I just love Prudence's abilities too, because you can shake hands with a willing human on a deal or promise. If someone breaks it, they suffer instant death. This applies to you, and both you and your target are aware of the effects. Then, once you level up, you gain the ability to apply it to exorcists and sins. You can walk up to a sin, negotiate with it. It can agree to make a deal with you, and then if it doesn't follow that deal, it instantly dies. That is so cool. Would F, marry, kill work better for sins? Yes, F, marry, kill would probably work better for sins, because then I actually have to choose. Okay, back through the sins. This time we're going to start with the Lords, just because I'm on that page already. I hope no one minds. All right, so with F, marry, kill for the sins of the TTRPG Cain, we have Decurion, Balder, and the Pale Queen. Balder is a dog. So that's going to be... I'm going to say if it's an animal, it's not F or marry, because that would get real weird real quick. I'm going to assume if it's an animal style sin, then it's like adopt or play with. So like, I'm not marrying or killing a dog, nor am I effing one. So I feel like it's F, marry, kill with the Decurion and Pale Queen, but then I can like play with or adopt Balder. That being said, I feel like Balder is a good boy. So I feel like Balder would be adopt territory. I want to friend that dog. Meanwhile, like, I don't know, Pale Queen, absolute diva. I don't know if I'm like deserving, right? Like, I feel like if I was with the Pale Queen, even just as a friend, I would like disappoint her. She just has that aura about her. Her and Justice both have that aura maxing. It's that regalness. It's that elegance. So I feel like I might have to put Pale Queen in kill of all things. And like, Decurion looks poised, looks capable, looks put together, but fundamentally looks kind of approachable. So like maybe like F, adopt, kill? I don't know. We've butchered this so much by like adding in other means other than just F, marry, and kill. All right. However, now we have Du Bois. We have Du Bois into Toads. Du Bois into Toads. We got Pockets, Dracula, and Mr. Worldwide. I feel like this is obvious. F Dracula, marry Pockets, kill Mr. Worldwide. I don't have anything against Mr. Worldwide. It's just Pockets would treat you right. Pockets knows what you need and will get you what you need. Pockets the kind of guy that if you wake up feeling sore, will like be like, hey, do you want some Tylenol? Or do you want to like go to the emergency room? And you're just like, Pockets, it's not that serious. I don't need to go to the emergency room over like feeling sore. And then Pockets will be like, I know, I'm just worried about you. And then you're like, yeah, I know. Thank you. I appreciate it. And then like you have that unspoken understanding that like they care for you. We're all in agreement that like Pockets is male life, right? Can we all agree on that? Now, what I don't know what we're going to agree on is this next one. Oh, whoops. Now, what I don't know what we're going to agree on is this next one, given that all of these are centipedes. So they're giant bugs. I don't want any of these. I gotta leave. There's art I need to work on, and I've been informed I have competition. All right, enjoy. I think some sin examples have some adolescences. So remember, the adolescences are not the sin, unless it's like a type 3, in which case it's kind of weird. So like, I'm not trying to like marry or do anything untoward with the sin of an adolescent. So like losing a house for the 3rd time, monsters. I don't know, like I feel like all of these are animalistic enough I wouldn't feel comfortable effing or marrying. So are we doing like play with, adopt, and kill? Because in that case, I feel like kill this one, adopt this one, and marry and play with this one. Because like C155, hey, gang activity with narcotics? That sounds like a bad time. I don't want to get involved with that as my pet. However, Calamity 4 knows how to cure cancer. So I feel like having a pet, even a big spiky like centipede one that can cure cancer would be pretty pog. And like this one's just creepy, I'm not gonna lie. At least this one has a face, I could talk to it. This one is just, oof. The second it's fused with a host that's almost human, like almost is not human. Like, I don't know. I don't like bugs. I'm sorry. All right, so now, however, we are moving on to a much easier selection, explicitly because with the hounds, so many of them are animalistic that, like, I think Doulahan is under F, Marry, Kill. I think Scather is an animal. I think Manhunter is an animal. So, like, even though it's, like, by an adolescent, it doesn't matter, because, like, I'm already not treating it with that. So, I think I would absolutely adopt Scather. I think Scather looks like a dog. Like, you know? Scather is just a big spiky dog with like knives, and I think that's kind of cute. And yes, I would need to wear gloves whenever I pet Scather. However, I would still pet Scather. I think I'm still effing Doulahan. I gotta see what that mouth do. So I think it's F, adopt, kill. Don't worry about it. This is the most incongruent of situations we've come up with, which because of that, we are now in the idols, which you'd think would be the easiest. However, no, surprisingly. So these are all humanoid. And again, Bloody Prince, I don't like their relationship with the idol. And the idol would not be involved because that would be a conflict of interest between a manager and their talent, and also would be manipulation. So I'm not including the idol in that. So I actually, funny enough, I think I would marry our friend, F the Laughing Man, and kill the Bloody Prince. Because the Laughing Man, like, it's a computer program. How's that even gonna work? I'm just curious at this point. But like the Bloody Prince is a manipulative little jerk. And our friend is just like, they're our friend. How do I don't know. That's my question. I don't know. And again, I want to find out. That's my motivation really, is just to find out. Surprisingly, I think the ogres are actually quite easy as well. Like, the ogres... Actually, I was going to say it's quite easy. So, I think that we're all thinking F. bucephalus. Like, yes, it has a giant, like, creature mouth. However, this one was from an adolescent, which I would feel weird about, like, romancing, like the sin of. And then this one was from someone who was, like, hazed for years on end. So I don't want to marry either of these. You know? Yeah, none of these, like, no ogre is in a healthy spot for a relationship. So which one would be the least bad? And I think the least bad would be bucephalus. Like, if this is a red flag, call me colorblind and Delulu, because I'm going face forward. But, like, I don't know what the second option would be. Right? Like, maybe it would just be F, then marry, then kill in that order. Rub against the screen. Ew. What that sword do? Probably decapitate you and turn you into Dullahan. Like, I feel like Minotaur is not the worst option. Right? Blue ogre, you can hardly see it. It's hiding. It looks kind of gross. It's based off of this failure of, like, lack of romantic attachment in employment university. I don't think that that is someone who would be a very good partner. Meanwhile, the Minotaur is a victim, but did put up with it for years and years and probably learned a bunch of bad behaviors. So I don't know which one would be, like, worse. I think probably marry bucephalus and F Minotaur. Because, like, with the Minotaur, it's just a dude but big. Yeah, so the Exorcist chose not to kill Blue Ogre, which means the Blue Ogre has a habit of just bouncing out. Which, in case you don't know, in Kane the TTRPG, these sins, you have to find them and kill them. However, if you learn about them, if you confront the trauma that manifested them, instead of killing them, you can just kind of, like, peacefully have them leave and, like, dispel themselves, which is what happened with the Blue Ogre, presumably because the exorcists learned what happened with the kid and were like, oh, this is not the kid's fault. We feel bad for you. Let's help you. And then they, like, banished the Blue Ogre, so then the exorcists were disciplined because there was no execution, right? I don't think that's means for smashing, personally. I think I'm sticking with my list. Like, listen, I already did the Disco Elysium, like, skills. I have 2 videos devoted to that, where I went through them and I was just like, listen, I like this one, but sorry, no. That's hot, you can get behind it. Yeah, like, Maddie, I think that's the play, Maddie. And I don't think that's, like, a good play. I think that's just the play. But anyway, speaking of playing, I am going to hop off because it has been 6 hours. I am not going to be streaming Saturday or next week on Tuesday. So, be on the lookout for videos. I will make a post on YouTube where I will discuss more extensively what actually I plan on doing. At present, I'm thinking Wednesday, Lancer, Friday, making a mega dungeon, and then maybe one more, like maybe a clip for each week. But, like, I have, like, a couple days to not only get the rest of this week's stuff done, but also get the next couple weeks stuff done. So we'll just see how much I can do. But in the meantime, I will hop off. Thank you all so much for swinging by. If you're a VOD watcher, I'm so sorry that you just were subjected to the last, like, hour of just talking about, like, Kane sins. If you're a lurker, I always appreciate you. Yeah, please send the arrow Sojak. Yep. I'll have to see if I can do that. I might have to finagle with it. but I might have to like figure out how I can get a soy jack going. I don't have art of me soy jack pointing is the thing. So I would have to like get my model. Yes, thank you for your well wishes on the move. Everyone, take care of yourself. Be on the lookout for more content and treat yourself well because no one else will do it unless you start. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.